Hello and welcome everyone. Welcome to the live stream. Thank you so much for being here today, whether it's morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. I really appreciate you spending time with me on the live stream and with all the special guests we've got lined up today. It's going to be a really exciting one, celebrating all things Michael movie. Can you all hear me okay? Are we working? What's in the comments here? We've got 44 people. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hi, we got people from all over the world. It's so cool. Thank you so much. Okay, let's just set everything up here. There we go. Hello, hi John, how are you? So we're really lucky today to be sponsored by Michael Jackson Market, the amazing website where you can get all types of Michael Jackson merchandise for a really great price, and they're doing a special giveaway today, so let's get that on screen. Let me see here. Here we go. So let's look at the schedule. Doesn't seem to be working. Come on. Here we go. There we go. So if we go over here, we're very lucky to be sponsored by Michael Jackson Market today, and they're doing a free giveaway, totally free. You don't have to do anything really, you just head on to their link that's at the bottom of the screen here. It's www.michaeljacksonmarket.com/giveaway. If you go on that link, it'll ask you a few questions, it'll ask you your name, your favourite guest from the live stream today, and then you've entered into the free giveaway. It's worldwide shipping, and you can win some really exciting merchandise items. So we've got an original US double-sided theatre poster, a Michael movie poster cup, the IMAX souvenir collector's ticket, Michael on vinyl, and a replica Royal Plaza hat as worn by Jaafar Jackson in the film. So again, head to the link at the bottom of the screen there, www.michaeljacksonmarket.com/giveaway for free, totally free, and you can get this amazing Michael Jackson movie merch. So how about we have a look here at what's in the schedule for today. So here we go. First off, we've got Amon Livingston, Michael Jackson's, well, the Michael movie's drummer. So he plays Ricky Lawson, Michael Jackson's drummer, and you can see him in the band section right at the end of the film. And then after that, we've got Jalan Oliver, who played Michael Jackson's bassist Don Boyette in the film. And then we've got a pre-recorded section with David Michael Lewin, who played Bruce Swedien, Michael's engineer. So I spoke with him last night, and that's going to be pre-recorded and played live today. And he talked a lot about sort of what it was like seeing Jaafar, you know, singing live, and working with people like Jaafar, Antoine Fuqua, and Kendrick Sampson, who played Quincy Jones. So that's going to be really exciting. I can't wait for you all to see that. And then after that, we've got Jenny Winings, Hector Barjot, and Jonathan Downie from Michael Jackson Market joining us to talk about what it was like at the Michael Jackson premieres, the Berlin one, and Jenny talks about the one in LA. So I can't wait to have them on later. And then half hour after that, at 10 a.m. Pacific time, we've got Rob Brownstein, who played the Burn Doctor in the film. So we've got a few questions for him about what it was like acting opposite Jaafar in his acting debut, and working with Coleman Domingo in that really intense scene you can see on screen there. And then after that, we've got another band member, Swingin Johnny, who played David Williams, Michael's guitarist. So he'll talk hopefully about the Victory Tour, and I know they also filmed some of Dangerous and possibly later on. So I'm hoping to ask a bit about that. And then after that, we've got Sheila Boateng, the assistant costume designer for the film. So it'll be really fascinating to hear, you know, what went into the behind-the-scenes element of everything. I see Big Al has joined the chat. Hi Big Al, thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. So then after Sheila, the assistant costume designer, we've got Frescia Belmar, the guitarist from the band section of the film. She plays Jennifer Batten, who we were lucky enough to have on the channel a few years ago now. She's great. And then after that, we've got Albie Selznick, who played the plastic surgeon in the film. He's a great actor. I can't wait to have him on. And then we've got Lonnie Henderson, Jaafar's stand-in. So that pretty much entails when Jaafar's, taking a break or when they're setting things up, he plays Michael. So he's performing on the stage, he's standing in, he's basically doubling, he's doing everything that Jaafar does. So I can't wait to share that with all of you. And then we've got Stephanie Spruill, the vocal coach for the film, and she actually worked with Michael himself on Can You Feel It and Heartbreak Hotel. So that's going to be so cool to hear about what it was like working not only with Michael, but then with Jaafar and coaching him, and Giuliano on this film. And she also met Elvis Presley. She's got this great photo, so I can't wait to ask about that. And then at the end, we've got Žiga Jurečič, who plays Vincent Paterson in the film. So he's one of the dancers in the Beat It section. So I can't wait to talk with him. So it's going to be a really, really exciting, busy day today. So we've got some people who've already entered the giveaway. Thank you so much. It's going to be announced right at the end. So after the interview with Žiga, Jonathan from MJ Market will come on, and we've got 5 winners for 5 items. 1 item each. And so he's going to announce all the names live. How often can you enter the giveaway? I believe it's once per person, because you enter your email, your name, your country, and your favourite interview of the day. So it's 1 each. There we go. What's everybody saying here? Let me get back on screen here. Here we go. I'm using a brand new streaming software today, so this is all new for me. I'm learning this as we go along. Just trying to figure it all out. There we go. We're back. Hope that's not too scary. Okay, can you hear me good? Are we all good? Okay. So thank you so much for everyone for joining. We've got 46 people watching live here today. What's everyone saying? Amazing, thank you for the opportunity. Well, thank Jonathan Downey from MJ Market. He's amazing. We're shipping everywhere worldwide, so why not enter? It's free. Hello from Italy. Welcome. So to enter, if you hit the link just down there, michaeljacksonmarket.com/giveaway, type that into your browser. There'll be just a simple little form. It asks you for your name, your email, your country, and your favourite part of the live stream today. So it's 1 entry per person, and you have a chance of winning one of these 5 items. So then we'll announce it at the end, and you'll hear from Jonathan from MJ Market to get your merch. Thank you so much for tuning in today, everyone. After the live stream, you're seeing the Jacksons. They're so cool. Day full of Michael Jackson awesomeness then. I love that. In Canada, wow. Thanks so much for tuning in. Victory Tour, awesome. Hi from Turkey. Welcome. Jonathan's seeing lots of entries already. They're so good to see. So cool. Yeah, it's open all throughout the live stream, right up until the end. So now it's about 4 o'clock in the UK, and we're finishing about 9:30, 10 o'clock. So we've got plenty of time to go, so we'll get lots of entries throughout the day. Okay, so like I said, the first guest is Armand Livingston. So he's not here right just yet, but let's introduce ourselves to him and sort of get familiar with who he is. Let me get some photos on screen here. So there he is, playing bad at the very end of the film. He was the drummer. And I'm not sure if anyone saw the brand new sort of behind the scenes video they showed, when it shows him playing the drums and then Sugarfoot with him. And there he is again from the behind the scenes video. It was so cool how they kind of recreated the band tour, wasn't it? It was, even the costumes and everything of the band members were exact. There he is. And I know they shot Dangerous as well, so it'll be interesting to hear maybe how that compared and hear about what we didn't get to see. There we go. What's the chat saying? Hello from Brazil. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. They're so cool. Hi from Italy. Welcome. Welcome. over 20 entries already, and we haven't even started the interview. That's so cool, and so good to see so many people entering. You know, it's free, so why not? So cool, awesome. So glad to see the excitement. You've been binging the videos, I really appreciate that. There's been like a huge increase in just like Michael mania since the film. I've seen more people watching, more people talking about Michael Jackson, so it's so good to see, really. Awesome. Welcome, welcome. And you can see here that QR code up there. I think it's that side. It's that side, right? I hope so. That's the QR code, and if you're watching on TV or on your computer or another device, feel free to scan it. Accepting support on Coffee today, but no pressure at all. You know, we appreciate all the support through sharing, through liking, through subscribing. It really, really helps the channel grow. So thank you so much for being here. We've got 65 people. Everyone comment where you're from. We've got Bolivia. So cool. You're lagging your end. Okay, well, it's open, you know, from now until the end, really. So if you try again later, that it should work. Fan since 2011. That's so cool. I became a fan in 2017, so nearly 10 years now. Enter after the live stream. The sort of winners are announced at the end, so you might want to enter just before we finish, so you can still get in there, if you know what I mean. Okay. You want to watch the movie again? What was everyone's favourite part? Comment below. I wanna hear it. I think for me, it was probably bad at the end. You know, you get a bit of performances all the way through, and then at the end it kind of hits you with everything. You know, Michael at his peak. That was so cool to see. Canada, England. Okay, MJ Markets say enter until 4 p.m. EST. There you go. Let me put that in the part at the bottom. I'll put by 4 p.m. EST. There we go. Updated. Great. Hi from Jamaica. That's so cool. 72 viewers, and we haven't even started interviews yet. It's amazing. Yeah, Bato at the end. It's so cool. Jaafar just kind of embodies Michael, doesn't he? Fan since 95, 96. When he introduced bubbles, yes, that was one of my favourite parts. Later on, we'll be talking with David Michael Lewin, who played Bruce Swedien, Michael's engineer in the film. And he'll talk a bit about bringing bubbles to life and how that was achieved. When he recorded Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. Yeah, absolutely. We've got the vocal coach for the film, Stephanie Spruill, coming on later, and I'm hoping she'll give some insight into how they sort of achieved Jaafar's voice sounding so much like Michael's. And she also coached Giuliano, who played young Michael, so that'll be really cool. Human Nature, yeah, I saw an IMAX, and so it was just electric, you know, hearing it was like being there. It was so cool. Hi from Spain. You followed Michael all over. Wow. Meet some of the security members. That's so cool. And so cool to see the kind of resurgence in everything Michael Jackson now that the film's out. Human Nature, yeah. You saw Michael live 1993 in Chile. That's so cool. So that's Dangerous Tour, yeah? Second leg. That's so cool. The end of the Victory Tour. Right. MJ fan for 20 years. Awesome. Is that for Don't Stop Till You Get Enough? The transition where it goes from the studio to the music video? It's one of my favourite parts too. Did anyone pre-order the Steelbooks? Exciting. So we're still just waiting on Armon here. But in the meantime, let's just have one more look at the schedule for today. Let me get it up here. Some very exciting stuff. When it wants to work. If it wants to work. There we go. Can you hear me? Can we see me? Are we all good? Thank you so much, everybody. Okay, no sound. Oh, well, that was the schedule, and we've got an awesome free giveaway from Michael Jackson Market today. So we're really fortunate that Amon Livingston, who played Ricky Lawson, Michael Jackson's drummer in the film, is here with us. So we've got a 20-minute interview with him right now. So we've got 63 people watching. Shall we add Amon? Are we ready? Okay. Hello, Amon. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay. Let me see. Okay, there we go. Is that working? There we go. Okay, so we've got Amon Livingston, Michael Jackson's drummer, here live. Let's go. Let's interview Amon, who played Ricky Lawson, Michael Jackson's drummer in the Michael movie.
What's
hey,
up?
Amon, can you hear me? What's up? Thanks so much for being here. I really
I
appreciate
can't hear you
it.
though. Can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Okay. How about now? Is that better? Can you hear me?
Nothing.
Can you hear me?
No.
Nothing? Okay. Can you guys hear me in the chat? Okay. Let me see. You can't hear me, Amon?
See, camera. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
But I can't hear you.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I can't hear you. What's up, everybody? But I can't hear you.
What's up?
So you may have to I don't know.
Okay.
We can fix it or hit me back.
Bear with me. Yeah.
Email me the link or something. Back. And then try to see if we can connect back up.
Okay.
All right. Hey, good to see you, man.
Thanks so much.
Appreciate you.
Bye-bye.
But hit me back, man, so we can do this. We can lock this in.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Bye, Amon. Congrats on the film. Oh, that's a shame. It doesn't seem like it was working. It's such a shame. But you guys can hear me, right? Just technical difficulties. These things happen, I guess. These things happen. Oh well. Can you guys definitely hear me? Yeah. You guys say so. Big Al's here. He says, after working at Neverland for 15 years and knowing the family and most of the key people in the MJ world, I got emotional watching the movie. Looking forward to part 2. It has the Neverland scenes. That's so cool. So cool. I saw some like set photos from Neverland. It looked awesome. Okay. You guys can hear me. Okay. Well, these things happen. It's live. So we can see if Amon wants to go and join back, maybe. In the meantime, maybe we can see if Jonathan from Michael Jackson Market can join for a minute and tell us a bit more about this special giveaway. Okay, let's get Jonathan from MJ Market on here. Here we go. And let me get the graphic back up so you can see all the really cool items that are going to be given away. There we go. So we've got 5 very, very special items here today. We've got the original US double-sided theatre poster, the Michael movie poster cup, the IMAX souvenir collector's ticket, Michael on vinyl, and the replica Royal Plaza hat as worn by Jaafar in the film. So cool. Okay, Jonathan from MG Market is here to tell us a bit more about the giveaway while we wait for one of our special guests to come on. Hi Jonathan, how are you?
Hey guys, thanks for having me on today. I'm really excited to be here, Red.
Thank you so much for being here. Can you hear me? Can you see me
Yeah,
okay?
can you guys hear me? I can hear you
Yeah,
fine.
awesome, great. We've got a lot of love in the chat. Yeah, Jonathan, people say. Lots of
I'm so
people
glad.
really
Yeah, this is going to be
excited.
a great day, guys. Definitely stay tuned. We're going to be read. I mean, he's got a whole lineup for you guys today with all these guests. So this is going to be a fun day. So stay tuned. And like we said, 5 people are going to be announced today for giveaways. We've got 5 fun prizes today. So stay tuned and go to michaeljackson.com/giveaway throughout the whole day. Enter your name and tell us who your favorite guest was. And we're going to pick some names later on today live. And then we're going to
Yes.
announce them live on YouTube here.
It's going to be so exciting. And is that completely at random, right? We're just going to
Yeah,
choose any
exactly.
5 people?
Yep, I've got a thing here that picks them out randomly. So all you guys knew it's 1 per person, and we're gonna stick them all in the randomizer and select it out 5 random winners today. It's gonna be great.
Awesome, so cool. And that's anywhere in the world, right?
Anywhere, yeah, guys. We ship everywhere around the world at MJ Market, so this is not open just the UK or the USA. This is for everybody around the world. So I hope we can get as many countries as possible today. I think we had 68 in Berlin, so let's try and top that
Wow.
today.
That's so cool. And can you just tell us, other than this giveaway, what's some of the Michael movie merch that you're sort of offering on the MJ
Yeah, I
Market
mean, we have
website?
lots of different cups. The movie cups have been very popular. I think I have a few of the popcorn fedoras left. I know they've been very popular too. We have some really cool posters. These double-sided, I guess they're movie theater posters that are meant for light boxes, and they're really big. The quality is really, really nice. I love these posters. They're really great, and I've got a couple of those in my shop now. And then the big thing lately has been these trading cards. Everyone wants these Michael Jackson trading cards. So between Michael merch and trading cards, it's just been crazy these past few weeks at MJ Market.
Absolutely, yeah. That's so cool. Lots of people really happy to have you here in the chat. Jonathan is such a joy, people say. Do you have to be in the chat when you call the winners? No, this will be replayed
And
on
we'll
the
email
channel.
you
It'll
guys
be
today.
kept
Yeah,
here.
yep.
Right, yeah. So you enter your email, your name, and an email will be sent to you with, and will you arrange then, how you're
Yeah, and
sending
I'll
it?
send you guys an email afterwards and say, hey, you're the winner, and I'll need your shipping address, and then yeah, we'll take care of you.
So cool. And someone's saying here they've got the MJ 90s collection here for sale. And I know,
Ooh.
Jonathan, you buy some items and
So
then
yeah,
sell them.
if
Tell
you
us
guys are
about
ever
that.
selling anything, your collections, contact at michaeljacksonmarket.com. We are always buying collections, big and small. So shoot us a message on email or Instagram or Facebook, wherever you follow us at, and let us know what good stuff you have for us.
Awesome. The trading cards look so good. Yeah,
Yeah, they're a lot of
definitely.
fun. Trading cards are addicting.
Yeah, I bet. And I mean, out of, the guests, the lineup today, is there anyone you're most excited to sort of hear from?
There's so many good ones, and it's funny. I honestly, I was thinking about it, I'm like, who am I most excited for? I don't know yet because I'm
Yeah,
I'm excited to hear their stories. 'Cause I remember last year on your live stream, I was so surprised. My favorite guest was. So you never know what's gonna come out of these interviews. They're really fun.
exactly. Yeah, it's everyone's sort of doing different thing. We've got actors, we've got dancers, we've got the vocal coach,
So many
assistant costume
perspectives. Yeah,
designer. So a lot of different perspectives. Yeah, you're right. So it'll be really interesting to see sort of the similarities and the differences with everything,
definitely, definitely.
for sure. And Jonathan, before you go,
Yeah.
what was the highlight of the Michael movie for you?
For me, honestly, I think Jafar just did such a great job. Honestly, like he really, for me, there were so many moments where I'm looking at the screen, I'm like, wow, that looks just like Michael. Like,
Yeah.
he really embodied his uncle, and that casting was just spot on. I mean, he really nailed the role, and they really chose the right guy for that spot. I don't think anyone could have done a better job, honestly.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for coming on,
Yeah, and
Jonathan,
I'm
and we'll
glad this
see
is
you
all working
later.
out for you. Yeah, just I can hear you, you can hear me, so you should be good to go, I think.
Awesome. Hopefully, we've got Jalan Oliver, who played Don Boyette, coming up next. So,
Fun.
fingers crossed.
All right, guys. Well, we'll talk to you soon. Have fun
Thanks so
today.
much, Jonathan.
All
See
right,
you
Ray.
later.
Talk to you
Thanks
later,
for the
buddy.
giveaway.
All
Bye
right.
bye.
Bye.
And that was Jonathan Downey from Michael Jackson Market. Thank you so much for coming on, Jonathan. What's everybody in the chat saying? Yay, that we like to see it. We've got nearly 80 people here. Thank you so much for joining, everyone. I really appreciate it. What else have we got here? Thriller era is your favourite? Yeah, we saw a lot of that in the film, didn't we? That was great. You'd have to take my MJ collection out of my cold dead hands. Good luck to everyone that entered. Absolutely. We've got 5 items, so 5 winners. So plenty to go around. What else have we got here? Can't believe we're getting a second movie. Yeah, I hope so. I really hope so. I've got a few questions later on about the parts that were shot that we didn't see. So I'm really hoping we can find out some more there. What else have we got here? The hospital scene. Yeah, we've got interviews with the actors who played the plastic surgeon in the film, Albie Selznick, and Rob Brownstein, who played Michael's burn doctor in the film. So that'll be really interesting to see how that compares to some of the concert scenes. What else have we got here? Yes, we got 5 items, so 5 winners. 1 item per winner. There we go. Yes, each winner gets 1 item. So 5 people, 5 items. And 1 each, that is. There we go, we've got 70 people watching. Thank you so much. Amazing. Okay, and like we said, if you go down to the bottom, let me get it up here. If you head to www.michaeljacksonmarket.com/giveaway, you can be entered for free, completely free. Can't wait for part 2. Yeah, me too. Me too. Hi from Italy. Hello. So yeah, it's a shame about the technical difficulties with Armand, but I'm just looking now, and in about 10 minutes, you'll have Jolan Oliver coming on, who played Don Boyette, Michael Jackson's bassist. So let's have a look at a few photos of him. Let me get it up here. He was great in the film. There he is, next to Armand and next to Frescia. So Frescia will be on the live stream later on too, so we'll be hearing from her. So that's Jolan in the middle there, playing bass. And there he is, right next to Jaafar. Big Al says, I was on set 2 years ago at Neverland and saw Jaafar in a scene. I knew it was going to be epic. He was awesome. That's so cool. I can't wait to see all of that in part 2, hopefully. Jaafar really killed it, and he should be getting the Oscars for his performance. Fingers crossed. Channels of Joy, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, beside from this live stream, I just recently posted an interview with Jenny Winings, who's an amazing Michael Jackson fan who got to meet Michael himself. I think it was around 75 times. So very, very exciting. Head to the channel after this live stream to watch that anytime. Favourite part of the film was all of it. That's what we like to hear. So there's Jolan on the right, with Daryl Finnessy over on the far left, Michael's backing vocalist. So some of Michael's real original band members came to the set to watch the filming. So that'll be really, really fun to hear about that. And I'm pretty sure that's Chris Tucker in the middle from the You Rock My World video, and that's Jolan next to him. So I can't wait to ask him about that. And there's Jolan again. I really need to watch again very soon. Yeah, I think it's leaving IMAX pretty soon. I don't know when. I think it might be this week or next week, but I imagine it'll stay in like normal cinemas for longer. I mean, I hope so. I want to see it again. Big Al needs to write a book. Totally. We were really, really lucky to have Big Al on the channel a couple of years back. So if you look in the videos, you can find that there. He talks all about what it was like working with Michael at Neverland. Hello from Canada. Welcome. 40 years. That's so cool. That's so cool. So just 5 minutes, hopefully, until Jolan Oliver is here, telling us what it was like working on the Michael biopic. It's already left IMAX. Ah, such a shame. Did you get to see it there, though? Jenny, yes. Jenny Winings will be back on the channel later on, telling us what it was like being at the Michael movie premieres, both at Berlin and LA. So that'll be really exciting. And she'll be joined by Hector Barjot, the Michael Jackson YouTuber, and Jonathan from MJ Market, who just came on now. What else is here? It's Left Showcase in the UK. 1 week left in Canada. Big Al's the 3rd done with the book. It's exciting. So cool. We've got 80 people here. Thank you so much for joining. Please share this on social media with MJ fans. So we've got a packed lineup today. Every half hour we've got slots. So interview after interview from now on. So it'll be really, really exciting. Even in the normal theatre, it was such an amazing viewing experience. It was so cool. Sound quality was beautiful. Hi Jenny, can't wait to have you on later talking all about the Michael Jackson movie premieres in Berlin and in LA. Some cinemas are bringing it back to IMAX? I didn't know that. That'd be so cool. I hope so. I'd like to see it again before it, fully goes. But there's always a part 2, hopefully. Hector's amazing. Love his collection. That'd be great. Red, did the crew get extra items only for crew members? I don't know. I think Jonathan from MJ Market, maybe we can ask him later. He might know. But I did do a pre-recorded interview with Lonnie Henderson, who was Jaafar Jackson's stand-in playing Michael Jackson in the film. I pre-recorded that, and that'll be on later tonight, because he couldn't make it today, unfortunately. And in his kind of backdrop, he had this Michael movie jacket, which I can only assume they gave to, cast and crew. So that's super cool. Need to watch it in IMAX before it ends, totally. MJ Flash Mob tonight in London? That's so cool. Have to take a video. Jonathan says, yes, we have some now in stock. Awesome. Have to see an IMAX if you can. Let's look at the schedule one more time just to recap on what's coming up today. There we go. So now it's 11:30 EST. We've got Jalan Oliver, who played Don Boyette in the film, coming. Then we've got a pre-recorded interview with David Michael Lewin, who played Michael's engineer, Bruce Swedien. So he talks all about watching Jaafar do the Don't Stop Till You Get Enough scene. So it's going to be really, really cool. So happy I saw it in IMAX for the early screening. Great. And then we've got Jenny Winings and Hector Barjot and Jonathan from MJ Market talking about what it was like to be at the Michael Jackson movie premieres. So cool. And that's both Berlin and LA. And then Rob Brownstein, who played the burn doctor in the film. So he had that really, really intense scene with Coleman Domingo, which you can see on the side there. So it'll be interesting to hear what it was like working with both Coleman and with Jaafar. Then after that, the actor and musician Swingin Johnny, who played David Williams, Michael's guitarist in the film. So that'll be really, really exciting. There we go. And then what have we got here? I've seen it 5 times already. 5 times, that's so cool. I love that. Would have been a cool experience to help with the movie, yeah. You had to close your eyes when Jaafar sang Human Nature. That's awesome. Yeah, we've got the vocal coach for the film, Stephanie Spruill, coming on later on. You can see at the bottom there, it's at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. And she'll be talking about what it was like coaching Giuliano, who played young Michael, and Jaafar, helping them sound like Michael. Okay, so any minute now we're waiting on Jalan Oliver, who played Don Boyette in the film, to join us. Does anyone have any particular questions for guests today? I can't guarantee that everything will be asked, but if you put some suggestions in the chat, maybe I can pick a few if we have time. John Downey from MJ Market says we've had 50 entries to the Michael Jackson Market free giveaway already. Once again, right on the bottom there, michaeljacksonmarket.com/giveaway. We've got 5 winners, 1 item each. So it's really, really exciting. Michael movie merch that's quite hard to get anywhere else. How long will this live be? So right now in the UK it's about 4:30. We're going until 9:30, 10 o'clock tonight. My 5th time seeing the film very, very soon. So cool. So cool. Good morning from Canada. Oh, that's so cool. You saw it on your birthday? Congratulations, happy birthday. I don't have any movie merch myself. I've got a few Michael Jackson bits here behind me, but nothing from the movie yet. I really enjoyed it though. I saw it on the first day I could, and it was great. 50 entries to the giveaway. Yeah, so cool. We've got 62 people here. Please share with other Michael Jackson fans, and hopefully when these interviews start now, really, really soon, we'll get even more, and as many people can enjoy it as possible. And for the ones I've pre-recorded already, for the people who couldn't make it today, I've already got some exclusive details, and there's some rumours about the film that we've kind of busted, and found out a bit about deleted scenes. Really exciting stuff, so I think there'll only be more of that later on today. Wonder if Jaafar shifted his focus from music to acting? Maybe. What kind of research did he do before the movie? That's a great question. That's a great one. What did he learn? That's great. Okay, so any minute now we're just going to see Gallant Oliver, who played Don Boyette in the film. Here we go. Yes, for Michael Jackson movie merch, you can head to www.michaeljacksonmarket.com. And Jonathan from MJ Market posts some great stuff on social media, so you can follow him at Michael Jackson Market on Instagram and on Facebook. Is that dangerous cut behind you custom or official? It's from MJ Market. So yeah, we're very lucky to have MJ Market helping us out today. So any minute now we should hear from Galan. Hello from Singapore, it's 11:30 PM. Thank you so much for tuning in, I really appreciate it. The live will be saved on the channel, so this can be played back and watched, or if you missed a bit, or if you want to catch a bit at the end which you couldn't get, you can replay it anytime you want. Did the cast get to talk with some of Michael's relatives or people working around Michael Jackson to prepare themselves for the roles? That's a really good question. That's great. That's so cool. And Simon, I know you always tag me in things on Twitter, so thank you so much for that. I really appreciate the support. Okay, so let's one more time just have a look at Gallant Oliver again. So there he is in the middle from the band section of the film. He's playing Don Boyette. Next to Frescia Belmar, who'll be in the live stream later on, talking about playing Jennifer Batten, Michael's legendary guitarist. I'm following Michael Jackson Market on Instagram with my other account for 4 years. That's so cool. Seen the movie 3 times. We love to see all this love for Michael Jackson. 80 viewers, thank you so much everyone. We're waiting on Jalan to join any time now. Any second he'll be here. There he is next to Jaafar. It'll be interesting to hear as well how much was sort of acting, how much was performing or music, you know what I mean? So cool. Here's another photo. Some of the cast and crew members. And Daryl Finnessy, Michael Jackson's former backup singer, on the far left, and we were lucky to have him on the channel before. So after this live stream, if you want to hear from people who originally worked with Michael, you can head to the videos and you can check that one out. Hi from the Netherlands, welcome. Jaafar said he wants to continue acting. Oh, that's so cool. So cool. It'd be interesting to see what he does next, for sure. That'd be really cool. So I'm hoping Jalan will join really soon now. Shouldn't be too long. The Working Day and Night performance. Yeah, that was great. And for the Working Day and Night performance, later on we've got the actor Swinging Johnny coming on, and he played David Williams, Michael's guitar player. So he was on stage with Jaafar during the Working Day and Night performance. That'd be really cool to hear. Wish they had some more scenes with Jennifer, yeah. I know they filmed Dangerous and later. I don't know if it was History or which concert it was after that. But it'll be interesting to hear. There we go. And once again, thank you to Michael Jackson Market for sponsoring the live stream today. We've got a free giveaway, totally free, anywhere in the world. Go to michaeljacksonmarket.com/giveaway to enter. And any second now, Gallant Oliver, who played Don Boyette in the film, will be joining us. Comment down below, what's your favourite Michael Jackson song that was featured in the film? Whether that's one that was performed, or maybe just one in the background that you really enjoyed. Let me know down below. There we go. What's in the comments here? Hello, welcome. We got 80 people, thank you so much. My favourite album? Oh, I I think Bad's iconic. It changes though, right? You know? Like one day it might be one album, the next day, you know, it depends on my mood. So yeah, Bad's always great though. Same with Thriller and Dangerous, you know, all of them. All of them. Human Nature. Dreamer, yeah. I wasn't too familiar with that song before the film. I mean, I'd heard it, but I didn't really know what it was, when it was from. Beat It. Nice, yeah, that was cool. Later on, we've got Žiga, who is one of the dancers in the Beat It section. He plays Vincent Paterson, who was Michael's dancer, and choreographer later on for the battle. So he'll be talking what it was like shooting the Beat It scene with Jaafar. Don't Stop Till You Get Enough, yeah. Working Day and Night, Human Nature. It's a lot of the victory talk in the songs. That's awesome. That's so cool. I Can't Help It, yeah. That's one of my favourite ones. I went to Brad Sundberg's seminar and he played like a demo version of that, and that was so cool to hear. Has anyone else been and met Brad? He's great. Bad, Thriller, Working Day and Night, and ABC. Awesome. All of them. Billie Jean. Yeah. That was so cool seeing Moten 25 shot from all those different angles, right? That was so cool. Well, thank you once again, everyone, for being here. Joanne shouldn't be too much longer. Yeah, and we'll be talking up until 5 p.m. UK time. And then after that, we've got David Michael Lewin, who played Michael's engineer, Bruce Swedien, in the film. So he talks about working with Antoine Fuqua and Jaafar Jackson and Kendrick Sampson in the film. And he talks a bit about how they brought Bubbles the Chimp to life. Giuliano was awesome too. Yeah, he was. He was. So good. You watch Brad Sundberg on YouTube. Nice. Nice. Favorite song was Wanna Be Something. Yeah, at the start. That was so good. Okay, I believe Joanne is here. So if you're ready, here's an interview with Joanne Oliver, who played Michael's bassist Don Boyette in the film. Here we go.
Hey guys, how are you?
Hey Joanne, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Great, thank you. Can you hear me and see me okay? Are we all good?
Yeah. How's mine? Am I okay
Yeah.
too?
Perfect. And so, well, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. And I just can't imagine what it was like to work on a film like this. You know, what did booking the role mean to you at the time?
You know, the way, first off, thank you for having me. I really appreciate you
Of
reaching
course.
out, and this is amazing. So I just want to say thank you as well.
Thank you so
very
much.
happy to be here. So, I mean, when I first got the role, the way they sent out the emails and things like that, they were trying to be like really secretive about it. They weren't really giving too many details. I just auditioned. I think I sent like a bunch of videos of me playing like guitar and bass and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I kind of just forgot about it really. And you know, because like when you're auditioning, you're kind of in a mode where you're just doing it. And then I got an email back from this project called Maven. That was like the code name that they were using for the Michael movie. It was called Maven, right?
Okay.
And it was like, hey, you know, you've been selected to, you know, it wasn't even like I got it right away. They were like, you've been selected to like come in to like, you know, see how you look on camera or whatever that stuff is. And I was like, okay, cool, you know, like no problem. And they were like, yeah, this is like a Michael Jackson thing. And there's so many, you know, Michael Jackson projects. So I was like, okay, you know, I love Michael Jackson. I'm happy to be a part of it. And I didn't really think too much of it. And then as the days started getting closer, I got an email and it was like, yeah, you know, this is where we're gonna set up. And it was at Sony Pictures. So I was like, okay, this might be a little, you know, decent, a rendition of a Michael Jackson thing. And when I I seen somebody that looked like Prince, and I was like, wait a minute, hold on, is this really the? I was like, oh snap! So then we go there and we go to like the sound stage, and then there's a bunch of other musicians, and Jaafar's there, and Graham King. And I said, wait a minute, they really didn't. They underplayed what we were doing. They underplayed us so bad. I was like, oh my goodness. So yeah, from that moment, from the first day on set, it was like, okay, this is gonna be pretty special. They gave us like a couple songs to learn, you know, Bad, and I had like Bad, Man in the Mirror, Another Part of Me, and I think Black and White that I had to learn.
Nice.
So, so they did that, and we go in there, and there's so many you know, great talented musicians, great actors. And I think this is my second film role that I actually got. So I was fairly new at the time. This was about, I think we started filming in like the end of 2024. And
Right.
this was like my second film role that I did. And, you know, I was there on set with people and they're like, yeah, you know, I was in Dreamgirls. I was in all of this stuff. And I was like, oh my gosh, like I clearly am out of my future. But,
I mean, what a great project to
yeah,
just sort of start
it
with.
was super amazing, and the whole time it was just very humbling to be around everyone and just you know, soaking up that Michael energy. It was truly something that was like, I don't think words could really describe the feelings that we had on set. It was truly a unique experience for everyone involved.
Right, yeah, totally. And as for Jafar,
Yeah,
what was it like working with him, sort of not knowing what that was going to be like, you know?
I
What
mean,
sort of interaction did you have with him?
yeah, I mean he was super cool. Very chill. It's funny because when we were offset, he has like a very reserved energy. He's very, you know, I don't want to say soft spoken, but he's very like, you know, calm mannered. And
Yeah.
then he hits a switch and it's like, oh snap, this was the little, you know, and it's like that he was like that the entire time. We did rehearsals for like 12-hour days and he's going hard every time. You know, we literally, like when we did the show, the last scene bad in the movie, we
Yeah.
shot that first day. That was like the first day of shooting for the project. So we did that.
Yeah.
They had a bunch of people come out. All of the old musicians came, and again, like he's, you know, he just works so hard. It was truly like he set the tone for everybody to, you know, kind of follow, whether or not you were a
Right.
musician. And you know, him being kind of new to this too as well, where he was, you know, he was training for this role and doing all that stuff. It was truly surreal to see the movements and the, you know, he literally embodied the essence of Michael so well, to the voice, to the way he spoke. And again, he hit it every time, you know, whether it was rehearsing, whether we were shooting, he was truly a sight to see. He was so inspiring, and that's the closest I'll get to performing with Michael Jackson.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we could feel that through the screen, so I can't imagine, you know, being there. And I mean, how do you sort of strike that balance between, you know, you're focusing on playing the music itself, and then you're acting and trying to recreate these original performances? You know, how did you go about doing that?
So for me personally, when I got you know, the role of Don Boyette, how I kind of focus as an actor, I kind of just, you know, lock in. I'll try to study everything about that person, if it's like a real person. So I kind of just had like a Don Boyette playlist, you know, and I was like, well, what was he inspired by, you know, and then what was Michael Jackson listening to? What were the musicians of that time? What was inspiring them? So I kind of just got into that mode of like, all right, cool. What would inspire a bassist from the 80s and what would they be doing? So I kind of went down that. And then, you know, obviously just listening to Michael Jackson day in and day out, just to, you know, even more than normal. And it was, for me personally, it was actually like one of those things where, you know, at first I was, you know, kind of nervous and everything like that. But once, I mean, I'm a musician, you know, so I mean, I play guitar. So that's something that was kind of natural for me. But in terms of, again, once you kind of, we're all feeding off of each other. And again, Jafar setting that tone, you know, it's like, I can't, you know, I can, it was so much, it was so easy to become, you know, free and just like really lock into it, especially as a fan of Michael Jackson, and playing a song like Bad. It's like, you know, you feel, you know, you can't help but to just,
you can't not feel it.
So it wasn't something that was kind of hard to do or difficult to do. It was just like, okay, from the rehearsals that we had and seeing how Jafar set the tone, it made everybody work harder. It made everybody step up, you know. It's kind of like, you know, when LeBron's on the floor, everybody plays better. And it was like, Jafar was definitely in that role where he you know, he demanded, everybody else demanded, the production demanded, you know, really good performances, and we were happy to, you know, oblige that and do it as many times as we needed to. So yeah, that's kind of how I prepared for that.
For sure.
Yeah.
And how much of that actual audience or that crowd was there, and how much was kind of added later on?
So they had like 600 extras on everything. Yeah, they had like, So most of the crowd, I would say, like when you have like the aerial shots of like the stadium, that was like obviously CGI, but like that front part where like the first it was a live concert every day when we shot. It was. I wish they locked up our phones, but I wish I got like some BTS. It was like real life performances. Like people were like, "Oh my God, you guys were amazing." It was like every day we did it. They were like the people in the crowd. They were just like, "No, guys. Like obviously this is a movie, but this was like a real concert. Like we were really, and it was cool. They literally felt like we were doing a show, And it was like, for me, it was really inspiring because I was just like, yeah, like this is exactly what is like so validating in a way, even in a sense, just to even be a part of something like that. About like 500-600 extras daily, every day on that set. Yeah, they spared no expense really. They did. They definitely tuned it up. So it was I think around like 500-600 people daily on that.
Wow.
For the crowds, it was pretty crazy.
And Jaafar was singing live the whole time, or was there some kind of playback there?
Oh, we
How did that look?
With that, when we were doing rehearsals, we kind of like we had everybody like kind of plug up and at least just to make sure that everybody was like in the ballpark of everything. And I think when Jaafar is a great singer, before that, I think I don't know exactly how they did it, but I'm pretty sure that they had like his voice mixed with Michael's in the recordings. And they had so much of like everything that they did. They had like all of the original audio from everything, and then they had I don't want to speak too much on the sound and how they mixed all of that stuff, but I'm pretty sure it was Michael and Jaafar's voice like mixed together in a lot of the tracks that they did for the show. But I'm not 100% sure, but that's pretty much what I think. So I did it. Yeah.
And I mean, not only did you have all those extras, you had some special guests come to the set, right? Tell me about that.
So the first day, the opening day, we probably rehearsed for about like 2.5-3 weeks of just doing the shows. And once production felt that, it was like, all right, cool. Because it wasn't even supposed to be that much of rehearsals, but we did it. They're like, yo, actually, let's add some more rehearsal days. Let's get it tight. Because everybody that was there, I mean, the standard of Michael is, perfection, so they really wanted to bring that in. Rich and Tone, the choreographers, they were very like, yo, we grew up with Michael. We grew up on tour with Michael. Everybody that was there had some part of, actual history in that. So they knew what, they were like, actually, nah, we need to do this better. This needs to be sharper. This needs to be this. So, we had about like an extra 2 weeks of rehearsal for that. And then the opening day, it was like they have invited some of the original bandmates and everything like that. And they basically were, the production sat us down or whatever. They was like, yo, these people are coming. You're playing these people. This is your opportunity. Like, don't disappoint them. This is going to be something special. And it was truly surreal. And it was so humbling to even, again, I can't even tell you, but to meet Don Boyette in person, he's super tall, he's super sweet, he's super cool. They were so open, they were so thankful, and he was just like, the people were like, it was a dream come true for them because it was like they're seeing their life, like something that they actually did. They're a part of history, and then just to see it brought back to life, a lot of them were super humbled. They cried. It was like such a big thing to be. For them, and I mean, I can't imagine. So it was truly, for me personally, it was one of those moments where I was just happy to be there, and I was just like, wow, like, I'm so honored to be a part of this story, to even help, to be a fly on the wall, to do, to be a big part of this. It was so amazing. I can't. Everybody was blown away. And then from those moments, I just kind of, I was just so excited to like see, and just for it to come out, 2 years later, and the impact that it's had, it's not surprising. It was truly like a lot of effort, a lot of work on Jaafar and the cast and the crew and everybody. Everybody did so amazing. It was really again, it's just so humbling, and it was cool. Like I don't really have a lot of words for it.
It's just one of those like indescribable experiences.
Like, am I really here right now? Oh my gosh, like it was cool. And
Chris Tucker came to set, right?
Yeah, Chris Tucker came to set. He came on set, and he was there for probably like a couple of days. And he was super, it was so many people, we would just be there, and like, you'll see Chris Tucker walking around some days, and then you'll see like oh snap, is that Sandra Bullock? Oh my God, is this? Yeah, it was, and then because
Man.
everybody was so. I mean, that's the thing. Michael Jackson is like a ubiquitous figure. It's not
Yeah.
just he transcends all of this. It's like so many people are Michael Jackson fans, and yeah. So Chris Tucker was there. He was super happy to be a part of it. In terms of just being on set. And there were so many other people that were really, really just like, oh my gosh, like I can't wait, trying to sneak in, people from other sets just like running in and be like, oh my God, what are you guys filming and stuff like that. So it was pretty cool. Like it was surreal again.
I bet. And you mentioned a couple songs earlier. Were
Yeah.
those kind of like the main ones you did, or were there others that like
Yeah,
really
no,
stand
so
out to you?
I did 4. We shot Bad. We shot Bad, the concert scenes. We did Man in the Mirror. We did Heartbreak Hotel, Another
Nice.
Part of Me, Black and White. And we shot most of that on like probably like for like a month of shooting. And then yeah, a lot of that is not in the film, obviously. So hopefully
Yeah.
it makes it to part 2. But
I hope so, yeah.
yeah, and for that, a challenge for me was so originally they was just like, yeah, you got to play the bass, and for these songs, I was like, all right, cool, I have a guitar background and everything like that, and then they were like doing like some continuity things, and they're like, oh yeah, we thought he played the bass on this song, but in actuality he played the guitar on this songs and stuff like that. And I was like, the guitar, oh my goodness. So then, I mean, I play piano as well, but I
Yeah.
was like, I'm the guitar. I was like, I want to be able to, play well. So then they were like, yeah, dude, you got to learn how to play. You got to learn how to play this. And I was like,
Just
wait,
like
what?
that?
Yeah, Randy was like, yeah, we know you throw you a curveball. So pretty much what they did, like I had production. I was like, all right, cool. So I need this guitar. They gave me it for like, they let me take it home. They let me, like they gave me like the tracks. What they did, they isolated every musician's track. So like whatever song you were on, they gave you the isolated live like audio of whatever that part was. So if you were
Wow.
playing like the guitar, they had the guitar live thing like blown up on a track that they sent to you. So I just was listening to bass lines of guitar and synths for like, I can't even tell you how long. I'd probably listen to it like 12 hours a day.
Whoa.
Just to make sure my hands were in the right places and learning. And that was something that was a big challenge for me, doing that. So like throughout the production, it was cool to get a handle on a new instrument, and definitely I think I definitely rose to the challenge. It was cool. It was really fun.
Yeah, for sure.
I
And
can't wait to see
that,
those parts, and hopefully if they're in the second part, but I'm pretty
yeah.
sure because they spent a lot of money on those, and I don't think they will shoot those those scenes. So hopefully that works.
I'm hoping to see it, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
what we saw was just so amazing.
I'm really
And
glad people like it.
oh yeah, the reception's been amazing. From audiences, from fans, we love it. And
Mhm.
was there a particular moment, maybe on like Another Part of Me or Black or White or Man in the
Mhm.
Mirror or something, where Jafar really like wowed you? You know what I mean?
Man in the Mirror, because I think that I think he cried at that performance. If I'm not mistaken, in the original thing, but so I guess he had to like reenact that, but it was
Yeah.
just like it was real. Like it was. I feel like one of the first couple of times we did it, it was like Man in the Mirror was, because it's such a powerful song anyway,
Yeah.
and again he was channeled by the spirit of Michael. So I think that when we did that one specific, that was a big number. I remember we were doing that and everybody was just like, nah, dude, this is crazy. I think that one was a real moment for like the band. I mean, obviously we started out with Bad, but then another, like for the next couple of weeks we spent a lot of time on Man in the Mirror because they were like, nah, this is a really big performance. And again, he
Yeah.
brought his game, and it was just like, again, it was like, it's crazy because I don't want him to get like caught into the box of Michael Jackson in a sense where I feel like
Yeah.
don't even see him as anything else because he just did so good. But because like there's no words to say like how he did it in person. Like it was like, again, real emotion, real energy, 110% every time, every take, every rehearsal. It was nothing half-stepped. Every time he was on the set, it was Michael. It was in character, and again. And again, he wasn't like, how, I mean, some people, they can have like an overbearing presence when they're the lead or
Yeah.
when they're it was so inviting. You know what I'm trying to say? Like you almost wanted you wanted to help him. Like you wanted to be like, okay, how can I be better for you? Oh, you know what I'm trying to say? Like you almost wanted
yeah.
you would follow him in a sense. Like he brought that energy. So again, it was, I think that was a good performance for if you what you're asking, that like Man in the Mirror, because he had to like break down, and it was like you felt the energy. You know what I'm trying to say? Like sometimes I found myself just like staring at him, and I'm like, oh.
It's so cool though. Yeah, like I just can't imagine to be there, because watching it, you could feel it.
Yeah, it was,
being
and it's
there.
like, and it's like a different feeling from like when you're in the crowd, because like sometimes when we weren't shooting, like I guess like we had like Victory Tour, Bad Tour, Dangerous Tour, and stuff like that. So some of the scenes that I wasn't in on some of the other tours, I got to like be in the crowd a little bit, just to like from the side, you know, just to see it, you know. And it was just like, wow, that's what we look like. It is so, it's like, it's a different feeling. And then performing is like, wow, we're in front of all these people. That's a different feeling as well. So it was just, you know, a bunch of, it was cool, man. It was actually hard for me to like go back to like regular stuff for like, I was like, dude, I know it's just so hard to keep quiet and not be so excited about it. But it was one of those things where I was just like, yeah, this is truly a once in a lifetime experience.
For sure, yeah. What's the reaction been like, you know, from friends, from family, that you're on the big screen in this film?
You know, it is, I mean, everybody's just like, I can't believe that. And I was like, guys, I can't believe it either. It's one of those things. I got a lot of support from my friends and my family. You know, they're all excited to go see it. Yeah, I've been getting a lot of calls, you know, from people. And some people, you know, people I talk to, people I haven't spoken to in years, you know, things like that. It's been one of those things. But for most of the part, it's just all been like a super positive experience. And everybody's just telling me like, dude, you know, you're like, this is like history, like you're part of history. And I'm just like, really? Like, you know, and it doesn't really hit, you know, it doesn't hit me. Like, I really can't even like, I can't even explain it. It's such a, I'm so happy and I'm so thankful. But you know how like when you do something, you're just like, okay, like it was amazing, but like you can't really, I don't know, like I haven't really caught up to like the gravity of what, you know, what I was a part of in a sense. But I know that it's like, I know that I feel like it's super grateful, but I can't really like, oh my God, like it's, I feel just, I'm just like, you know, that like, oh my God. Like,
yeah, just like, wow.
Yeah. You know, I don't know, like super, you know, I couldn't have, that's the thing, I couldn't even have like planned this, you know what I'm saying? I couldn't, oh yeah, I was gonna do this and do that. No, I was just in a place where I was just auditioning consistently and doing a lot of stuff and, you know, keeping my head down, and then the universe said, here's a bone, you know, and it was like, wow, okay, cool. And definitely I have like, it just definitely gave me like so much confidence and so much things like that. And the thing, you know, I've always been a pretty, you know, to be in this position, you definitely have to be confident. But there are days where you have your imposter syndrome and you have your, you know, where you're questioning things like that. And it was just like one of those moments where, you know, it wasn't like I just randomly got it. I had to do it. I had to fight for it. I had to, you know, show up and try new things and learn new things and really grow as an artist and, you know, all of these things. And it was like, it was just like super validating, you know. It was like, you know what, you're made for this, you can handle it, you can do it. So it was one of those, it definitely gave me another level of fire and, you know, grit that you know, I definitely had before, but it just like reiterated it. And it was just like, you know, you can really do anything if you just but if you really just focus and really, you know, lock in and set those standards for yourself. I'm pretty sure it's super inspirational, you know. So, I can't really tell you. It's just been I'm just thankful. That's all I gotta say. I'm super eternally grateful just to be next to somebody like that, you know what I'm saying, just to be a part of it, something so great like this. I grew up a Michael Jackson fan, my mom grew up a Michael Jackson fan, you know, my family, so it was just like, you're in this. I'm like, yeah, dude, like this is the Michael Jackson. Like it's so yeah, it's pretty cool. I could retire today and be like, yeah. Like,
once you reached here, it's like,
I'm just like, hey man, I made it, man. So it's truly a blessing, and I'm just excited to, you know, everybody watching and getting those reactions. And I was excited to see it too, because you only get to see like parts of the movie that you're in, so I didn't even see the whole thing until so I was like, based off of what we did, I said, oh, this is going to be amazing, because we opened up the film when they were shooting, so it was like, okay, I can't wait to see like how they, you know, how they bring it all together, and it was amazing. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, where can people follow you on social media? You know, what's coming up next for you?
Okay, so I am working. My name is Jalen Oliver, so it's JLANOLIVER on Instagram and everywhere else. For me, I would say I am an actor, singer, model, but I am in music mode right now too. So I was doing. I'm just releasing a lot of music of my own personal stuff, as well as acting and modeling in between. But I'm kind of focused on releasing some stuff right now.
Yeah.
That's probably where my artistry is at. I'm working on a project. I'm probably gonna put it out in the summertime. Probably release some singles here and there, and then obviously, in between, auditioning for other roles and things like that. I've been working on some other, like small movies and things like that. Just in acting class, getting sharper, and continuing just to do what I'm doing. So that's pretty much what I got going on. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time. I really
I,
appreciate you sharing your experiences with us. You come across as so humble, and yeah, best of luck with everything. Thank you
I
so much
really
for being here.
appreciate you for reaching out. I really love your channel. I really love what you're doing.
Thank you.
And that's the thing, that's what this is about. So I really do appreciate your time and reaching out. And thank you. Anytime, it's been a blessing. I can't wait to see what you do too. I love your work, your
Thank you.
grind, all the consistency that you've been doing too. So you're definitely doing something that's really amazing.
I really appreciate
Yeah,
that.
it's you trust me, dude. Like I know this is not easy. That you have to get your stuff together too. So kudos to you, brother. It's really really amazing what you're doing.
Thank you so much. We'll have to have you back for part 2 then, yeah?
Hey, man, I'm excited. Let me know anytime.
For sure. See you then. Thanks so
All
much for your
right.
time.
Guys, have a good day.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And there we have it. What an amazing interview there. What a great guy. Can you guys hear me and see me okay? Are we good? My screen's frozen for some reason now. Huh. Okay. Let me get the live stream up on here. There we go. Okay, can you hear me and see me now? I think the screen froze for a second, but I'm hoping we're good. What do the comments say? Great here behind the scenes experiences. For sure. Lots of gratitude to Galen. What else is here? His energy is so perfect for a Michael project, yeah. Waited for years for the bad concert to be released. Man in the Mirror is going to be awesome, yeah. Totally. You see and hear me? Okay, great. Cool. Okay, well, next up is an interview with David Michael Lewin, who played Bruce Swedien, Michael Jackson's studio engineer in the film. Unfortunately, he can be here live today, so I pre-recorded this with him just last night. So I'll play that for you guys, and yeah, thank you again for being here. There's nearly 80 of us, and don't forget to hit the link below, www.michaeljacksonmarket.com/giveaway to enter the giveaway for completely free to win some cool Michael movie merch. So here we go, David Michael Lewin, who played Bruce Swedien in the film. Let's do this, let me get it up here. And so David, you played Bruce Swedien in the film, one of Michael's legendary sort of recording engineers. But can you just sort of give us a bit of insight into what that casting process was like for the film?
Well, on my end, I saw the submission asking for features that I matched, about the right age range. And so I submitted, and I have a picture that I sent to you that I had sent to them. And it was just me sort of clean shaven with a mustache and parted hair, which is a popular look when Hollywood wants to shoot period pieces. And so they responded and they were interested. Lou at Rich King Casting, they were doing all the background casting, which was just an immense. I mean, this was not the first thing I had submitted myself for, because at the time they were doing concert scenes and a lot of, they had to fill stadiums. And so it was a big buzz amongst the background community. Like, this is a great opportunity for a lot of people.
So you knew it was for the Michael Jackson film? You knew what you were going in for?
Sort of. It was called Maven. That was the working title. That's what I had submitted for, and that's what it said on the signs. And so it was very hush hush. And I'm only talking about it now because people are posting behind the scenes videos and pictures. Kendrick Sampson, who plays Quincy Jones, was incredible to work with. Really an honor for me. At one point, he mentioned to me that he enjoyed working with a real actor. I started in theater when I was just a child. And so to me, that was a shocking statement from someone I had known as a twin witch whose eyes turned purple, I think, and had powers. He's a real working actor, and I was just lucky to be there. So I'd love to return the compliment. It was just incredible. And then Jaafar. So I didn't know. You don't know what you're doing from day to day. It could be a TV show, it could be something just for the internet, or it could be like a movie that earns 200+ million in the opening weekend. But when you're making it, none of those things were going through my mind at the time. I was just counting my blessings that I had gotten to the second step, then the third step, and then I actually was booked to work on Maven. And so it wasn't until I was at the wardrobe stage where they told me, it was a character. They had Bruce on the call. So, and an image of him, I remember, being white. Maybe the classic sideways where he's at the board and he's looking down.
Yeah.
And so I think that was the shot that they shared, and I thought I could do that. And there was a lot of wardrobe. I think I had 13 changes during the fitting, and so that was a big deal to me. And then it wasn't just a day at a concert, but they were building a Toys R Us, or they were remaking a Toys R Us for the film. And I know they were updating Neverland Ranch, so I knew I had an inkling that it was going to be a big deal.
Yeah.
But then also things get edited, so maybe my scene didn't even make the movie. I did an exciting part, a very featured part in a film that came out, and it was a horror movie, and I was a scary person that did scary stuff, and then that whole plot line was just gone, and it wasn't there. And so, but it's best to do it as well as you can, be prepared, and then not think about it, not go back and, should I have done this? And maybe if I had furrowed my brow or gained weight for the role, I don't know. When someone sent me the actual scene that had been pirated a few weeks ago for the opening, and I saw myself, I was weak at the knees and my hands sweat, and I didn't vomit, but I felt like vomiting. And that was a unique experience.
Just the excitement of it all?
Yeah. I think the text said, you made the cut. Because I have a lot of friends now that are actors and that do a lot of background work, and some of them went immediately and saw it. So it would have been nice to go to the cast and crew premiere, hang with Antoine and Jaafar maybe next time.
Maybe next time.
Michael too, if they include some scenes.
Yeah.
So because I didn't know who Bruce was, or I have a friend named Micha Lieberman who works as a sound engineer, a music, choosing which music and then editing down so that it fits. I believe he won an Emmy for the show Deadwood, which was one of the first background roles I worked, because sometimes it is who you know.
Yeah.
And that was a long, long time ago. And so I was thinking, how does he look? How does my friend Micha look when he's at work? And it's really all business. He's not enjoying the talent very much. He's not grooving as much as he is listening to what's there, what isn't there, what could be. So from what I know about him, and then thank goodness for YouTube, there are a lot of videos available now with Bruce.
Yeah.
Swedien and Quincy and Michael, and just them talking about each other and in the room. And so the video I really focused on was when he's in his studio talking about isolating the kick drum sound on Billie Jean. And so that boom, bop, boom, boom, bop, that is so unique and so special because he built a sound bag, put it around the bass drum or the kick drum, you know, where the drummer steps on it.
Yeah.
And that gave that extra boom before the snapping snare. Ah! And I believe it was Sugarfoot was the drummer.
Right.
And who never missed a note. And I just watched a video from the official Michael that he was there for some filming and he shed a tear at the recreation. So I had a moment on set where Jaafar as Michael, was sitting at the soundboard and I was behind the camera just to be Bruce for his eye line.
Okay.
And he was saying, turn it up, turn it up. And then during one take, he said, turn it up, Bruce. And I got the full body chills. Thinking about it, I might cry, but on the day I wasn't crying. But in my mind, you know, I'm from the 70s. I'm the youngest, so my older sister was doing the moonwalk for a year, had all the albums. And so I was exposed to Michael Jackson like everybody.
Yeah.
So that just, I think that's as close as I would ever get to experiencing Michael Jackson. And so I know that that's what everyone else was experiencing, that Jaafar's performance isn't just, you know, you can be the children of the most famous people in the world and still not be talented. He was there. He was singing, and he was the voice, and his gesticulations, just everything was so amazing. And so we were in a very small studio, and it was very tight quarters, and the camera was here, and I was squeezed, and it was just incredibly intimate. So
yeah,
I am more than fortunate to have landed this supporting background role.
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I mean, how much of that was Jaafar singing live? You know, what was that like witnessing?
All of it.
That? What was, you know, in the final cut of the film? Do we hear, you know?
Every moment, the days flew by just because being there.
Yeah.
Being Bruce, when the stand-ins would come in so they could get the camera right and rehearsing, I was there as background. I'm rehearsing with second team. And so when you're on set, especially these studios, everything was magical. Antoine came into the studio and told a joke. I had shown up clean shaven. I didn't have a mustache, and that was a surprise on day one. But the hair and makeup team was not only prepared with Bruce's different time period mustache, but the sideburns. So the mustache and the sideburns were not mine. That was
No
makeup.
way. Wow.
At the end of day one, when they took off Quincy's prosthetics, I couldn't believe. I just couldn't believe it. And also this 1979 Michael was worlds apart from the 1983 Michael, while still being Jaafar.
Yeah.
Who was just so sweet and just a regular old guy. Even though he's from literal royalty, the Jackson family are Hollywood royalty, but he just seemed like a really nice lead actor. Sometimes they're not so nice. But he was so like, he was in the zone.
Yeah.
It was obvious that he had put in a lot of work. and that Quincy had put in a lot of work. And the fact that I was there and I was prepared, if they had said, you know, hey, we're going to put a mic on you and you're going to say words and then become a real boy, I would have been ready. I would have dropped my voice down a little bit and tried to imitate more of the Bruce that I had seen, kind of slow down to discuss the kick drum isolation on Billie Jean. And then the moment that made the final cut, when Bruce smiles and Quincy smiles, that is also like the barely a smile that I saw from Bruce talking about his love for Michael. That's when the man smiles. And that was a smile that I was going to. Because I try to remember things and go places when I want to be joyous. I think of my kids. So
you based that off personal experience and of, you know, Bruce and what you'd seen him do. That's really interesting.
Which was just right then and there, just those YouTube videos, which I was watching over and over and just seeing, and because I really wanted to be ready to step up, because that magic has happened. I worked for a director named Christy Will Wolf on a Christmas movie called Ladies of the 80s. And it starred some very famous people. A few have passed away, rest in peace. I remember Linda Gray from Dallas. So it wasn't the football movie with those A-list, but it was some B-list actresses. And we were all shocked to be working, because I think it was just when COVID hit. Right. And you weren't allowed to be on set, but they had grandfathered in. And so the lunches were all separately packaged. And the director came up to the background world and we were all like, did you think this was a joke when you got the email? Yeah, I thought people were messing with us. And so everyone that's there, when you realize how many thousands of actors want one role, you are so fortunate just to be there in the morning, whether it's 4 a.m., 6 a.m., or 6 p.m., which is why I haven't been home for a week or 2 weeks. I'm not sure, but I'm sorry that it took so long to get back.
But I mean, the Michael movie is just such a feel-good film, you know, and it goes by so quickly. And so how long were you shooting for? And was there much that you filmed that we didn't see?
I worked 4 days.
Right.
I had 4 days. I think it was 1 or 2 at the first studio in 1979, but I do think it was more 83, but I honestly don't remember right now.
Yeah.
The 79 was Off the Wall, and then 83, I think, was Thriller with Bubbles.
How did they bring that to life? You know, the most important question. How was Bubbles created?
I think I'm allowed to talk about it. I don't think it's a secret. But that was a child stunt actor wearing a black suit with green dots. So he was manipulated by computers, but Bubbles is not a completely computer generated image. So hopefully for you, I'm breaking news. Hopefully for me, I'm not breaking my non-disclosure agreement.
Hopefully.
But when you have a child on set, you must get the stuff done, because you have a very limited amount of time to work with them for all of the rules associated with them. And so we got it done. We got everything we needed. They were very long days, 4 different days. I know I wandered off the mustache story, but because I had a fake mustache and because I didn't have to smile as Bruce, I wasn't. And on day 1, when I did smile, when I let the joy through, like I'm so lucky and I can't believe I'm here, my mustache popped. It glued down. It just popped. Luckily, it was towards the end of the day. So on day 2 or 3, I was consciously not smiling ever.
Right.
And Antoine Fuqua said something funny. I wasn't listening. I don't know. But I didn't laugh and I didn't smile. And he was in the studio with all of us, the boom guy holding the fuzzy boom, and Jaafar and Kendrick, and he said, he's a big man with a booming voice, and he said, "Hey, Bruce, are you okay?" And I was startled that he was speaking to me, that he was calling me Bruce and speaking to me. And I said, yes, I'm fine. I am trying not to smile or my mustache will pop off. And he had the same reaction that you did, and everyone laughed, but his boom, just a big booming, boisterous laugh. And I try to be a funny person. I might be a funny person without trying, I'm not sure, but I was just telling him the truth of the situation.
Yeah.
No offense to not laughing, but
had to be done.
I'm recording Michael Jackson here, so let's roll some film and let Michael and Quincy do their thing.
Serious
Because I'm
business.
about to turn it up. And then we're going to need to spin the camera, and we're going to need to get a tight of my hands. I don't know if you noticed, my chubby little digits are doing, in the original reel, my chubby little digits are going up. My right hand is turning it up. To which the internet commented, Bruce would never turn it up, and Bruce was against compression and all the things that I already knew.
And so when you're doing that, though, is the music playing on set, or is it just Jaafar singing a cappella? Can you just give me some insight into that side of it?
No, it's silent. We're rolling film. We're taking moving pictures, and we're telling a story. So when they're close up on my hands, that's one shot on the list. No one else is there. Unless you're seeing Michael next to me while I'm doing it, or Quincy, they're not there in the studio. They're drinking water. They're going over their scenes. There's so much going on all the time that when they finally say, okay, moving on, that's the magic for the crew.
As for the Michael film itself, I mean, compared to other projects, what was that vibe like on set? You're seeing the sets, you're interacting with the crew, you're eating the food from craft services, just the daily kind of life on set
there. Everything was just top notch. The direction, the crew, everyone was at the top of their game. So the fact that we did, angle, reverse angle, take after take, he's in the studio, we're in the control room, and then the camera's behind us so you can see him in the studio through the control room window. Every single one of those pictures that you see takes a long time and a lot of manpower to set up. And so the fact that we did all of the studio stuff in 4 days, I think, is a testament to the crew and to the actors and to everyone getting it done. Not just getting the job done, but making something that has people getting up and dancing and crying. And I think someone passed out and was taken to to recreate the Michael experience, because, I don't know, was there megastar or superstar before him? Didn't they coin terms because of things that he did?
Totally.
So, there were a bunch of people holding umbrellas when Jaafar was going to go to craft service or to lunch, wherever that was. And of course, I stepped under them and said, I'm ready to be escorted. But it was the first time TMZ had been lingering or really wanted to know what was happening. And so if there was a helicopter, he was being protected by many black umbrellas.
Yeah.
So that was the first. That was unique to the Michael set.
Yeah, you won't get that anywhere else. I mean,
maybe with Brad Pitt or Tom Cruise, they might have to umbrella them. But I think it was just as unique an experience for me as it was for Jaafar. I could almost feel that he was uncomfortable with this protection, with this attention. Right. It was new for him. But, he signed up for it, so he giggled, and I was like, get out of the way, Bruce. This is for me. You
Do
know,
you have any kind of favorite memories or favorite interactions maybe you had with Jaafar?
that moment, the moment that I already shared, because I tend to talk and talk. Did I
Yeah.
tell it to you before we were rolling when I got the goosebumps?
No, we've
When
got
he
that
said,
on
"Turn it
camera,
up,
yeah.
Bruce."
We've
Okay,
got that on
that
camera.
was the moment.
Yeah.
I wasn't even on camera, but he said, "Turn it up, Bruce," and it was, woof,
Yeah. And
big
as
payoff.
yeah, like
Um,
transported, as if it is Michael.
and then the rest of the time, I was trying not to get my mustache to pop off
Yeah.
and stay hydrated. It was a lot of work, and it was warm because many bodies, the sound man, the cameraman, the assistant cameraman, a lot. They tried to put people in other rooms in Westlake. Sorry, still have a little bit of overnight working brain. Um, but it got warm. It was getting
Yeah.
real warm.
All those people
So
in
when
there.
they weren't rolling film, especially when we weren't speaking, when they didn't have to record Michael or Quincy saying things, they had an AC blasting, and it was super loud. So when they would cut camera, instantly the AC would turn on to crank us and cool us down. And the electronics themselves need to be kept cool. Those things heated up. So if those were on to get lights and reality, those two were warm. But I think they were adding a lot of post special effects. Like bubbles, for instance.
Was any CGI used on Jafar's, face, or was that all prosthetics then?
I don't have the 100% information,
Right.
but the person that I see on the big screen, that's exactly who I saw on the day in the studio. There's nothing
Right.
different. There's no lines added or decreased. And I think a lot of critics are complaining that you can see the fake makeup and the prosthetics. So if anything, maybe they should have, blended a little bit, or I don't know.
Right.
It seems like the Rotten Tomatoes is the mark, and the audiences are unanimous that they love it.
Yeah.
And the critics are criticizing it in a strange way. I read a critic that said it was merely an album, a celebration of the greatest hits. And so I looked at that same critic's review of The Queen, which is also Graham King.
Yeah.
And his critique of that film was, I would have liked more of a greatest hits album and less of a behind the scenes story. So it was the exact opposite for white people. And I just think that stinks. And my own friends were questioning how I could work on a Michael movie because of the allegations. And so the critics that say they left the allegations out are leaving out the fact that the movie ends, I believe, in 1988 before any allegations were leveled. So
Yeah.
to go see a Western and say, well, they didn't include Chef Boyardee and it was a spaghetti Western is a moronic critique, and just letting your own personal hate of something, a topic or someone get in your way of your job, which is to let us know, should I go drop $20 on some popcorn, maybe a sparkly Michael cup for my soda?
Yeah.
Or $50.
Yeah.
I'll bring the whole family and mortgage a car. So
I mean, it's been soaring, and audiences are loving it, and I know the fans absolutely love it. And so,
yeah,
for people who want to keep up with, everything you're up to, what's your social media, and are there any kind of projects we can keep an eye out for that you might pop up in?
yes. I just remembered a third moment before I plug myself, which I do want to. Jesse Bayless, Blake Delnocki, The Cemetery is a short I was working on For All Mankind.
Right.
And so Jesse directed The Cemetery, Jesse Bayless, Blake Delnocki wrote it. A bunch of people are in it, a bunch of fantastic actors, including Cedric Stevens, who's in Michael.
Yeah.
You should contact him. He's in the credits.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cedric has an album dropping, and Cedric Stevens plays one of, I believe, his backup singers.
Yes.
And so he has photos with the backup singer. And I didn't know this at the time that we were making The Cemetery. We didn't talk about, hey, you know what movie we're going to both be in? Because we don't know.
No, of course.
When I saw him posting, I said, hey, that's amazing. Like, you're a real boy in this. You're a real actor, and we're in the same thing.
Yeah.
And I'm starring in The Cemetery as the security guard, I believe. Moment I wanted to touch on is when I received a letter much like yours on social media.
Yeah.
From Roberta Swedien, Bruce's daughter.
Yeah.
She said she and her mother were incredibly excited to see my performance and asked if I had lines.
I mean, that's so nice, though. That they reached out that way.
That didn't occur to me. It didn't occur to me because Bruce passed away, I think, in 2005, that there would be real human beings that would be personally affected by me being in the movie, portraying a father and a husband and, a cherished friend. I later found out Matt Folger, who was Bruce's assistant, he's the one that pushed record on the reel when Bruce was at the board. Matt Folger was there with Bruce's watch and his actual pad that he would write the notes on. I think you see Michael writing notes on it later. And I was told that Matt had to walk away from the camera from Video Village on the monitor because I was reminding him of his friend.
Wow. So special. And I mean, that's just a testament to how amazing the film is. And so it's been...
Shout out to Matt Folger for
yes,
letting me know the speed with which Bruce would have turned up the dials and the position with which he may have sat in the chair. Just the cherished memories. That added to the mystique on the day where how was the air? It was magic. It felt magic.
Right.
And then it felt like business as usual. Move the cameras, eat lunch. Don't get spotted by TMZ. Business as usual. Wow.
Good note to end on. Because
somebody pinched me.
I think we've just got a few minutes left. So thank you so much for your time. I really, really appreciate it, David. It's been amazing hearing about all your experiences. No, absolutely. So interesting just to hear about the practicalities and the reality of it, So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Do we have another moment?
We have like 30 seconds before it kicks us off,
I get Jack Black a lot.
Okay.
Usually
I see it.
3 times before 7 a.m. When I roop-a-dee-doo or la-la-la-lava chicken. So when I shave down to a mustache, not so much. But when the beard is this, I'm Steve from Minecraft. If anybody needs me for birthday parties and bar mitzvahs, I'm available.
We need to have the two of you meet for sure. But thank you for your time, David. Take good care. And there you have it. That was an interview with the wonderful David Michael Lewin. Let me get me back up on screen here. There we go. That was the interview with the wonderful David Michael Lewin, who played Bruce Swedien in the film. What do the comments say? Love this. I'm so glad. We did a whole hour interview with him. Yeah, he was great, wasn't he? So it's a great details there as well. It's great, David. Thank you. Awesome. Amazing. The movie was a spiritual experience. That's so cool. Okay, so up next we have Jenny Winings, Hector Barjot, and Jonathan Downie from Michael Jackson Market. They're some amazing Michael Jackson fans, and they're here to talk with us about what it was like at the Michael movie premieres. So let's add them on, shall we? Here we go. Welcome, Jonathan.
Here I am.
There we go. You good?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, and then next up we got Hector Barjot.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, there we go.
I'm there.
Hello, all the way from France. How are you doing?
Yeah, really good with my nice T-shirt from the premiere.
Yes.
Very nice, very nice. And then Jenny Winings from the US.
Oh, hello, Jenny.
Hey.
Hector, I almost had that. I almost wore that same shirt.
Of course.
But I have J5.
Awesome. Well, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. So yeah, you were all, lucky enough to go to the premiere of the Michael movie. You know, you guys were some of the first to see it, and you were there, on the red carpet and everything. So can you tell us which premieres you went to and how you got to be there? Do you want to start, Jonathan?
Yeah, I was lucky enough to be in Berlin with these two guys, and it was unbelievable. Yeah, I went through the regular fan raffle where you had to go online and submit your name and cross your fingers, and
Yeah.
I guess a week or two later I got the email saying congratulations, you were selected, and I was like, well, I guess I better book a flight to Berlin.
How about you, Hector?
Yeah, I was in the main room to see the movie. I was
Yeah.
lucky enough to be with family and the cast. They were everywhere in the room, and I was so excited too. And I just won tickets like everybody, to go to Berlin. It was my first time in Berlin, so I was so
Right.
excited.
Yeah. And you, Jenny?
I got a ticket through my contact that I met on set when I was on set 2 years ago. So that's how I ended up being there. And yeah, it was so fun. Hector and I sat next to each other, and we had it was a good time. So my first time in Berlin too. I didn't do anything but Michael stuff, but I'm sure
Seriously,
Berlin's a
me
great
either,
city.
yeah. Same here.
Sure, it's a great city.
And you went to the LA premiere as well, right, Jenny?
Yeah, yes.
Right, but let's start with the Berlin one, shall we? So, am I right in saying that was like a 3-day event kind of thing?
2 days.
2 days.
Sunday, the whole weekend, yeah.
Right,
Oh, it was,
okay.
oh
so,
yeah, it was Sunday.
Actually, yeah, okay, it was Friday, you're right? Yeah, so I guess it was Friday, Saturday, Sunday, yeah, because we saw the movie on
It is.
Friday,
It
right?
was. Yeah. Mhm.
God, it was a
So-
long weekend.
Can you just kind of walk me through that? What was on offer for people to experience?
So we all saw the movie on Friday night. They had a few different screenings in different theaters in various different languages with different subtitles, depending on
Oh,
what
wow.
you wanted to see and where you came from. And then Saturday they had so they started off in the morning with a cast and crew, kind of Q&A on stage. And then afterwards, some of the fans were able to meet the cast and crew and get autographs. And then they had a whole big exhibition for several hours in the afternoon where you could walk through several floors and just, it was an immersive Michael Jackson experience. You guys want to comment more on that? It was really cool.
Yeah, and it was for me the biggest event since Michael passed away. Since my
Totally.
last concert with Michael, I never seen tons of fans in the city. It was unbelievable. There were maybe 5,000 fans or maybe more.
That's what I
Wow.
heard.
And
what I
it
heard.
was
I heard
it-
68 countries people showed up from.
Yeah.
which is
So
incredible.
it was
wow.
it was good to see the movie, but good, even better to see all the fans from all the countries and meet new fans and re-meet fans we never seen since 20 years, So
Wow.
it was really nice.
That's so cool. And so, when you were there, maybe you can talk about this, Jenny. Was it kind of like all different ages all over the world? Were there people you recognized from a long time ago and new people you might have met from online or something?
Yeah, there was, yes, every age, everyone was dressed up. The red carpet was amazing because everyone had their outfits ready and picked out. And I actually, the morning of the morning of the showing, when we were waiting in line to pick up our tickets, I saw two people I have not seen since about 2001, since 2002, and the other one since maybe 2005. And the guy that I saw, he went to 85 Michael Jackson concerts back in the day.
Yeah,
So he was
I know,
following the Bad Tour, Dangerous Tour, History Tour. So it was so cool to reconnect with people I hadn't seen in forever. And then to meet, like, I met Jonathan there. I had met Hector many times before, but we met there. And so it was nice to meet, like, the people that we've all met the past, I don't know, 5-10 years on social media. So, but yes, every age group, every country, it was awesome.
Right, yeah. And somebody in the comments here is asking, this is epic, did you guys meet the cast?
I got Jafar's autograph by now, and I got Nia Long's autograph. So I mean, those are the ones that I wanted to meet. So for me, that was successful.
Yeah.
Yeah, we meet them a little bit in the room because we were at good seats with Jenny, and all the VIPs arrived just 1 meter
right in front of us.
Yeah.
No way.
And remember, Prince hugged me when he saw me. It was incredible. Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun. I was fortunate to go to the after party, and so I was able to have a discussion with Antoine, talk to Graham, talk to Jaafar, talk to Nia. So they were all so nice, and I think everyone on set just wanted Michael's story to be out there, and they wanted it to be right, and it was, and they were all just so happy that I think that it was finally like coming out after all these years. So everybody was just in a great mood. Really nice.
Yeah, that's so good to hear. It sounds like a kind of celebration then, I guess.
Yes, it was.
Right. And you said about the row in front of you, you had some of the VIPs. Who were some of these special guests and celebrities you guys saw there?
Everybody. There was the Antoine Fuqua, there was Jaafar, of course, Prince, Biggie, the children of Michael. There was a lot of family members. Yeah, and there was also John Branca. Yeah,
I saw him too. Yeah,
the number one VIP of the event. No, it was nice. It was really nice. But what shocked me a lot, and it was the same in Paris, to see many young people. You know, we had a special event in Paris. There was 3,000 people, and many of them was 20 years old, not more.
Yeah.
So
generation.
Wow.
So that means that that movie works so very much on all the audience, all the young people, and it's a fan maker. I would say in Berlin, when you see that movie, it's unbelievable, and that's why for me, you know, I was not so positive after the first view. I was just happy, you know, but you know, to be with all the fans, you don't have a real point of view, you know, because you have the energy of the room and all the guests. And when I came back with my family, they are non-fans, and they were so excited. And at the end, they told me, wow, Jaafar is so nice. He deserves an Oscar. It's unbelievable. So
he took so much time signing autographs for the fans.
Yeah.
I thought he really spent a lot of time, and it was really nice seeing that. I thought that was really, really nice.
Yeah.
That was Michael. He learned that from Michael.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
And it was, I think, the first time we all saw it, that was the first time we all saw it. For me personally, it took like 4 times watching it to finally really watch it, because that first time I couldn't comprehend that it was happening.
Yeah, your mind's going so many places.
I didn't. Yeah, and we walked out in some interview, some media person was there and asked me and my friend like what we thought about it, and I couldn't even remember the movie, and I had just watched it because it was just, we were just the whole time I was just thinking like, oh my God, we're watching this movie with the cast, with the family. It was such a good, like, the atmosphere was amazing, and I think the whole movie, like 80% of the movie, I got there like that, like, oh my God, like it was amazing. So
I know in like some cinemas there've been people like cheering and dancing and things. Like, what was it like there on that particular showing?
No, it was
Yes, sit still. Like,
it was just at the
Yeah.
just at the end. I think maybe people stay calm because there was family, all the
One of
family,
my
Yeah.
favorite
all the
people
cast.
were
Yeah.
you can hear people next to me singing along. I'm like, that's fine,
Yeah.
don't worry about it.
But in Paris it was craziness. It was
Mhm.
people were yelling from the beginning to the end.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
At some point, I cannot listen the sound of the movie because all the girls were yelling, Michael. It was crazy.
My gosh. So
Nobody
that's
fainted,
like
right?
so that's like, you know, Michael Mania all over again. That's kind of how it was when Michael was doing his concerts, right?
Kind of. Reminder of it, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I saw it at the Chinese theater on the 22nd, and the first showing, I saw it twice that night. The first showing was pretty much all fans, but it was like at the end during I'll Be There, everyone had their phones out with a flashlight, and then like 30 to 40 people went up and just started dancing in front of the screen. Now, obviously, where I live in Ohio, it hasn't been like that, but
Yeah.
people though, like you can tell that they're like, you know, moving in their chair. They're staying through the credits, which most people leave right when the movie's over, but a lot of people are staying through the credits.
Yeah.
So I just think I mean, I did experience that, and that was crazy. I was with my mom, and I was like, have you ever seen anything like this in a movie theater? She was like, no.
That's
No.
so great.
Yeah, and even in France, I've seen it 4 times in France in normal cinema with normal people, and at the end, everybody applauds, you know, and it's really rare because 20 years
Really
ago,
rare.
it was really common to applaud at the end of the big movies, but
Yeah.
nowadays, nobody does that, so it's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And there's a question here someone submitted just for you, Jenny. How did Jaafar on set compare to the real MJ?
So I was able to go on set 2 years ago. I was so lucky that it happened. And the day I came back, I was telling everybody, you all are not ready to hear his voice. And now everyone knows what I was talking about. But I've been saying that for 2 years because I cried at one point when I was in a trailer on set because I thought I was hearing, when they played a video, I thought I was hearing Michael. I thought I was hearing unheard Michael talking. So I was like crying, and then found out it was Jaafar. So I knew immediately that it was going to be amazing, but seeing him on set, I was sitting next to Prince, and he was like at one point 30 feet away, and I just was saying, everything about him was Michael. The way he moved his hand, the way he touched his face, the way he stood there, the way he was walking, it was Michael. Now, obviously, Michael is Michael. Like, nobody is Michael Jackson, but he is the closest we will probably ever have in our lifetimes. And the fact that he played this role and everyone can see somebody who is the closest to Michael with everything is pretty astonishing because I was completely shy. I left that set like, holy shit, like what? This movie is going to be absolutely insane just from seeing him and hearing him. So, yeah.
Yeah, totally. That's such a good question as well. And Jonathan, for you, you know, what were your kind of expectations going into it? And what did you think when you came out, you know, and having seen it a few times now?
Yeah, honestly, I've been telling people I don't feel like the movie wasn't made for people like us. It was made for a much wider audience, which obviously makes sense. You know, it's a biopic. It's not a documentary, you know. So I was more critical, as most fans were, than the average, you know. But overall, I love the movie. I've seen it now 5 times, and yeah, it definitely appeals to that wide audience that, you know, just needs, and it makes you leave feeling a little empathetic towards Michael, which I like. I like people walking away feeling, oh, well, it wasn't so easy being Michael Jackson.
Everyone I've talked to, that's what they want to know now, how he was as a person. They're talking about how nice I had a friend last night. She knew he was a good person, but she was like, he is just so nice the way, like, in the hospital. So it really did bring out how he was as a human. And now people are wanting to look into that more than the music. They want to know about him, which is what we all wanted in the first place. So,
yeah. How about you, Hector?
Yeah, for me it's the same. I went to Berlin with no, I didn't knew what I have to think about the biopic, because no, it's just a biopic for me, and I was really surprised by Jaafar, surprised by all the story, how powerful it is. Of course, there is missing parts, but I have understood with normal people, non-fans, that you can tell the story without explaining each meetings with Quincy Jones, etc., and it works. It's nice. So so it's good. And about the children, it's nice to show Michael going to the hospital and to help children, because with the media they told a lot of story, and we can see the Michael part, the truth of Michael, and not the truth of the media. And it's nice because many people, as Jenny, many of my friends or colleagues don't tell me, oh yeah, he had a difficult childhood and it was hard for him, and he tried to help children, and we can see it and feel it in the movie. And it's good because we normal people don't care about the media. I think they just watch them, but they feel something when they see the movie, and this is the most important. And we can see it in the movies, in the streamings, in the record store. We can see Michael is back, and it's really nice, really positive.
Definitely. And Hector and Jonathan, I know you guys are big Michael Jackson merch collectors. What's some of the Michael movie merch been like? Has it been difficult to get? What sort of items are there?
So there's actually been a lot in the USA. We've actually been very lucky. There's been a couple of different chains that we've had, everything from popcorn fedoras to popcorn buckets to diamond cups, blankets, T-shirts. There's been galore, and different countries have different things, so it's fun. I know Hector has more than me already. He's already.
Yeah. For example,
look at all his tickets are.
I want one of those. I love those.
Wow, it's from
So
Spain.
cool.
Spain.
Ah.
There is
So
little
many cool
cards
things
like
in
that.
every country, yeah.
Little cars like that for the
That's
cinemas.
awesome.
With
So
the
cool.
Michael. There is too many things. I try to get the Korean lights. They made this in
Those are
theaters.
fun.
There is a light stick,
Light up stick.
and it lights when the show starts. In Korea they like to do that. So I try to get some rare items from the other countries. But yeah, it's so much fun to have new items to collect.
Stuff to look for, yeah.
Jonathan, I need the Royal Plaza hat. I need to get that.
Okay, Jenny, I'm hooking you up. Don't worry, I got you one. What's the name on it? You're good.
Yeah, of
And
course.
so-
And ask me. Don't hesitate to ask me too, because I'm in France, and since 3 weeks I sent packs to all fans all around the world who want to get some items from France.
Wow.
I just
So-
sent you a box yesterday, Hector, so it's coming soon. I know it was a big box.
Yeah, and I sent to you a box too. You will get
Exactly.
you will get the T-shirt soon.
Yes.
So it's nice. Yeah.
See, this is why it's so amazing to have fans all over the world, because we're all friends now because of Michael.
Yeah.
And we keep in contact, and you all
that's
send
right,
back and forth. You send each other stuff, and you send stuff.
Yeah. Hey, look what I just get today. It's the crew jacket for the American Dream.
Leather
Yeah.
jacket. Ooh.
This is the cool one. So it's really hard to find, and I found it recently. So
This man,
nice.
this guy.
It's cool. It's cool.
So
I don't
cool.
know how you I don't know how. It's insane. It's amazing.
That was the original Michael Jackson biopic. That was I'm sure we
Yeah.
watched that a million times.
Hector, next time I come to Paris, I'm coming back to your house to see everything you've collected since I was there the last time.
Oh yeah, too many.
I know.
There is about 500 new items each year. So
It's been at least 2 years for me, so I think I'm due.
yeah, it's crazy.
And so, just to wrap up, what are each of you most looking forward to seeing in part 2? Do you want to start, Jenny?
I think it's going to be a much more sad and emotional movie if they play it the way that his life went. We already know they shot up until 1997, so we know they have a lot of footage in the 90s, but I'm just looking for more of showing. This is gonna sound crazy, but I could go without hearing any music or seeing any performances if that means showing more about how Michael was as a person. Of course, I want to see all of it. That's the thing. But
Yeah.
like, if I had 5 hours, we'd see it all. But in 2 hours,
we
I just
only have
want
2 hours, right? Yeah.
yeah. So I just want more of showing him. If they touch on 1993, which we know they shot some, again, they weren't backing away from it. They shot it. I want them to really talk about what he was going through emotionally, mentally, everything. So I just wanted to touch on him as a person and how sad he was at moments, and obviously the happy times, but like the world doesn't know what he really went through, and I want people to know like that tore him apart. And so I don't know. It's gonna be, I think the part 2 is just gonna be really emotional. So
For sure. How about you, Jonathan?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say that I'm looking forward to it because that was such a hard time in his life, you know, that
Yeah.
you don't really look forward to hearing about the allegations, even though you know that they exist. So I'm just looking forward to it, hopefully continuing to humanize him the way the first one did and make you walk away feeling like, you know, wow, this guy really, the deck was really stacked against him. And
he went
you know,
through it.
he really had a target on his back, you know, and I really hope that people walk away feeling that, you know, just sad, you know, and
Like
you know,
empathy for him.
Yeah, exactly. That's what all I can hope for.
Totally, I agree. And you, Hector?
Yeah, I totally agree. If this part 1 was so, you know, with cigar, you know, cigar everywhere, light everywhere, this part 2 have to be darker, you know. For me, I wait a really dark movie to show the real truth of Michael, the sadness of Michael, and the live in Neverland, but for Michael, you know, his version and what he had, all the problems he had in his life, and then maybe the public will understand, you know, and that's totally what I wait. And if they don't do that, if they do a positive movie like the first part, it will be a nightmare for us, I think, because the media
the press is just going to
will
tear it
attack
apart.
a lot.
And
And
I hope they don't. Yeah.
No, they
Well,
have to push
the last
push
thing
door,
the last
yeah.
thing I'll say is I know that Antoine, they've given interviews that said, you know, now they're getting feedback, they're seeing what people want to see, you know, they're taking away what we're saying, not necessarily all us, but they're seeing like, so I think they're going to be like, okay, they really want to see more about personal issues and everything. So I think that it'll definitely be more about that, like not even just about 1993, but about him. You know, I think it'll be more emotional, more personal for him because they're looking at us to see what we want to see and what we think the public wants to see. So,
But you know, there's a little part in the biopic when you see Michael, you know, he's fighting with his dad, and then he leaves the house, you know, with the bodyguard, and you can see, you know, he's trying, but he's putting the sunglasses, and for the fans, he's smiling, and we need more that in the part 2 to see, you know, it wasn't that
100%.
good. You know,
yeah.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much to all of you for your time today. I really appreciate you coming on. What's your social media? Where can people follow you? Jonathan?
At Michael Jackson Market is where you can follow me, and we still have some merch left, so stop now while you can.
Absolutely. Hector?
Hector Barjot everywhere, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok, everywhere in the planet.
Everywhere. And Jenny?
The king of collecting.
I like how he says Facebook. I'm what am I? I'm Jenny W526 on Instagram and Twitter, and then on TikTok it's just Jenny Winings, and I've uploaded shorts about my Michael experiences. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, everyone. Take care and enjoy the
Bye,
film if you see it
friends.
again.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye-bye. And there you have it. That was so great, wasn't it? It was so great. So much fun. Thank you to everybody for tuning in. We've got 83 people here right now. That's so good. Okay, so up next, we've got Rob Brownstein, who played the burn doctor in the film. So let me just get some photos of him up here. There we go. So there he is opposite Coleman Domingo and next to Nia Long in that really kind of tense scene, wasn't it? You know? So there he is. Once again with Joe Jackson, Coleman Domingo. And again. And there he is with Jaafar Jackson as Michael. And obviously, this is Jaafar's acting debut, so it'll be interesting to hear about that. And there he is with Jaafar again. So it's really exciting. And now after Rob, we've got Swingin Johnny, who's an actor and musician who played Michael's guitarist, David Williams, in the film In the Victory Tour. And I know they filmed a bit for the Dangerous Tour, so it'll be interesting to hear about that. What do the comments say? The scene after the Pepsi accident. Yeah, that's right. That's where Rob comes into it, so we'll hear all about that now. Thank you for sharing your experiences. Yes. What else here? How soon do you think we'll get a part 2? I wonder. I hope it's soon. I'm ready for more movies. For sure, for sure. You can feel Michael there still. Any more merch coming to MJ Market? If you head to the link on the bottom there, www.michaeljacksonmarket.com/giveaway, there's a free giveaway for 5 Michael movie merch items. Okay, so I think Rob is ready, so please welcome Rob Brownstein, who played the Burn Doctor in the Michael movie.
Hey.
Hi Rob, how are you?
I'm good, man. How are you? What's happening?
Awesome. Great. Thanks so much for being here. I really appreciate it.
You asked?
Of course.
And it's Saturday morning, and I'm free, and, you know.
Why not? Yeah.
I walk the dog, I'm having coffee, and then I'll work out after we're done.
Sounds good.
So
you got coffee to get you through
It's
it?
a tough thing to fit you in.
Yeah, I bet. I mean, what a great film to be a part of, you know? And your scene, that was tense, wasn't it? You could feel it, and it comes at such an interesting point after the Pepsi accident, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I'm afraid I remember that, you know. I'm old enough to remember when that happened.
Yeah.
To Michael. So it was really interesting. Yeah. Really, really interesting to do something and be a part of something you remember very, very, very well, you know?
Yeah. I can't wait to get into that. So let's start at the beginning of it. You know, how did you book that role, and how did you go about approaching it then?
Oh, well, that's an interesting question. Well, a self-tape, which is what we do, a tape. I sent in a tape, and then I got a call literally 10 o'clock at night from my agent, you know, can you be in there tomorrow at blah, 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 and I was like, okay, cool. So, and I think it was just, you know, whatever was going on with their shooting schedules or whatever. So, you know, how did I prepare? So it was great. I was thrilled. You know, I'd never worked with Antoine. I'd been just a huge fan of his work for so long.
Yeah.
And so I was very excited. And a really good friend of mine had worked with him the year before. So I was like, oh, well, now I get to work with him too. And, I guess I really didn't have that much time to prepare other than to, you know, just really understand, you know, what it is that I was doing as a doctor, you know, and you know, taking care of him, and that obviously I'm probably the best that New York City had at that time. Do you know what I mean? Because, and this was actually really interesting because it was the one note that Antoine gave me, which was so incredibly helpful, which was that, you know, Michael was the biggest star in the world, you know, at the time. And, you know, I mean, I sort of remembered that, but I didn't remember it that way, that he was just, that if you're being present at that moment, it's, you know, it's like having the president of the United States or the Pope or someone who's that huge to deal with. So, yeah, I mean, so that was pretty much it. And, yeah, I mean, you know, and the family are just such wonderful actors, and they gave so much. So it was really, so much about just responding to what they were bringing. Coleman and Nia, bringing his fire and her warmth and caring, and just kind of dealing with both of them in the room. So yeah,
No, totally, yeah. And if you were brought on, the day before, did you know that it was for the Michael Jackson movie, or were you kind of
yes.
left in the dark?
No, I knew what it was. Yes.
And how did that feel? Were you obviously you grew up with Michael Jackson, but were you kind of a fan? Were you excited? Were you a bit like, oh wow, this is huge? How did you feel about that?
I did, I didn't think like, oh, this is huge or this or that or the other, I've been in a couple of big movies,
Yeah.
So I guess I didn't even really think about it,
Hmm.
Sometimes I don't even know that I'm doing something that's going to be great until it is, like when I did Straight Outta Compton, we thought we were making a small movie, I mean, we
Really?
didn't know that it was going to just take over the world,
Hmm.
and talking with Gary and Ice Cube, was fascinating doing that because I remember I played a journalist and I was interviewing Ice Cube, or O'Shea, his son, playing him, but I remember going up to Ice Cube and saying, I vaguely remember this interview on the news. I said, but can you tell me what was going on? He goes, I don't remember, but then he began to put it back together and remember, for
Yeah.
him. So we didn't know it was going to be quite as, I mean, I know that Ice Cube and Gary thought it was going to be a great film. I don't know that they thought it was going to be just the huge phenomenon that it was.
Yeah.
I think, like another project with Argo, I think we knew, but
Hmm.
there are things you just don't know, so I
Right.
wasn't really thinking about that. And I wasn't, I was going to work.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, so for me, all the Michael Jackson stuff was just information that I could use to do my
Hmm.
job,
That makes
as
sense. Yeah.
opposed to, uh, it's interesting because I think sometimes as an actor, you can be a fan,
Hmm.
but I don't know that we are fans in the same way that fans are. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Sometimes
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
are, like I remember when I booked a job on Star Trek Discovery. I'd grown up with Star Trek, so I was a Star Trek fan. So I had a few moments to go like, yeah, I'm in the Star Trek universe. It
Yeah.
was awesome, and I remember a lot of us on set were talking about that.
Hmm.
And but then you just you're working.
Yeah.
So you're not thinking of it in the same way
Hmm.
as far as that. But some things are really special. I mean, when I did The Office, I had no clue what it was. I mean, little things like that. And now it's like every time it comes around, I get like 40 emails from somebody who's seen that episode of The Office. Do you know what I mean? These are things
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
that. But
Yeah.
yeah,
So you realize
anyway,
afterwards, really? Yeah.
sometimes, and sometimes before,
Hmm.
but
Depends on the
I,
project.
I didn't really think about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I didn't really think about it. I was just like,
Yeah.
oh, great, let's go to work, and I didn't really have time to think about it. And I just used everything I could. And
Yeah.
the other thing is, there were a lot of people on set that I knew. The
Hmm.
camera crew I'd worked with before, so I knew them. So, again, sometimes you're working with people you've worked with before. And Antoine was just amazing. He just placed me, and is a fantastic director. So easy to work with.
Hmm. I saw a really good question in the chat here. Let me just find it. It said, did you learn anything about the Pepsi incident by working on it that you just didn't know before?
Yes, but I don't want to say because then people will start chasing me down the street. What I learned was that my character is the guy that got Michael started on painkillers, you
Yeah.
know, because I have to explain to him that, which I didn't know. And again, that's just such an interesting thing, which I know is not that interesting to you at this stage of your life, but just the medical science of it. You know, that today, if it happened today, he'd be fixed just fine.
Yeah.
But at that time, that was the best, that was the cutting edge of what they could do to fix him up. And he was going to be on painkillers for the rest of his life. You know, so I just thought that that was really sad,
Yeah.
you know, in a way. So that was something I had learned, which I did not know at all.
Yeah. It's really
About
interesting.
that. So, yeah.
And so, you know, when you were actually there shooting, was this on a soundstage or on location? You know,
We were in
did
a
the-
hospital.
Right, so you were actually in, you know, on location in a hospital.
That is correct.
Right, and so obviously it's got a high budget. Could you feel that? You know, could you take your time more, or was there kind of a sense of urgency trying to film everything in time? What was that like?
No urgency whatsoever.
Right.
It was, but I think that's also, I mean, yes, it's a high budget film. Wow, that's interesting. You know, I know there's sort of this narrative out there that low budget films, you got to rush your tuchus off, you know? And I don't know that that's true. I think it's got a lot to do with the director, you know, and their experience and calmness and comfort level. You know, you know, there's an old adage in the theater, which I think is the same in film in a way. In the theater, it says, if you have 3 weeks to get ready for a show, you'll get ready. If you have 10, you'll wish you had more time. If you had 10 weeks, you'll wish you had more time. In other
Yeah.
words, however much time you have, you're going to get ready. And I mean, I'm sure that there are scenes, mine was not one of them for sure, you know, where just simply you're running out of the light, you're running out of time, you know, those kind of things I understand. But the set was very relaxed. And I think that that's how Antoine likes to work. He's super thoughtful, you know, and, you know, he wants to wait till he gets it, you know, which is
Yeah.
something interesting because I teach. I don't know if you
Yeah.
know that about me, but I teach and I've taught for years. And, you know, one of the things I tell my guys when they're making, you know, their own shorts or their own stuff is I'm like, guys, if it's not good, it doesn't matter if you make the day, if you get it in time. There's no point worrying about time. You got to make sure it's good. That's what matters. You know, I mean, you
Yeah.
could make the day and it's not very good, you know, and you've rushed and you've cut corners. So, but I mean, I did well, certainly a smaller budget film late last year in Oklahoma City, and there was no rushing. The director was
Yeah.
just so calm. You know, take your time. We reshot whatever do you know what I mean? I think it has a lot to do with that, with the directors and how they like to work.
Right, yeah. And not only
Not
were you
not a
working...
spicy answer, but you know.
No, that's interesting. Yeah, it's just interesting to hear the insight into, you know, what it's actually like, you know? And not only were you working with Antoine for the first time, but Jaafar in his acting debut.
He was great. He was great, man. I have to say, he was very easy to work with. He was all about learning, all about trying to do a good job. You know, he was super, super great. I did not meet or see Miles on set, but everybody kept saying that every time Miles showed up on set with Jaafar, he kept going, I feel like I'm talking to Michael. I feel like I'm talking to Michael, you know? So, yeah, he was a lovely, lovely young man.
Yeah, and I mean, for his first time acting, what a great job. But, you know, you said he was still kind of learning. You know, would Antoine sort of give him notes and guide him because it's his first performance?
I'm
Or
sure.
how...
But I think Antoine gives everybody the notes that they need. A good
Yeah.
director, you know, knows who needs what, you know. I'm not sure. I mean, it's a collaboration.
Yeah.
Here we go. A little more technical stuff. Sorry, guys. I got nothing spicy for you.
No, it's great.
He's, you know, Antoine is just whatever you need and however to help, you know. And it's interesting because I'd experienced this with O'Shea on Straight Outta Compton, which was his first movie, you know. And And it was interesting because I shot with him early in the scene in the shoot, and then I shot with him because we did some reshoots afterwards. He was a completely different actor, confident, you know,
Yeah.
so much stuff. And I'm pretty sure that Jafar was like that, but he was. I think what I meant by what he was still learning was he was just very open,
Mm.
and wasn't nervous, felt supported, that he could ask a question, and yeah, just really, really easy, great, and I'm so thrilled for him.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
really thrilled for him.
I imagine that's what you want from an actor and from a scene partner as well.
Yeah, and I just felt like I wanted to give him everything that I could for him to be able to play the scene well.
Yeah.
So, and that tells you that he's a good person. When another actor
Mm.
says, I want to give him what he needs, that's what it's about.
Yeah, yeah. And how important was kind of authenticity to that scene, and making sure it was, like the 80s?
I mean, I don't know, man. I can be honest with you. The set, the this, the that, the other. I don't know that I was thinking 80s so much, but I mean, other than sort of understanding the medical limitations of the things that I was saying, I think it's just about the truth of the moment. I
Yeah.
don't know that this was. I don't know that this is a scene that really mattered, so much about
It's more the
that.
feeling of it and the point in
Correct.
the story.
Correct. And I certainly when it was really interesting with the family later on in the hospital room, it certainly had an 80s feel, and everybody's all dressed super 80s, and
Yeah.
Coleman's got the Jerry curls, and but I'm a doctor in a lab coat. I don't know that
Yeah.
lab coats have changed that much, you know,
Yeah.
in 40 or 50 years.
No, of course. And working with Coleman in that scene, though, that's a serious, intense scene. How did you get into character and kind of feel that moment, with him in a scene like that?
That's such an interesting question. Do you ever think you're going to act at some point?
I don't, but I'm really interested in
Yeah.
the methodology and how it works.
Again, I think there's a lot of narratives about what acting is, and how people get into character, and ooh, what's Daniel Day-Lewis doing in that cabin
Yeah.
for a year before he works? And I mean, what we do is hard. It is not easy, but it's pretty straightforward. I mean,
Yeah.
the thing with those guys is, to respond.
Yeah.
Acting is reacting, and to respond to what they're giving me, and to understand what my job as a character, as a person is, not my job as an actor. I mean, it's not about being an actor. It's about,
Right.
it's about being a doctor. It's about being Michael's doctor. And oh my God, what am I hearing from the dad when this kid almost died?
Yeah.
You see, and once you put it that
Totally.
way, it's like super easy,
Yeah.
and oh my God, I don't want to upset everybody else. I mean, the mom, I don't want to upset the family. They seem like nice people, but once you're dealing with that, with just the reality of it, it becomes super, super easy. In terms of that. I'm sitting by the window, my dog's running after a squirrel. So I was like,
Fair
what's he
enough.
doing? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, that makes
That's the cool
sense.
thing about
Yeah.
acting, is that, once you're working, it's just, what's going on? What is happening? And then boom.
Yeah.
And
In that scene,
they're
in that
amazing.
moment.
Coleman is amazing. He's absolutely amazing. Besides being the most amazingly nice man, just, it was just a super guy,
Yeah.
So
Totally. And I mean, for Coleman on screen, he's such a kind of dominating, ominous presence. But you said he's such a nice guy. Does he kind of just switch as soon as they say cut, just out of that entirely?
oh wow, I don't. I don't know. I mean, it certainly wasn't, you better get Michael working cut. So anyway, anybody got a cigarette? It wasn't like that, you know? I mean, scenes linger for a few seconds, you know? I mean, when you're playing a person and you're in a moment, that happens. You know, that emotion lingers for a few moments and then it goes away and you prepare for the next one. Yeah. I mean, it's just, again, it's so hard to say because who we are as people sometimes is who we are as characters and actors sometimes. You know, I think, I don't know, maybe, though I've never met him, Tom Hanks, you know, just seems like an incredibly nice guy and he plays nice guys and he brings that, you know, but sometimes we're different. And sometimes, you know, the people that we are becoming rather than the characters we're playing are really opposite to us, you know. I don't know that if Coleman were a dad, he would be this kind of dad at all. But I think the key is that he understood what that was about to be this kind of dad. And for him, it was a kind of love. Do you know what I mean? And I think rather than, oh, he's a bad guy, you know, because I don't see that, you know, and I didn't see that in him. So I think that he brings that. And then, you know, when he's being Coleman, he's being Coleman. And, you know, when he's being Joe, he's being Joe. You know, I think that's, you know, some characters are close to us and some characters are far from us, you know. So sometimes that ramp down or ramp up, you know, can be different. And also depends on the project. I mean, you know, some actors, for whatever reason, and I don't think it's because of who they are as actors, but it's also who the people they're playing are, need to stay in character, you know, because for what, and again, I'll tell you a funny story. This will give you some insight, you know, because otherwise I'm going to have like, you know, acting teachers from around the world calling me and going, no, that's not the way it goes. I'm like, dude, please. Years ago when I was still in acting class, so I was working as an actor, I was supposed to do an exercise called a personal monologue, you know, and a personal monologue is where, you know, you bring something that's happened to you, you know, that's, you know, traumatic or life-changing, and you know, you bring it and you do it and you talk about it. And so I had already done one. This was my second one. And I decided that I wanted to do something that was not true. Because the point of the personal monologue was, if you can use your own words to be as personal as possible, it can help you then to use the writer's words to be as personal. And it doesn't look like it's a writer's words. It's just your
right. Yeah.
So anyway, I was like, I'm going to do something that's not true, you know? So I decided that I was going to talk about an affair that I was having. Now, I'd been in this class for several years. People knew me. They knew my wife. I can't remember if my second kid was born already, but at least my first kid was born. They knew my first kid. One of the young actors in the class, you know, would house sit for us. I mean, you know, these were people I've been close to. And so I invented this affair. And I built it off of real life. You know, I talked about a commercial audition I was at, and I was at a commercial audition where I was sitting across from a very nice woman. She smiled at me. I smiled back. I decided, great, that's the one I'm going to take. We never spoke, no nothing, but I decided that's the story I'm going to go. And, you know, take off from there. And she lived right next to somebody who we knew in the class, and I didn't want to be seen. And, you know, all of these little touches that make it seem really real.
Yeah.
And so I was supposed to go, the class was on Saturday morning, and I was supposed to go at 4th. a lot of times when you go up fourth, you get cut because they run out of time and you got to come back next week. So I was unshaven, you know, like, oh, this is really weighing on me. I did the whole 9 yards, you know, oh, fuck life. And I, you know, sat through the class just like, oh, God, Jesus, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? So, I mean, because I didn't want to be like smiling and happy and then go and talk about this thing that's tearing me apart. So of course, we run out of time. So I got to come back next week with this monologue. Okay. But I also was teaching at this school. So I had to come back and teach. So I didn't shave, you know. I came back and I taught the class all morose and shit. It was just like, I didn't want to be seen, like anybody see that I was remotely happy, you know.
Right, okay.
And then I came in and I went up first and I did the personal monologue and the class was just like, and the teacher was giving me the critique for about 20 minutes. And then I kind of leaned over to him and I told him it wasn't true. And he looked at me and he was like, you fuck. Can I say that? I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, the merch, no merch is being given away anymore. And I mean, he was pissed at me. And the room was like, oh, big sigh of relief. And Julie Cobb was like, oh, thank God. And Adam Hendershot was literally supposed to house sit while we went on vacation that weekend. Was like, oh, my God, I didn't know how I was going to be able to go to your house and see your wife knowing this, you know? And, of course, there's one guy in the back, Isa Toda, who says, I knew it, you know? There's always one guy. So all I'm saying is to pull this off so that people believed it, I had to live for every time I was near the school or near any of those actors, I had to be in character.
Right.
So if that explains to you kind of sometimes what an actor needs or doesn't need, you know, to be able to stay in the moment, because it's to me, it's not about, oh, he's a method actor, he's this or he's that. I think it's just, what do you need? And sometimes for projects you don't need them, and sometimes for projects you do, and sometimes your process doesn't need it, and sometimes your process does, because we're all different. You know, I think sometimes we forget that we are all completely different as people. And we do things differently, you know? I mean, just think about how many different ways people scramble eggs.
Yep.
And then think about acting. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's such a good way of putting it, and that really gives some good insight into the craft of acting, And so, just to wrap up, can you tell us a bit more about the acting coaching that you do?
Oh, well, I've taught for years, mostly for other people, but I've had my own studio. It's called An Actor Space here in Los Angeles for 15 years. It will be 15 years next month. I teach 2 classes, one for early career actors where we focus on technique and all that stuff. And then I teach a class for working actors, you know, actors who work where, you know, they do their thing. And I coach privately, you know, for auditions and stuff. And I also teach commercials, not there at the studio, but I do commercials. Wonderful casting directors, Allison Horn and Ross Lacey, who are 2 of the biggest commercial casting directors here in Los Angeles. They have, what would I call it? It's a school, but it's sort of, anyway, it's when you audition for commercials, there's what they call a session director who works for the casting director who records all your tapes. You go in, you audition for the session director, puts it all on tape and everything. Right. So all of the teachers, except me, are session directors at this place. So it's a wonderful place. The commercial class is for learning commercials and this and that. The class I teach is a class for actors who are over 50, you know, who are either changing categories and becoming old, unlike me, because I'm not old, but we're becoming older, and or people coming back, you know, after raising kids or things like that. And I've been doing this class for about 10 years. It's great. It's great, and the commercial class is great, and I love my actors at the studio. I've been through so many, and so many are doing such great work. And yeah.
Amazing, yeah, that's fascinating. And so, just before we go, what do you hope audiences take from the Michael film?
I think that Michael's story is so complicated, and I think that there he is. There's so many positives, negatives, narratives, this and that and the other, but you know, Michael meant a lot to so many people with his music and who he was and the family and the Jackson 5. I think it's hard for you, just because of where you are at your age, to understand how quickly things were changing, during that time, and how huge an impact that first the Jackson 5 had, just as an act.
Yeah.
And then, when Michael took off on his own, and just how huge he was, and how many, how important that music was to so many people. So for me, I just want people to take away, I want people to listen with their hearts, not with what they think or what it should, just go bring what bring yourself to this incredible human being, this moment in time, and all of this. And because it's a fabulous film, and we'll see what the next one has for the more complicated times, in terms of that. But the family was very involved in this, and they were lovely people. I mean, I certainly, I have two scenes. I wasn't as close to them as many other people or any of that. But my experience was that they were just absolutely lovely, and they're certainly lovely to me. And the team was great. The actors are terrific, and go enjoy yourself. Go have fun.
Yeah.
And if you learn something, great.
Absolutely.
But you're going to tap your toes.
Yeah,
that is
that's
what you're
for
going to
sure.
do. You're not going to walk out without tapping your toes.
For sure. Well,
All
thank you
right.
so much for your time, Rob. I really do appreciate it. And best of
Oh, it's
luck
my
with
pleasure.
everything with your acting coach work.
And what do you want to do? Does anybody ask you this? Young
I'm
man,
just-
what is it you want to do that you're doing these podcasts in
Well,
your
I'm
life?
hoping to go into journalism at the moment, and so I just love talking to people, hearing their stories, like with you, hearing about, how you approach the craft of acting. It's fascinating.
What
So
kind of
thank you for
journalism?
sharing that. I think for me, it's more just kind of like entertainment, pop culture. But
Very good.
I'm interested in anything, all types of stories. So yeah, but thank you for
Well,
asking.
good luck for you. All the best.
Thank you. You too. Take care.
All right. See ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And there you have it. That was such a great interview, wasn't it? So nice to hear what it's like, to be an actor, and what it's like to work on a film like that. What do the comments say? Love this guy. Awesome. Wow, how cool. Love this. Thank you for all the support. We've got nearly 70 people watching right now. Thank you so much, everyone. And don't forget, if you head to the link down below, www.michaeljacksonmarket.com/giveaway, you can be entered into the free giveaway for any 5 Michael Jackson merch items, completely free. Okay, there we go. So up next, we've got Swingin' Johnny, the actor who played David Williams, the guitarist on the Victory Tour. But first off, let's just take a break to thank the sponsor of this video, Michael Jackson Market. Let's take a quick break to thank the sponsor of this video, Michael Jackson Market. Michael Jackson Market is a business created by passionate fans who believe that you should have access to the best quality Michael Jackson memorabilia items at the best price. They provide you with the opportunity to get rare and unique items really easily. You can head to their website www.michaeljacksonmarket.com to browse their countless items and even get your hands on one of their exclusive Michael Jackson subscription boxes. Each box is packed with a custom t-shirt and 7 or 8 other fun items. So whether it's Michael Jackson tote bags, books, cups, mini basketballs, Funko Pops, stickers, lanyards, washcloths, chocolate, and even a keychain of Bubbles the Chimp, don't forget to head to www.michaeljacksonmarket.com and use code REDJACKSON for $10 off all items over $50. Again, that's code REDJACKSON for $10 off all items over $50. Thank you to Michael Jackson Market for sponsoring Red Jackson Dance for 2026. And there you have it. Thank you to Michael Jackson Market for sponsoring this live stream. And so up next, we've got Swingin Johnny, an actor and musician who played David Williams on the Victory Tour. Let's welcome him. Hi,
How you
Johnny,
guys
how
doing?
are you? Can you hear me? Can
Great,
you see me? Are we good?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it.
Yes, I love it. I'm a big fan of yours, Red.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's so cool just to hear, you know, I can't imagine what it's like to be on a project like this. And so,
I know.
but can we just start with, you know, how did it feel to be on that stage under the lights, recreating such iconic moments with Jaafar Jackson next to you?
Oh, the lights were high. It felt like we were in the 80s. The wardrobe, like as soon as I threw that afro on and like the nice clean clothes and the types of knit and just the atmosphere and being next to Jafar, I felt like I was literally in the Jacksons.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, was it, you know, how much kind of work went into making it as close to the original as possible?
See, I grew up listening to like Jackson 5, so I already had the spirit. There was a lot of work behind just the whole team in general. Like low key my feet were hurting because of the boots and all that. So there was like a lot of hard work. Like I worked with Rich and Tone because they told me at first in the beginning, they were like, you're gonna get a part with the Jacksons. And then in my head, I'm thinking, oh, I'm gonna play with the Jackson 5. But then why would I play with the kids, you know? He's like,
Yeah.
you're gonna be the guitarist for the Jacksons, and I never put two and two together. Like Michael Jackson had a separate guitarist besides Tito, but he
Yeah,
had
yeah,
another
yeah.
guitarist, which was David Williams.
Right. And so, did you kind of have to watch the original concerts and kind of, you know, how did you prepare for this?
Yes, I did. I had to learn all those songs. I had to learn majority of the songs. Like, okay, I'll just tell you. I had to learn Heartbreak Hotel. I had to learn Working Day and Night, Human Nature. And, you know, and yes, but I know how to play guitar. But the way
Right.
I watched David Williams, his interviews like on MTV, and he
Yeah.
has so much he relates a lot to me. We relate a lot to each other. We have stuff in
Okay.
common. Like we were both in the military. He lived in Virginia Newport, but I live in Newport Beach.
Right. Yeah.
Like we kind of look similar.
So
So there
little
was a
connections like that.
there was a lot of weird, oddly enough, yeah, there was connections. And
Hmm.
so Rich and Tone, Michael Jackson's choreographers were telling me that like Michael Jackson wouldn't go on stage without David Williams.
Hmm.
So as soon as they told me that, I was like, okay, so now I have to get close to Jafar a little bit more. So I was talking to Jafar, you know, and Jafar was very, very nice. But believe it or not, I didn't see Jafar really without his makeup and prosthetics on.
Right. Yeah. Were you kind of waiting a long time, you know, before you kind of started performing with the cameras rolling? Did it take a while to set everything up and everyone to do hair and makeup?
Yeah, so we would I would come down from Orange County. I would go to LA like 6 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes it'd be
Wow.
raining.
Yeah.
And then we get breakfast, or I think we get our makeup done, and then we'll get our afros, and then we'll get our makeup done, and we'll go get breakfast, we'll have the wardrobe and all that, and that's my favorite part, the wardrobe in the set. I love period movies. 1980s, come on, baby, 1980s. Like that was. I'm from the 90s, so I never lived that. Imagine that, like you.
Yeah. No, totally. And doing those performances live, how long would it take to get a performance right? You know, would you do it all the way through every time, or were there little sections? How did that work?
That's a good question. So what we would do is, so I knew the songs before, so I kind of like I got obsessed with the songs. Anything I work with, I get obsessed with. So I would drive and listen to them, so I knew. And it's funny because David Williams plays specific parts of the songs that sometimes you're like, oh, that actually is there, but you wouldn't notice it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we would just go on set and then revamp and practice. All right, now rehearsal time. And you'll hear the lady, she had a British accent. She'll be like, rehearsal. And then now revamping. And then it would be, all right, here it is, action.
Yeah.
So it'd be like over 10, 15 takes, brother.
Whoa, okay. Yeah, so you had to get it right.
Yeah, had to get it right.
Yeah. And somebody's asked here, when shooting the scenes on the Victory Tour, was it almost like playing at a real concert?
Yeah, there was a lot of people there. Yes, it was probably one of the, because I'm a musician myself, so it was like the biggest. Like, I mean, come on, like as a musician, like there ain't no way I play Michael Jackson's guitar player. I cannot get bigger than that. You know?
Yeah.
So it felt like a real show. It was so beautiful seeing Jaafar dance. Like looking back on it, like I'm like, wow. When the Jacksons dance and they choreograph, they were a big influence on me. Especially Jackie Jackson, the guy who played Jackie Jackson. I was like, that's like in my heart. I was like, that's me. That's who I would be. Is Jackie?
Right.
So it was yes. It felt real.
And, you know, take me through the practicalities of staging a performance, you know. Was everything shot at once with several cameras, or would you shoot it once with the camera here, then shoot it again with close-ups, and then shoot again with the crowd? You know, how did that work?
Ooh, that's a good question. Well, as you know, you would see Coleman Domingo in the wing, like the left wing. A lot of guys would be like, "Oh, there goes Coleman Domingo," and I would look, and he wouldn't be there. But like, so they would get his shot. You see him look, and the music will lower. You remember that part?
Yeah.
Working day and night. He's like, "I would like to say this is our last show," or something like that.
Yeah.
So I guess they got that shot, which was coming from the corner or the opposite parallel wing, and they would get the shot of Jaafar. So there's different placements of the camera.
Yeah.
The videographers would be everywhere, and of course Antoine Fuqua is the one, like the director will say he wants the cameras positioned in a certain way. So there's a lot of movement actually. A lot of movement.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of work went into getting this right and all the different parts of it. And so you mentioned Rich and Tone. Did they help choreograph you guys as band members too, not just Jaafar?
Oh yeah. Rich and Tone was like, every day there would be notes. They'd be like, you need to step up. And I was like, I felt it too. And I loved it because they were like, he's right. I was like, he's right. They're right. I do need to step up. Number one, they're like, you're playing David Williams. And they're like, David did not play. He did not play games. I was like, they were like, Michael Jackson loved David Williams. And I was like, all right, I have to make sure I'm getting my parts down. They love the way I play guitar, but they're like, you're trying to get the guitar parts right, but give us a little bit more dancing and rhythm. And they cut a lot of some of the scenes where I may have did this and that. But if you watch the movie, I got a lot of me and the guitarist next to me, Alexis, we got a lot of screen time.
Yeah.
So maybe they did like what we were doing, you know?
Yeah, totally. And
so yeah, go for it.
Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, so what Richard Tone, a device they gave us paid off because I mean they gave us more screen time, you know. So I'm glad I listened to them.
Oh, totally. Yeah, it must be cool to see yourself on the big screen then, right?
Oh my gosh, it's like I still don't, Red. I still can't fathom it. You know, I still don't like. I can't wait. I don't know, man. It's unbelievable almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. Like, that's me.
Huh?
Totally. Like that, you're watching it and you're like, that's me on screen, like that's
Yeah, exactly. You're like,
so cool.
what? Yeah.
And so, you mentioned the Victory Tour, but I know you shot more for like Dangerous and beyond that, right?
Oh yeah, I know. It's just some of that stuff we did. I mean, it's already leaked. Some people already put some stuff out, but at the same time, it's like, yes, I will be honest, but I don't want to like say too much because
No, of course, yeah.
I don't want them to like sue me or something.
No,
or, like,
no,
I get in
of
trouble.
course, yeah.
But
No, don't worry about it.
But you understand that there is going to be a second sequel, which would
Yeah.
Michael Jackson did have the Dangerous tour, so forth and so on, and David Williams was the guitarist for like a lot of Michael Jackson stuff. So I was there a lot filming on set and watching Jaafar a lot.
Yeah, was that
So
for
Jaafar knows who I am.
Yeah, and that was for History Tour as well, right? With David.
Yeah, David Williams was on History Tour. He was on Dangerous.
Yeah.
He was,
Awesome.
yeah, he was on those tours, and I'm, oh my gosh, it's so beautiful because Jaafar is like such an icon. He's so nice, and you could tell he's kind of like you. You guys are very honest, and like I'm serious. Like you guys are similar because you could tell you're really sweet, and like there's no bad bone in your body. Whereas
So
me,
you
I'm
could-
kind of like a tough kind of guy.
Right.
I'm super
So you
tough.
could kind of, with Jaafar, you did get a good sense of the type of person he was. It wasn't like work all the time kind of thing.
With Jaafar, he was focused on like doing the parts right, and
Yeah.
but he would be very like caring. He has a big presence, though. I will tell you that. Like this is his first time acting, but he does have an aura, like a presence. He has an aura about him.
Yeah.
Like you could feel when Jafar's in a building versus when he's like not there.
Yeah.
Like you're like, oh, Jaafar is here. Like there's something about like the energy shift.
You can feel it.
Yeah, you could feel. Yeah, you could tell he's like a star.
And on stage, do you recall any kind of funny moments or mishaps or anything that went wrong, or any funny, memorable moments like that?
I could tell you a moment that went wrong. Oh, I can tell you funny moments too. So I can tell you, start with the funny moments. So me and the guitar next to me, he had like this Jerry curl, and it was great. You know what I mean? Like I was like, I kind of wish I had a Jerry curl, but he just kept whipping it, and it was just like the funniest thing because it's like Jerry curl music, the Jacksons. Like they all had the Jerry curls shaking them, and they were wet, and the wardrobe department was just spraying Jerry curl juice. And another thing, so there was this part on one of the shots we filmed, and my guitar fell off.
Oh, that's not
Yeah,
good.
the strap broke. But it's funny because I told the prop department, I was like, "There's something wrong with this strap," and they're like, "We'll fix it after." I was like, "You need to fix it now." And then all of a sudden, it just fell. But I doubt they got that part when it fell. We did so many takes that it fell. There was another part too that's funny. I was sitting down. I was just sitting down, and my feet were hurting. And like Jaafar came out of nowhere, he ran up to me. He just smacked the back of my arm. He's like, I don't know. He just did something. It was like funny. I was like, okay. I didn't expect him to do that.
Yeah. So, was there some, it's not all scripted. You're kind of improvising as well on stage?
Oh, yeah. I did most of my own stuff. Yeah, nothing was scripted. It was, and that's funny you asked that. Well, you watched the movie, of course.
Yeah.
But you saw my part, didn't you? On Human Nature. Yeah. And Don't Stop. Yeah. It was all just what we felt like vibing out to.
So it's not the same thing every time?
No, it was exactly. So they chose that take. That's a good question because they chose. Not only did they choose that take, but like my character David Williams, he was. There's some video footage, a lot of video footage on him, and he does certain things, but he wasn't like the biggest dancer,
Yeah.
because he's focused on playing guitar.
Of course, yeah. And so what was maybe your favourite song to perform and learn?
I will put it in. I will put it in code to say that my favorite song, and that I never listened to before prior to shooting this film, was Heartbreak Displaced Hotel.
Yeah.
Like that song. I mean, they put it in the trailer when blah blah blah. But they put it in the trailer. But that song's so good.
Mm.
It's so good. That's my favorite right there. But
Yeah.
Working Day, I like the faster stuff. Like I like the Victory
Yeah.
Tour and the Jackson 5, you know? I
Yeah,
like when
definitely.
they're just like doing that dance too. Oh, it's beautiful.
Mm-hmm. So was the vibe when you were doing Victory Tour different to, the other tours you did?
Mm-hmm. So I like the disco era.
Yeah.
I like when we had just the whole like Shaft kind of like Big Daddy feel, like it's something about the energy during that, like the vintage lights. Like I said, you saw all the colors. I mean,
Yeah.
what was your favorite song in that whole movie?
Oh gosh. I mean, I loved Human Nature. That was
I like
just
Human
so memorable, and the way they shot that was gorgeous. And then Bad at the end was great too. Those,
A lot of
yeah,
people
between
like
those
that.
two, yeah,
A lot of people like that.
it's great. And I imagine, I saw it in IMAX, so it was big, it was loud. Did you feel like that on stage? Wasn't it turned up high? Could you feel the music kind of thing?
Ooh. Yes, the way the instruments were played. Yes, everything was loud, and then
Yeah.
the crowd. We were feeding off of the crowd, and they were
Yeah.
just dancing. Yeah, and the whole time the crowd was looking at everybody on stage.
Yeah.
It felt like a concert. It felt
Mm.
big. It felt like the 1980s, and like I took a lot of that, and I use that still today on stage when I play.
Right, yeah. The feeling of performing to a crowd like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly. You know, the crowd could, like my crowd today can be like, all right, we're watching somebody who played in an arena. Yeah, I don't know, something like
Mhm.
that. Or who played in the 80s.
Yeah, that's cool. And seeing Jafar transform into Michael, really, what was that like? Because you said you were a Michael Jackson fan before.
Yeah. I was always, as a little boy, my family would play a lot of Jackson 5.
Yeah,
So watching Jafar transfer over to Michael Jackson was like, he looks so much like Michael Jackson as it is, that it was so easy
Mm.
for me. I was looking at him, I was like, I was just like, there he is, It was more like a there he is kind of moment. And I was like,
Yeah.
that's it right there, and for the most part.
Totally. And what kind of access did you have? Because I imagine it was quite confidential. Did you have any idea, like, as to a script of what Jafar was gonna say when he announced it was the last tour, or did you just have like a list of songs? How much did you have to work with?
List of songs for the most part, but remember, I did do a lot of rehearsal with them in another
Yeah.
building. I hope they drop a lot of this on BTS, behind the scenes. They've been dropping behind the scenes.
Yeah, they
I
have.
hope they do a lot more, so that way you can see in retrospect, or like, retrospect.
Mhm.
But I had access just to the songs, because I guess I don't know. Those are a lot of my favorite scenes, like Human Nature, and like the
Yeah.
music scene is my favorite,
Yeah,
because Michael Jackson was a musician. So
totally. And you tore it up. You did such a good job at bringing that to life. What's it been like now, with friends and family, people finding out that you were in this film?
well, that's a good question again, Red. My family, friends and family, they're all like, they're happy for me. A lot of
Yeah.
people are happy for me. I will say, a lot of people are just like, oh my gosh, they went to go see the movie sometimes just because I'm in it.
Yeah.
And I think people, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm kind of like introverted kind of person. So like,
Mhm.
and I know a lot of people though, so a lot of people are happy. Put it that way. That's a good way to put it. And they love the movie and they're supporting Michael Jackson more. And that. And as Michael Mania right now, I've been listening to so much Michael Jackson.
Oh yeah, I heard he was like the #1 artist on streaming or something again. He's gone right back up, so it's so good to see. And the film's doing so well at the box office too. And I know some of the Michael's original band members came to the set, didn't they?
Yeah.
What do you remember about that?
Yeah, so I remember the crowd was cheering, and I was looking left and right. I was like, "There's nothing going on. Why are they cheering?" Marlon Jackson, right there, walk right past me.
Wow.
And I'm looking at because it's hard for me to recognize people. I guess I remember Marlon Jackson when he was younger, but I was like, "Oh, that's Marlon Jackson." Marlon Jackson showed up. Jennifer Batten was on stage with us.
Cool.
Sugarfoot showed up. A lot of the other guys showed up too. A lot of the other keyboard players, bass players.
Yeah, and Prince Jackson was there a lot, wasn't he?
Yes, Prince was there. He was very interactive.
Really?
Yes, executive producer Prince Jackson was very interactive with us, talking to us a lot.
In what way? It's just kind of, was he kind of guiding you or directing you, or was it just general conversation, or what was
general
that
conversation, making sure our wellness was good. Like, hey, how do you guys like the food? He was telling us about his foundation, telling us how we feel. Very nice and sweet. Always had a smile on his face. Yeah,
that's so cool. And so, what's the biggest thing you've taken from this experience, or biggest thing you've learned from it?
Biggest thing I learned from it. That's a good question again, Red. The biggest thing is always have faith in yourself. Always be nice to people. Always be kind. Always think before you speak. Everything is gonna be hard work. Nothing's for free.
Yeah.
Practice. And another thing is, a lesson I learned with film is think about the camera. If the camera's in front of you, really consider, because you have to exaggerate everything. So really consider the flow of things. So that's what I took from it. Always be nice is the bottom line.
And it looks like, these friendships have formed, among all the actors who played the band members.
Yes, there is. I've been jamming with somebody you're going to interview today is Jay Oliver. I keep in touch with a lot of these guys. I keep in touch with some of the guys who play Jacksons too. Riot Hill, Joseph. I keep in touch with them. I seen them at the premiere, some of those guys.
Yeah, so cool. And what was that premiere like before you go?
Oh, the premiere was great. The premiere was very nice. There was a lot of people. I met Angelina Jolie's dad, John Voight. I shook John Branca's hand.
Oh, cool.
Ron Isley, Nisi from Reno 911. I saw a lot of famous people. I saw I saw TJ Jackson. I saw Dr. Majesty again. Dr. Majesty was like, "Oh, I haven't seen you in a while. How's it going?"
Wow. So again, all types of celebrities there, all celebrating the Michael movie and the amazing job you did. So congratulations on the film.
Yes, Red. And thank you for everything you're doing and giving us a platform to speak.
No, of course. It's fascinating to hear. So thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Red. I appreciate you too.
Take care, Johnny. Bye-bye.
Take care, Red. Bye.
Bye. And there you have it. That was such a fun interview, wasn't it? With Swingin' Johnny, who plays David Williams on the Victory Tour. What's in the comments here? Heartbreak Hotel was a huge song. That's so good, yeah. What else is here? Good. We like that energy. Awesome. We've got nearly 80 people here. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining and for being here. And don't forget, we've got a free giveaway running today. Let me get that up on screen. MJ Market have been kind enough to offer 5 completely free Michael Jackson movie memorabilia items. And so let me get that up here so you can see. Here we go. So we've got some really, really cool items. We've got the Michael vinyl, Michael collector cup, Michael poster, and a replica hat that Jaafar wore, well, the copy of what he wore in the actual film that you can get your hands on for free by going to www.michaeljacksonmarket.com/giveaway. Anytime before 4 p.m. Eastern Time, you can enter, and at the end of this live stream, we'll announce the winners. So next up, we just interviewed Swingin Johnny, who played David Williams. So up next, we've got Sheila Boateng, the assistant costume designer for the film. And after her, we've got Frescia Belmar coming on, who played Jennifer Batten, Michael's guitarist. So I think Sheila is here ready. So how about we bring her in and give her a warm welcome to the channel.
1 second, I'm having some technical difficulties.
No worries. Take your time. Okay, bear with, guys. Think in the comment section below. What questions have you got to Sheila? You know, she played an integral role in creating the costumes for this film. So if you have any questions, pop them in the chat and I'll try to ask them to Sheila. Okay. Sheila, if you're having technical difficulties, you can maybe try leaving the link, like deleting it and going back on, maybe. See if that works. Okay. We've got 69 people watching right now. Thank you so much, everybody. Let me check in with Sheila again. Any luck with it? You can maybe try and go off the link and back on and see if that works, perhaps. Take your time, don't rush at all. Okay. Very high energy. Yeah, Johnny was great, wasn't he? He was such a good vibe. And now, after Sheila, we got Frescia Belmar, who played Jennifer Batten in the film. So in the meantime, let's just have a quick look at some of the work Sheila created. Here she is. And here's some of the work she did on the Michael movie. You can see her fittings with Coleman Domingo, who played Joe Jackson, and Jaafar as Michael there in that really, really cool beat-it jacket. And again, here's just some of the work that, you know, goes into creating a project like this. I think it's easy to forget, you know, how long it takes to put everything together and to make a film like this happen, you know? And there's one of the gloves. So cool. So much work went into this film. Okay, let's add Sheila back in then. Let's give her a warm welcome to the channel.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Great, thank you so much for being here. I really, really appreciate it. I'm really excited to hear, you know, what went into creating the costumes for this film. You know, they're so iconic, and it must have been such a challenge, but such a fun project to work on as well, I'd imagine.
Yeah, well, Michael is one of the greatest. I mean, he is the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
I was on this project as the assistant costume designer, which is such a huge role. We were blessed and lucky to actually touch and feel his actual clothes and costumes. The estate allowed it to. Yeah, so we got to touch. I got to see his like actual, you know, gloves and his beaded jacket. It was amazing. I felt like his spirit was around us. That's
so cool. And so, what were the kind of key areas you were most involved in? You know, was it fitting or sourcing or everything?
Everything. Yeah, everything. I was in charge of research. I was in charge of setting up the fittings. I was also in charge of, you know, when Jaafar, his background dancers, his band members, I had to make sure the costumes look accurate to the, you know, original original. I was in charge of the Jackson 5, Young Jackson 5. I was in charge of getting that Grammy jacket made in England. So
Whoa.
yeah,
That's, I mean,
everything.
where do you start? You know, even just with the research, you know, how do you pick what to include? How do you do that?
For the research, well, we spoke to one of Michael's original designers, Michael Bush. We were in contact with him a lot. We just wanted to make sure we were very respectful and we try to be as accurate as possible. And I also did my own research. Then I found out where he fell in love with the military jacket. It's iconic military jacket, and it's, you know, England, Savvy Row, hand lock and key. So I reached out to them immediately when I was on holiday because I go to England a lot. And I was like, hey, we're doing a Michael Jackson movie. You know, can you, you know, they're amazing at embroidery. Can you guys help us with the Grammy jacket? And of course they were excited. So they got that done for us. And they made the patches for us. So I wanted to make sure it was where he got things made, not in the States. Because a couple of my coworkers tried to do it here, but it just didn't feel right, especially seeing his actual costumes. I was like, okay, I know where he got this made. Let me go there.
Yeah. And so once you've sort of done that side of it, when you're on the set day to day, what do your responsibilities involve then?
My day-to-day responsibilities. Well, I am day-to-day. You have to look at the schedule, and when you're prepping, it's research. I have to manage. Manage the team basically, with my costume designer being Marcy Rogers. So I have to manage the tailors. I have to manage who's sourcing the fabric. You know, I'm really good at sourcing fabric from around the world, but that wasn't my role in this. I was just, you know, managing all of that, manage the shoppers, manage the people who are pulling the vintage pieces, and also go to the costume houses and make sure we're pulling the right pieces. Make sure that, you know, if we watch the clips, make sure we're printing the right images for his on the fabrics, just to make it as real as possible. Also reaching out to vendors, because I have a good relationship with a lot of vendors. I reached out to Levi's. They provided most of the 501 jeans because Michael wore 501 jeans. Shout out to J.H. Bass and Florisham, because that's still some of the shoes he wore. So that's basically talking to the directors, talking to the hair department, talking to the makeup department, talking to the art department. I was involved with everything. That's what an assistant costume designer does.
Yeah, that's so amazing.
Yeah.
And so, were you already a Michael Jackson fan before joining the project? And did that personal connection maybe influence your work?
Of course, I was a Michael Jackson fan. Who isn't a Michael Jackson fan?
Right?
I haven't met anyone who isn't a Michael Jackson fan. You know, I feel like the alien to this earth, you know? It's a funny story. My first production job was sadly when Michael Jackson passed, and I was working on this Xbox Cirque du Soleil thing, and I met his kids with Catherine. It was Prince and Paris Jackson, and I was basically letting them in, the VIPs in, and then that was the first time I met them. So it kind of is full circle that I get to work with Prince. It's funny, I never told him that. I was like, wow, that was like my first job, and now I'm working with you.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And I mean, it's so authentic when you look at it on screen.
Yeah.
How do you approach recreating it so authentically and kind of managing the fans' expectations as well? Because you can only pick and choose certain looks, right? You can't cover everything.
Yeah. So with the choreography, we have to make sure that Jaafar can move in his costumes. Like if you look at the Victory Tour, he's wearing that black and white pants. So we had to put a gusset to make sure he can move and do his kicks. So it's not always going to be accurate, and sometimes some of the images that we find within our research, you can't really tell. But also reaching out to Swarovski, because he used a lot of Swarovski crystals, making sure that we use the actual crystals that he used, and also making sure that we use some of the vendors that he used back in the day. There was a lady that we used, Elizabeth. Sadly, she passed away. She actually made some of his gloves back in the day. She worked with Bob Mackie, so I made sure that I worked with her. That was this was like one of her last projects that she got to work on, and I worked with her a lot on Black Panther. So I just try to make sure I try to use some of the original people that worked with him. That's what I try to.
Yeah.
I try to do that as
That's-
much as possible. And
Yeah,
I love. I have some tailors. Serge, he's amazing. He does amazing suits. He was someone that really helped me out. We used Bill Hargate. Yeah.
That's so
we tried-
special
yeah.
though, because I imagine it means a lot to them to be a part of
Yeah.
it as well.
Yeah, she cried when I came up to her. I was like, can you do this project? And she was like, I'm ready. And she was not feeling that well, but she was like, I really just want to do this. And I was like, are you sure you can do it? And she did it. She made some of his the Victory Tour shirt. That was her. All the hand sewn crystals. That was her.
So how much time did you have to do all of this and get it all ready before shooting?
Well, we didn't have a lot of time. We did have prep time, but the schedule will constantly change based on the actual actor's schedule needs. But we did our best to make it happen. And the best thing about being an assistant costume designer working in the film industry is being best friends with your vendors. I remember KMP, we needed to make a costume in like 5 hours before we shot, and they made it for us.
Whoa.
Because we have a good relationship with them. I remember this guy. There's a vendor in LA that we needed to make a jacket because the director wanted that particular jacket on set that day, and I was like, okay, let me call him up. Can you make this in like 4 hours? About to shoot in 4 hours, and he's like, okay, I'll make it for you. So it's all about the relationships you have. You have good relationships, they'll do anything for you. I know some vendors worked for me in the middle of the night at 12 o'clock. I was like, oh my God, this pants ripped. Can you help me make some? I mean, we have our own in-house tailors, but we're so blessed to know all these tailors here in LA for all the last minute stuff. So it was intense, but we did it. People love
You
the
definitely
costume.
did.
That's all that matters.
Yeah, and it shows on screen and it feels so real. And how did you go about kind of deciding what to custom make or get a tailor to make, or whether just to source something?
Well, so like most of his looks when he's performing, those are all custom made. And then some of the stuff, I would find something similar at the costume shops, like at Western Costume, and then we would use that as a sample, and then would buy the item, and then take it to the place where you get it printed, and make sure it looks like the original one, like the hat he was wearing when he was with Quincy. We found the original. We found something that was similar, and then we used that as a sample to make it look like the original one he wore.
Right, and the costumes are they've got such a distinctive shine on screen, the gloves, the sequin jackets. How do you achieve that, to make it so sparkly and pop so much?
You work with the lighting department, but also Swarovski crystals. They just have a particular shine to it. So that's what he used. It's the best. It's one of the best crystals he used. So you just got to use the right material, and also work with the lighting department and the set design. Everything is very collaborative.
Right, yeah. Working with all the different teams and it all comes together in a way. Right. And so when you were putting looks together, how much consideration went into reflecting both the time period and then what was happening emotionally in the film's storyline then?
Well, I was putting a lot of looks together in like around 12 a.m. I really researched his looks. So it was like, okay, so whether he's hanging out with his brother or he's at the pool, okay, he needs to be, Michael didn't really show he didn't really like to, it's not like he didn't want to show his skin. He was dealing with a skin condition. So he couldn't really show his, his skin. So we had to make sure when he was in the pool, we had to make sure he was wearing an extra shirt to cover it, because that's what he did. So we research based on what each character would normally wear. That's how we do it.
Right. And were there any outfits? I mean, I imagine you created so many. Were there any you created that weren't in the final film and you're like, oh, I wish people got to see that. I wish I got to be on the screen?
That you have to see in the second movie. I can't reveal that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, the Grammy outfit was so cool, though. I wish we got to see more of that. I mean, the blue and the gold, that was so awesome.
Yeah, there was an interesting story. It was a story to that, but I guess that'll be another day to tell. But I'm so glad it got on camera.
Okay.
It was one of those things where they changed the schedule, but we still made it on camera, thankfully. But we originally had 2 vendors that were making the Grammy
Right.
jacket, and I obviously wanted to go with the one that hand lock a key, because they're one of the best. And then we had a vendor one vendor from New York who was also making a Grammy jacket for us, but sadly his jacket didn't come in time. And this jacket, so hand lock and key jacket was there, and we just had to put the pieces together. And this is we're gonna shoot this in a week. And luckily, Baba, this one of the vendors, he was like, I can put this jacket together for you, and he did it within 2 days, and it was done. And this is all because the schedule switches so fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I imagine some of those jackets were quite heavy, right?
Yeah, they were heavy.
And I mean,
but we have to make some of them. We had to make it a little lighter because Jaafar was performing in it.
Exactly.
But
yeah.
still, it had to still move. Like, yeah.
I heard some things about like Michael would put like some weight in the bottom of his jacket so that like when he flicked it, it made a certain shape and things like that. Were you kind of considering the choreography element and the sort of shape of the movement while you were creating the costumes?
Yeah, so when we're making the costume, before we make the costumes, we went to Jaafar's rehearsal or Julian's rehearsal. We watch what they're doing and we're like, okay, they're gonna need a gusset. He's moving his hand like this. This part's gonna need a little stretch over here. So we always think about that. And also like before he's in his actual costume, if you're dancing, you have to wear your dancing shoes. So he has to wear the shoes that he's performing in, so he could break them in. So that's how we start designing things. And some of the shirts that he was wearing, we had to have little snaps inside of his pants so they wouldn't come up when he like raised his arm. So the first thing we do is we have to go to rehearsal and just observe, and then we go from there. Then we start creating things and making sure they fit, or making sure the beads are not too heavy.
Yeah.
Use a lighter fabric but that looks similar.
So it's all about kind of considering all these elements and getting the best possible look on screen.
Yes.
And I imagine that probably came with some challenges. What was the biggest kind of creative or technical challenge you faced and overcame during the project?
The first technical challenge that we came up with the project, oh man, there was a lot.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the times it was mostly, like timing.
Yeah.
Like just making things last minute. That was one of the biggest challenges. And then some of the challenges were, making sure the fabrics when he's dancing it don't rip, because they have to be tight. So you have to make sure you're putting the gusset in the right place so they don't rip while he's performing. But you also need multiples. So if something does rip, you have an extra pants. Or if you have the white shirts that he was wearing, you're gonna get makeup on it. So you have to make sure you have multiples. The gloves, they're hand sewn, but sometimes the crystals fall off. So you have to make sure you have multiples of everything so you're ready.
And I imagine the kind of budget of the film helps, you're able to make multiple of these things.
The budget, I mean, it's all like I said, it's mostly like having a relationship with vendors and working with them.
Yeah.
And them working with our price system, and me working on, like, if I'm gonna, I have a contact with Levi's. They hooked us up with a lot of jeans. I have Florisham gave us stuff and getting discounts, and that's how you really make the budget work. Your relationship with brands and vendors.
So interesting. And so, for the other side of it, what was the atmosphere like on set, just kind of being there?
It was unbelievable, especially the first time we saw Jaafar in full hair and makeup and costume. People were crying. It felt like we were actually at a Michael Jackson concert, but you can tell the whole crew, they were so passionate about MJ. Like, everyone was passionate, and we were putting 100%, even though it was long, crazy day hours. we all wanted to make sure this movie was beautiful
Yeah.
for
And
him
that,
and his family and for the fans.
yeah, and that totally paid off, and
Yeah.
it's such an amazing film. But you said you were working till like 12 a.m. at night? That's
Sometimes,
crazy.
no, because sometimes there'll be like, so for instance, sometimes there'll be a change where there's like a costume change, and I would be at home, and then my boss, the costume designer, will call me. There was several times the costume designer would call me like, hey, there's a change in the schedule, like, and I'll be at home. It'll be like 12 a.m. I'm at home already. She would call me, and then I would have to wake up, put on my clothes, drive an hour because our office was in Santa Clarita, and then start putting some outfits together and take that, and then put that in a file and then give it to the designer, and then she gives it to the director, and then he gives a look. So we worked till like 3 a.m. sometimes, and that was
Wow.
with a lot of the costumes, and there was a lot of like random, like, okay, you have to work on Saturday, Sheila, to do this fitting, and so I would do it. So yeah, it's
Yeah.
just part of the job,
Yeah,
and
it
I
comes
didn't
with
really.
it.
This is one of those jobs that I didn't really sleep much. I only slept like 3 hours. But it was, when you see it on screen, it's worth it. You sometimes
100%.
get those jobs, yeah. And it's all about supporting the project and making sure, supporting the producers and the designer, making sure their vision comes to life.
And looking back now, is there a particular highlight or a favorite piece, a favorite outfit you created that really stands out to you and you're proud of?
The Grammy jacket.
Yeah.
I'm proud of that because I felt like it was authentic. It was authentic as possible with the timing that we had. And just going to England, where he fell in love with the military jacket, it was cool. And it's going to Hadlock and Key, them showing me the picture of like, oh yeah, he saw this in the window and he fell in love with this jacket and he was like, I want it. So I was like, just hearing those stories, I thought that was one of my favorite costumes. And the Thriller costume was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, how iconic is that, right? Does that come with a sense of like pressure or expectation? You feel like you've really got to get this right because it's Thriller.
Yeah, we all worked very hard for that one. I had a lovely costumer who does pulls, and he worked for Western Costume for 20 years, Henry. So he pulled a lot of the background costumes, and then the designer and I spoke to Deborah Landis to make sure the costumes, the original designer of the Thriller song, the Thriller costumes, and so we just wanted to make sure everything was accurate as possible. Like we found out he wore those red jeans that he wore were 511s, and then we had to dye them. But then when we dyed them, the thread was white, so we had to make sure we over-dyed the thread. Like we had to make sure it looked legit as possible, and the background people around him looked legit as possible.
Yeah, and working with these stars, Jafar, Coleman, Giuliano, what were they like? Because you were working with them on fittings and things, right?
Yes, Jafar, he is amazing. He has such a quiet, soft confidence. The first time I met him was at his uncle's childhood home in Havenhurst. We got his measurements, and I feel like he's a method actor. He was like, yeah, I sleep on the floor like my uncle did, and yeah, but you can tell he was just so into, like, he was just in the zone. Like he was embodying Michael. Julian, he was fun. I had a lot of fittings with him, weekends fittings with him. He would always be dancing. He's so energetic. Like he's so funny. He just makes me, you can come in tired and ready for the fitting, and you're just like, no coffee, and he just starts dancing, and he just lights up the room. Coleman was cool. Like I was doing the fitting for his Grammy look, and I did a couple of his other fittings, and he just gives you like life, and I don't know, he's full of wisdom. They were all so nice. They were just so proud to be in this movie, and everyone just wanted to do a great job for Michael and his fans.
Totally. And so after working on this project, what are your ambitions moving forward now?
I think this project taught me a lot of, I feel like this project really pushed me and taught me that like one day I could, be the head of the department. I feel like it really, managing all these different people, because usually on a project this scale, there are like 4 assistant costume designers. There's one person in charge of like background. There's one person in charge of like the MTO, the custom made part. There's one person in charge of the shopping, or one person in charge of pulling. I was in charge of all of that. So it really, yeah, I was in charge of all of that under my costume designer. So this taught me like, okay, I can, you know, manage a team, you know, when the time comes. So it taught me like I'm ready. So
Yeah.
it really pushed me. This project really pushed me, and it really allowed me to be creative, and also learn about patience, and also listen to my intuition. That's one thing this project taught. It taught me to listen to my intuition. Even though when people go like, oh, the schedule is not going to change, you know, always have a backup plan. Always have like an extra glove because you don't know, or always have the Grammy jacket ready because that it might move up a week in advance, and I had it ready. So
just be prepared in that way.
prepared, yeah.
Yeah, totally. There's a really great question here. Someone's asking, what happens to the costumes after filming finishes? Do they get auctioned off?
In this movie, I mean, I don't know about this movie. I feel like this will be a movie where the costumes will be like in a museum, but most of the movies I've worked on, like TV shows I've worked on, the costumes usually, sometimes they get auctioned off, but they usually end up at a costume house. Sometimes they hold it. With Michael, they're probably gonna hold it because, you know, for the next movie. So they won't really sell any of these costumes, no.
Right, so they just kind of keep it there in case for the part 2.
Yeah, but for TV shows, they hold the costumes for a few years or a few months, and then they put into costume houses, they sell them, or actors take the costumes home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so interesting. And so, just before you go, I'm a huge Star Wars fan. I know you worked on Star Wars. Tell me about that.
Oh, I was so blessed to work on Ahsoka. I worked on
Nice.
Ahsoka. The episode that I worked Shauna with was the witches. I was there helping with the fabric sourcing and making sure that their looks were on point, and also Anakin's look was on point. So I was helping with that. I wasn't an ACD on that one. I was mainly sourcing fabrics and making sure that Shauna's visions came to life, and it was so amazing working with her. Rest her soul. She's no longer with us, but she was very creative, and it was a great time working with her.
For sure. And are there any projects, you know, that are coming up that we can keep an eye out for?
Yeah, Children of the Blood and Bones. That one's coming up next year with Paramount Studios. It's kind of like I would say like a West African version of Harry Potter.
Okay. Yeah.
It's sci-fi.
Cool.
Yeah, so I'm excited about that. I was in South Africa and Spain for that, and it was a lot. It was a lot, but it was amazing. It's one of my favorite, and I was working with costume designer Charlize Antoinette. It's one of my favorite projects ever.
So cool. Well, we can't wait to see it. Thank you so much for your time. I really, really appreciate it. Where can people find you on social media?
Oh, Sheila with 2 A's, Boateng@gmail.com.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time, and congratulations on the film. You did such an amazing job.
Thank you.
Take care. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Bye.
Bye-bye. And there you have it. What an interesting interview. It's so cool to hear, you know, what goes into everything, isn't it? We've got nearly 70 people watching. Thank you so much for being here. I really, really appreciate it. Now let's take a little look at the schedule and see what's coming up for the rest of the stream, because we've got 2.5 hours left still. So let's have a look. Let me see if I can get the schedule up here. What are people saying in the chat? Ahsoka is so good. So excited for the next movie. So good. Okay, let's get the schedule up. Here we go. I'm so glad everybody's enjoying. It's fascinating to hear, you know, all the different perspectives and what happens in the film. And don't forget, go to the link in the bottom of the page, michaeljacksonmarket.com/giveaway to enter for free by 4 p.m. Eastern Time. It's completely free. You can win up to 5 Michael Jackson merch items. Any of these 5. There's 5 winners one item each, and it's completely random shipping worldwide. There are the items. We've got the vinyl, got the cup, the IMAX collector cards, the cinema poster, and the replica hat as worn by Jaafar on the big screen. How cool is that? It's completely free. So just head to www.michaeljacksonmarket.com/giveaway. So on the schedule up next, we just interviewed Sheila Boateng, the assistant costume designer on Michael. Next up is Frescia Belmar, Jennifer Batten, Michael's guitarist in the film, and you can see her in the bad section right at the end, right? And after that, we've got Albie Selznick, who's an actor who played Michael's plastic surgeon in the film, which is a really interesting scene. So it'll be interesting to hear from him about what it was like acting opposite Jaafar Jackson himself. Okay, so any minute now, we're just waiting on Frescia to join. And don't forget, here are the items you can get in the giveaway. It's free, so why not enter? Jonathan says, everyone share, let's get to 100 plus. Yes, we got 90 viewers, can we get up to 100? That's totally right, yeah. Code Red Jackson, $10 off all MJ Market orders that are over $50. $10 off, just use code Red Jackson at checkout. What else is everyone saying? I'm enjoying the interview so far, I'm so glad. Loving this live. 90 people now. She was so cool. Yeah, she was, wasn't she? It's crazy, like, how much work goes into a project like that, you know? It's so fascinating to see. Loved all she had to say. Totally. Well done, Sheila. What else have we got here? I'm excited for the next movie. Who isn't? Totally. Lots of people enjoyed that one. That's so good to see. There's a rumour that some were really Michaels from Lady Gaga. Ooh, that's interesting. Totally see MJ and Jaafar. Nobody's ready for Smooth Criminal. Totally. I can't wait to see that in the second part. Really hope that shows up. Big Al is back just in time. I heard her say Neverland. That's great. If you go to my channel after this live stream, you can see my interview with Big Al. He worked at Neverland with Michael. Lots of fascinating stories there. How do we enter the giveaway? Go to www.michaeljacksonmarket.com/giveaway. Enter for free by 4 PM EST. And once you go on the link, there's just a little form, really. And it asks for your name, it asks for your country, and it asks about your favourite part of the live stream. So I know we've had a lot of entries so far, so that's really good to see. So cool how many people you interview. Thank you so much. It's not stopping yet. We've got Frescia Belmar, then Albie Selznick, and then Lonnie Henderson, who is Jaafar's stand-in. So that's a really interesting role, right? Because he's doing everything Jaafar is doing, but kind of behind the scenes, you know, while Jaafar's preparing. So let's have a quick look now at Frescia and her work. There she is as Jennifer Batten playing Bad right at the end, recreating the Bad tour perfectly. We've got a few more photos here from the Bad tour. There she is next to Jaafar. And there. And there. And I know Jennifer Batten went to the set, so we'll have to ask about that too. So I believe Frescia is ready, so please give her a very warm welcome to the channel. Hello!
Hey!
How are you?
I'm good, and you?
Great, thank you so much for being here, I really appreciate it.
Wait, let me fix this thing. Okay, there. That's weird. Why does it do that?
I don't know.
Interesting. Are we live? What are we doing?
We're live, but it's okay. These things happen.
Cool. I wasn't sure. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was just like a recorded interview or a live. Cool, yeah, I'm cool with it. Whatever we're doing, I'm cool.
It's live. We've got 90 people watching, but no pressure.
Sweet. Where are people watching? Is it YouTube or what?
Yeah, it's on It's on YouTube. Yeah, we got people from all over the world tuning in, and so already to
Sweet.
hear your experiences and stories about what it was like
Let me fix
working
it.
on
There
the
we go.
Michael movie.
Oh my gosh, where should we start?
I know, right? I mean,
It's
let's
yeah.
start at the beginning, I guess. You know, how did you get that role? How did that happen?
Okay, so 2023. Okay. December. I had just moved to this new house because I was gonna start fresh year on 2024. So I moved on December 2023. I'm heading to the gym. I go to the gym. My car was broken. A friend picked me up. He also has the same gym membership. He didn't want to go. He hates the gym. I convinced him to go. It was hard to convince him to go. Once we get there, we went to the gym, and literally as soon as we get to the gym and I sit to my leg machine because I love doing legs, I get these tags. Somebody asking me if I play guitar, and I said, "Yeah, I play guitar. What's up?" And they're like, "I need video of you playing guitar now." I said, "All right." I literally just got to the gym. I'm gonna work out for like an hour and a half. I'm gonna go shower, eat, do my hair, makeup, nails, pick a song, and shoot a video for you, right? So maybe like I don't know, 3-4 hours.
Yeah.
I'll have the video for you by this evening. And then they're like, no, like I can't wait that long. Like I actually need it sooner than that. I'm like, all right, when do you need this video for? Sooner, like as soon as possible. I was like, all right, can I send it to you in an hour or two? And they were like, no. They're like,
So you know it's serious.
yeah. And they were like, actually, Frescia, like this is for a big production. I can't tell you what this is for, but like we need it now. Like we need it for yesterday. Please go home. Shoot, like please go home now. Go home now and record it as soon as possible. And I'm like, are you serious? I was like, okay. All right, yeah, I'll go home. Can I at least do my hair, my nails? She's like, no, don't do anything. Just go home, shoot the video immediately. I don't care what you're wearing. Just do it. Like, I need a video of you playing guitar. I need we need to hear you play. I'm like, all right. I tell my friend, right? This happened within 5 minutes that we get to the gym. My friend is like starting to just work out. I'm like, dude, we gotta go. He's like, are you serious now? It took me so much effort to drag him to the gym.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, we gotta go. And like, I gotta do this tape is like urgent. And anyways, we get in the car. I explain to my friend what happened. I tell him, dude, they asked me to do this thing. I don't know what I'm doing. They asked me to record something funky, disco, and rock. Okay. And I had to pick a song with all the styles within, And I'm like, what am I gonna do? And I start thinking, and then I was like, all right, Donna Summer, Hot Stuff,
Yeah.
You know that song?
Yeah.
So I learned. I get home quick, like running. I learned this melody. I said, okay, I'm just gonna put a distortion on this guitar. It's gonna sound rock. The beat is kind of funky disco. It's gonna work out. Cool. So next challenge. I learned the song super quick. Like, I learned the melody, learned the chords. Cool. I put on like a feather jacket that I have. My closet's full of like feather, colorful jackets,
Cool.
And they're all synthetic, by the way, because I love animals. They're not real. I wouldn't do that to the animal kingdom, But but anyways, I get home and I had nowhere to shoot this video because I had just moved to this house.
Oh, right, yeah.
And I didn't have my studio set up. I didn't have the lights out. I didn't have nothing. And everything was packed in boxes. The only place that was sort of presentable was my closet. Okay? My walk-in closet. And the light was great somehow. I turned on the light. I was like, wow, this is great. Check the camera. I was like, all right, we'll shoot it in the closet. Fuck it. So I got in the closet, shot the video, and sent it immediately. And next thing I know, I'm in the Michael Jackson movie.
Whoa. That fast? Just that one video and you're in?
Yeah, they love the video, they love the energy. My hair, I'll send you the video if you want. I'll post it because people have been asking me about this video.
You totally should.
Yeah. People have been going wild. Like in Chile, I'm from Chile, by the way, from South America, and I've been doing a lot of interviews for for like major network TV channels and newspapers and radio stuff like that. And every time I tell the stories, they're like, "We want to see that closet video." Yeah, like we want to see the audition. So yeah, that's how it started, and they love the video. Maybe I look a little different than Jennifer. Obviously, also I have dreads and braids and waves. But yeah, they told me they love my performance. Apparently, obviously, they got more videos, right? And they said out of all the videos, I stand out because my energy and how I played and how I moved, and there's something they said that transcends the screen. It goes beyond the screen, and they felt the energy, and they loved it. And then they were like, "We'll just get you on a week. You'll be fine." Yeah.
Whoa. I mean, congratulations. That's so cool. And then you go from that to you're there live on stage. What's the atmosphere like there with the band, with Jaafar, and how does that compare to a live performance?
Man, well, first we did some rehearsals, right? And we started with the rehearsals. Once we get to rehearsals, like first day of rehearsals, I still didn't know what I was doing. Like they didn't tell you. I feel like that first meeting, that first rehearsal was more of like a vibe check.
Okay, yeah.
That's what I feel. Because imagine if you just tell people that you don't know by the internet on email, we're shooting the Michael Jackson movie. That's just like, it's not gonna work. Like, because some people might tell everybody, So you gotta go there, gotta sign your NDA, you gotta check. They gotta talk to you, see that you're trustable, and you're cool. And then, a few minutes in, they play this some of Michael Jackson's song. I can't remember which one they played. I thought we were just warming up. Sometimes you get to a shoot, whatever shooting you do, video or music recording or whatever. Sometimes there's music in the background just to warm up or whatever. They put some Michael Jackson song. And Rich and Tom were there, but I didn't know who they were,
Right, yeah.
Jaafar brothers were there. I didn't know who they were either, I come from Chile, I only knew Michael Jackson. I didn't know all the lineage beyond Michael. I knew a little bit of Jackson's vibes, but like I didn't really identify everybody. If I look at them now, I do, right? Now I do. But before it was like early in the morning. I'm there. I don't know what I'm doing. They didn't tell me what I'm doing. I asked them, should I bring a guitar? They're like, no, don't bring anything. Don't bring a guitar. Everything will be provided. And I'm like, what is this? So I get there. They put this Michael Jackson song. There's instruments. There's a band. None of us knows what are we doing yet. And once they put a song of Michael Jackson, the Rich and Tom brothers start dancing, doing all the moves, And I was like, oh, cool. They know how to dance. Cool. I didn't know who they were, Yeah.
No.
I was like, oh, cool, man. Cool.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, they turned the music off, and they're like, all right, guys, you get what we're doing here? And we're like, no, we're so confused. And I'm like, what are we doing? You're like, you listen to, you heard the music that we were just playing, right? Yeah, we're like, yeah, Michael Jackson. All right, this is what this job is about. This is what this production is about. And then we're like, what is it? And then little by little, these things start unfolding. They start telling us like little by little, I feel like that whole day of rehearsal was like a huge vibe check,
Yeah.
But then fast forward to like first day on set and performing and having like all this hundreds of extras, it really felt like a real concert, Yeah, we had to do obviously the song many times,
Yeah.
because like on film, it's not like it is like a music concert, but like they do need to get all the takes in the world from like every angle,
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's really cool. It was really cool. And also like Jaafar's amazing performance, obviously, that it was out of this world. It was like literally like playing with Michael Jackson. Like,
Yeah.
I got chills, when we first started playing. I was like, ah, like I got chills, literally. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so real, so real.
So cool.
Yeah.
And what was kind of a typical shooting day like, and how long were you working on the film for?
Okay, so I feel like the first week, my call time was either 4:30 or 5:30. I can't remember. I remember
Oof.
waking. I remember waking up at 4, and I will do my hair. Like the first week, I didn't know what to expect, right? So I do my hair as usual, just to be prepared, just in case. So like I do my braids on the sides, you know, and then I do my waves, make sure my dreads are cool. So I had
Yeah.
to wake up like at 4 and like rush, and half of my hair was done the night before, just in case. But I didn't know they were gonna. I didn't know about the wig yet, Like I was like,
No.
how's this gonna happen? So get there, I throw a big hoodie on. I drive to Sony Pictures, like 30 minutes from my house. I live in Hollywood Hills, and I get there, and first thing, hair and makeup. That was like my first mission. By the way, I had my own trailer. That was super cool.
Nice.
Yeah. So this is my first experience as an actor,
Yeah.
like kind of like being treated as an actor. So like going to Sony Pictures, having my own trailer. My trailer said
All new.
Jennifer Batten, and I was like, wow, this is so crazy. So
Yeah.
I go there in my trailer, I settle in for a second. They bring me clothes, they bring me a few options. And then we go to like hair. And first day with the wig thing, I think we spent like 3 hours.
Whoa.
Yeah. And I think and nobody was counting on that, right? Obviously, because
Yeah.
we don't know. So I was late on set. Like the first week, I was always the late one on set, and everybody was just waiting for Frescia. Where's Frescia? Where's Frescia? Everybody like calling the walkie-talkies. She's turned on hair. Oh my gosh, we need to bring her to makeup. The guys from wardrobe, I still waiting for my friend, and I'm like, oh god, and I'm there.
You're in the middle of it all, and
Yeah,
yeah.
and I'm just like, oh god. Even Jaafar was like already there, and I'm like, oh god. Basically, so they have to put all my hair in braids. So good thing is like I already got half of the job sort of done with like braiding the sides. But then they have to braid everything super tight and super small. So they can fit this like cap thing that goes underneath the wig. It's like a mesh. I don't know if you've seen
Yeah.
it. I've never worn a wig before in my life, so I learned a lot. And I had
Just all
like
new experience.
and I had like 3 people working on my head at the same time. It's like they're all everywhere, and I'm
Yeah.
there, and it's 5 a.m. and I'm like, oh god. So yeah, so they'll put everything on braids, little tiny braids, like literally tight, very tight to the scalp. So because then they have to put this kind of mesh type of cap, so it holds everything, And then that was not enough because I have so much hair, it's a lot. It's a lot of hair. And so they have to put 2 or 3, actually 2 or 3, I think we made it to 3 of caps, the mesh thing, to make everything tight. And then they put the wig on.
Whoa. So that
Yeah.
took time.
That took time, and that was really painful too and annoying because I had to have a lot of pins,
Yeah.
pins that will hold the cap, that will hold the braids, that because they had to like twist and make everything super small and compress and put a bunch of pins, and then put one cap and put all the pins, another cap, all the pins, another cap, all the pins, then the wig, more pins so the wig doesn't move.
Yeah.
And they have to spray the edges like yellow, so in case the wig moves a little bit, you don't see,
Yeah.
my roots. Yeah, so that's how my day started, okay?
Whoa. And that's all before you're even like properly on the set.
Yeah, uh-huh. That
Wow.
was at the hair trailer we had. There was like a trailer for every, for everything,
Yeah.
wardrobe or hair, and yeah, so
Yeah.
that was the first thing. And sometimes some of the PAs, the production assistants, they were so nice that they'll know I'm there for 2 hours. So after after the first day, that was like 3 hours, we made it down to 2 hours and a half, and then 2 hours and like an hour. I think
Yeah.
the best that it got, it was probably like an hour, because like they already like nailed, like we all knew what we're doing, and it was easier. And also everything was easier because everything was like the cups that I was using, they were adjusting to my head. They feel a little better, less tight.
Right.
The wig
Yeah.
was adjusting also. Everything, like, you know, a few days in, everything started feeling better and running more smooth. And like I was saying, the PAs will be like, Frescia, what do you want for breakfast? Because I will miss breakfast. Like the first couple days,
Yeah.
I was missing breakfast all the time. Because, you know, I was the last person going on set, and everybody's like, where's Frescia? And I'm like, I'm here. I just made it. All right, we're ready to go, guys. Okay. And I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, God, I didn't even have time to eat. So some of these PAs would like bring me food to the trailer where they were doing my hair or when they were doing my makeup. Actually, because after the hair, we went to makeup, and then they will bring me food so I can like quickly eat something, you know? Because I feel like the first couple of days I was not able to eat because everything was so rushed. There was no time, and then I was like,
Wow.
man, I'm about to pass out. But anyways, I'm really good at pushing through. You know, I've been a musician for a long time, so
Yeah.
sometimes you gotta push through. And my body is like, also your body like gets used to like encapsulate energy and like save it for the
Yeah.
right time. Somehow it just works. I don't know. And so yeah, the first couple of days were like the most rough, but then everything just like started working like a machine. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know on one of the days, we saw in one of the behind the scenes videos that came out yesterday that Jennifer Batten visited the set herself and watched you perform as her. So what was that like? You know, does it feel a bit different, like a bit of pressure playing somebody who's right in front of you?
Oh, well, the well, first of all, meeting Jennifer Batten has been a dream come true. You know,
Yeah.
that's like a whole nother topic that I wasn't expecting. You know,
Mm.
and it's been amazing. And yeah, having also her friendship now, because
Yeah.
we connected and we became friends, and then she's like had become like a mentor for me. You know, where like, because here's the thing, she's not only like the most iconic female guitar player, you know, since like the
Yeah.
80s and before Michael Jackson, she was already iconic. Just like I feel like Michael like brought her to the world, you know, and like put her on the like, here's Jennifer, but like she was already iconic and badass before, you know.
Yeah.
And then not only that, but like what's so special to me is that because like the music business is like mainly dominated by men, you know, and it's sometimes it's like it's not easy for us as a woman, you know, to be in this industry. And for me, it's just so mind blowing that how much she was able to achieve in that era, the 80s, you know,
Yeah.
when it was not normal to see a woman on stage on the rhythm section of a band and having like a lead role, you know.
Yeah.
And I feel like she opened the way and paved the way for like all of
Totally.
us, you know, all the generations to come. So it's just mind blowing that I get to portray her, and that we became friends after this, and
Yeah.
then I get to ask her questions and like get a little bit of mentorship, you know, how to do with things, and it's been just a blessing, you know.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's so special. And
Yeah.
I mean, you must have played so many great MJ songs. Which were some of your favorites, and which might have been more challenging than others?
Well, I've been a Michael Jackson fan, you know, my whole life, and
Yeah.
I want to say I started the first song I learned from Michael Jackson's. I would say it was like actually Jackson's 5, and it was like all that Motown era.
Yeah.
Because even though I was a guitar player before I was a bass player, I eventually became a bass player. Like my main thing. My solo project is about bass. You know, there's my bass. But yeah, I played guitar before, right? And when I transitioned to bass, I started learning all Jackson 5 songs, you know, on bass. And I love those, like Darling Dear, you know, like ABC. Like I love those. But like some
Yeah.
of my favorite songs are, of course, I love all the hits, right?
Yeah.
Like they're amazing. But I like also like songs that are not maybe not too much of a hit, like Heaven Can Wait. I mean, it's
Yeah.
still kind of like a hit, right? But it's not Thriller, it's not Billie Jean, right? But another song that I really love is like Butterflies, you know? For
Yeah,
instance.
it's a great
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, yeah.
Like the R&B type of feel with that one.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I love
Nice.
those. Yeah.
And so Bad was the first kind of part of the film that was shot, right? So how, over the time that you worked on the film, how did you witness Jaafar's performance maybe grow or become more comfortable over time?
I think it was always great.
Yeah,
Yeah. I
yeah,
I always saw him achieving the highest levels of excellence, you know?
mm,
I mean, he was training like I think before we started shooting, like 2 years before or something
yeah,
like that. So he was always at his highest. Yeah, I would say the only time after we shot a couple, I don't know how many days we were in, but we were all really tired because they were really long days, you know?
yeah.
It was always like over 12 hours, I would say, you know? Yeah.
Performing, non-stop. Did you get many breaks there? Or
Yeah. We get breaks, obviously. Yeah, because
yeah,
it's, by law, you have to have
yeah,
breaks.
yeah,
You have to have lunch, breakfast. Sometimes I'll skip breakfast because of the week, but somebody will bring
yeah,
me a snack, And every time we had a break, after we played song a couple times, we get a break. I'll go to the side of the stage and like eat something really quick, make sure I don't have
yeah.
anything on my teeth. I had people retouching my hair, retouching my makeup, fixing my wardrobe. It's like pretty wild. But like I was saying, yeah, I think Jaafar always like kept like a super high level of excellence
Yeah.
on his performance, on his singing, his dancing, everything. And but there was a time after a few days, I forgot, I don't know how many days in we were, but we're all starting to get like tired, because it's a lot.
Yeah.
And there's
Yeah.
a video that just came out not too long ago. I think I saw it yesterday. I don't know when it came out, but he was talking like how we had to take a break because he was very exhausted, you know?
Mm.
And he was like, we either take a break or he's going to injure himself, you know?
Yeah.
So we had to take a break, and then they went to shoot the Jackson 5s for a couple days. And we all, oh my gosh, we needed that break so much. I was like,
Mm.
thank God, thank God. And I remember after the last day of shooting, after we got the break, when we got the break, I stay in bed. Like, my feet
You
were
need to reset.
my feet were hurting so much because
Mm.
I'm not used to walk on heels. I love sneakers, like I love my
Yeah.
Adidas, I love sneakers. It's comfortable, and also if I'm performing, it's just easier, to feel like
Mm.
you're walking on a flat surface. But on this shoot, I was using a little bit of a heel, and even if it's not too much, let's say, I don't know, it was like this, having your feet like in this inclination the whole time,
Oh yeah.
plus the weight of the guitar and the weight of the wig, because it was heavy. It was so
Yeah.
heavy. I was so exhausted, and I was like, thank God Jaafar is also tired because I need a break. And I spent the whole day in bed. It was amazing. And then we were all good. We were all recharged to keep rolling, So it was perfect.
For sure. And just sort
Yeah.
of reflecting on that whole experience, what 3 words would you use to describe your time working on the Michael movie?
What 3 words? Let's see. Magical for sure. Spiritual
Yeah.
and legendary.
Mm.
Yeah.
And why legendary?
Because we were recreating the life of the most iconic, legendary icon of pop, and not only pop, because he went through different styles, So it's been like super legendary to just be part of this production, and super magical. There were so many like moments that felt like just magic and very spiritual. Like it literally felt like to all of us, like we talked about it and we all felt it. Like it really felt like Michael was there. Like literally, the energy was so special. Yeah.
And that shows, through the screen. We can feel that. And so congratulations on the film. You
Thank
did such
you.
a wonderful job, and best
so
of
much.
luck with everything. Where can people follow you on social media to keep up with all your projects?
So my solo project is called Frescia, like fresh. See right here. And all my handles are still with my ID name, which is Frescia Belmar. You know, so far I think that makes sense for me. But yeah, my solo project is called Frescia. So either look for Frescia. It comes out either way because the display name is Frescia. So either look for Frescia or Freccia Belmar. But thank you so much. It's been so cool talking to you and,
Thank you.
and meeting you as well. Thank you for this interview. Had a great time.
I really appreciate you coming on. Thank you for your time, and yeah, congratulations again on the film. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Bye-bye. And there we go. How great was that? Amazing hearing what it was like behind the scenes, bringing those, iconic performances to life. Now let's take a quick look at who our next guest is. We've got the wonderful Albie Selznick. He's an actor, and he played the plastic surgeon in the Michael film. So he was working with Jaafar in his acting debut. So that must be really interesting, and I can't wait to hear what he has to say. Let me just get everything up here. We've got nearly 80 viewers watching right now. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. Don't forget, if you go to the link at the bottom here, www.michaeljacksonmarket.com/giveaway, you can enter for free to win one of 5 exclusive to Michael movie merchandise items, shipping worldwide for free. Okay, so up next is Albie Selznick, and here's a quick photo of him in the film. There he is with Jaafar as Michael. And if anyone has any questions for him, please put it down in the chat. So please give a warm welcome to Albie Selznick.
Oh, hi.
Hi, Albie. How are you?
I'm good. I didn't expect to suddenly be on air with you because I'm watching you. I'm watching the last interview.
Yeah.
I'm watching, and suddenly you're like, "Hi, Albie." I'm like, "Oh, hi."
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
Well, there's lots of fans here, and we're just so interested to hear what it was like to work on a project like this, you know?
I don't know if your other people have mentioned this to you, but it was completely secret. So when I got the audition, it was called Maven, and I didn't know what it was or anything. They just said you're a plastic surgeon, so I did it, and then I got the job, but I still didn't know what it was. And then they started giving me the information, and then I still didn't know what it was. And then when the AD called me to tell me the time to come in and everything, I had looked up the producer, Graham King, and I was like, and I looked him up, and he's like, oh, he's producing a Michael Jackson movie. And so I said to the AD over the phone, is this Michael? And she went, there was a big pause, and then she went, yes. So
so you just had no idea until really close to it.
Yeah, and in fact, if I hadn't asked her, they wouldn't have told me. I would just show up on set not knowing what I'm doing. So she kind of reluctantly told me. And by the way, Jaafar, I heard you talking about Jaafar. He was really good. You know, I saw the movie, and first of all, I didn't know I was in the movie for sure, because you always get, you get cut out and things like this. Until somebody told me they saw me in an ad or a TikTok or something. And I was like, really? And then I went to IMDb, and there I was. And I was like, okay, I must be in it because IMDb put me on. And I saw the movie. It's really incredible. I was really impressed. And Jaafar's dancing and acting, it's just phenomenal. He really looks like Michael Jackson. He
does, doesn't he?
It's phenomenal that he could do that. Apparently, I was told that the woman who played my nurse in my scene was his acting teacher, and she had worked with him she worked with him for years getting ready for this part. And she said that ever since he was a little kid, he had been sort of modeling Michael Jackson, watching all the stuff he did and hanging out with him, and so he spent his life getting ready for this part, And it was funny because when I met him, it was already in the scene. He was sitting in the chair. He came in and sat in the chair, and we did our scene. And he's like, oh, yeah, I got it. My vitiligo's real bad, and my nose has to be perfect and all that stuff. And I said, in between takes, I said, is that your voice? And he went, oh, no, I sound like this. So
that's wild.
Yeah, so he's completely different. But yeah, hands off to him. You know, heads off.
Oh, totally. Yeah, because I know, yeah, when he's speaking, he seems different, but it seems like he taps into that Michael essence so easily, in a way.
Yeah, he really does. Well, I mean, you know, he's his nephew, so imagine he's probably hanging out with him every Christmas and, you know, all the
Yeah,
time, probably. You know, Jafar
totally.
was Jermaine's son, so
Mm,
probably around all the time.
yeah,
So what a perfect way to sort of model somebody, just hang around them for your whole life.
yeah. And
You know?
so, let's go back a little bit. When did you first begin to pursue a career as an actor, and what inspired you?
Well, I was a magician for most of my life, and then I even had a magic and juggling act that went on for 25 years. It was like a kind of a big hit.
Wow.
It was
Yeah.
called the Mums, MUMS, the Mums, and it was sort of I always was gravitated towards doing magic in a story or acting a character while doing it. I
Mm,
wasn't really into doing tricks as much as I was doing the whole genre, you know,
yeah.
and I wanted to be, you know, part of, you know, what I was creating, not just make tricks for people. So I did that for years, and then our magic and juggling act we started writing plays and stuff where we were different characters doing all of our stuff, juggling
Yeah.
and magic. And then we started, you know, we did we ended up getting very popular in the 80s, and we did, you know, Andy Warhol's birthday and Barbra Streisand, and, you know, all these
Whoa.
people. And
Yeah.
we were in Interview magazine. I don't know if you know Interview magazine. It was Andy Warhol's magazine back then. We had the first 2-page color pictorial of our group. And so just that kind of naturally started the acting. And then my girlfriend at the time was a model, and she was doing commercials. And so I asked to see her commercial agent, and they you know, I tried out, and they were like, well, you got to take acting class. And I was like, okay. And then in the meantime, they sent me on an audition anyways, and I got it. And then I just started doing lots and lots of commercials in the 80s and 90s. I was in every commercial, and that was you know, a really good start. And then I took an acting class, a whole bunch of acting classes, and then I slowly started to get jobs. For me, acting is hard because I grew up as a magician and I did mime. It was those kind of things are bigger than
Yeah.
real acting, where you have to be, you know, subtle and more yourself. So I had to learn kind of to work against all that stuff I've been working on for years to learn how to just, you know, be normal. And I had this amazing acting teacher named Larry Moss, who just changed everything. And then I met, the funny thing is, just to go back even further, I met my juggling partners through Kenny Ortega. Do you know who Kenny Ortega is?
Yeah, you're right. High School Musical and Michael's
Yeah.
tours. Yeah.
And Michael's tour. And in fact, if you ever see the movie This Is It, Kenny is
Yeah.
talking, basically he's being interviewed for the whole movie, and he's sort of describing what happened. And so he taught me how to tightrope walk and then how to juggle. And then he introduced me to my partners, and that sort of started my whole career. So it's funny that I'm in Michael because, you know, I've known Kenny forever,
Yeah.
but never had kind of that Michael connection. And suddenly I'm doing Michael, which is funny. I haven't talked to Kenny. I don't know if he's seen the movie yet.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Have you spoken to him since it? But
No, I have a new show that I'm doing at the Hollywood Fringe Festival about. I really wanted to work with David Bowie when I was a kid, and so I wrote and I had an idea for him, and I sent it to him when I was 20, and he loved it, and he wrote me back, and we had a bunch of correspondence, and I met him and stuff like that, and he was my idol. So I'm doing a whole show about that at the Hollywood Fringe Festival called Letter from David. And Kenny has said he really wanted to come. So I will see him in the next few weeks, and I'll ask him.
yeah, totally. And so, you know, having sort of grown up with Michael Jackson being such an icon, you know, were you a fan before joining the film? And did any of your kind of, I guess, your sort of expectations of how that scene would be kind of influenced your approach to it once you knew what the project was?
I had no expectations at all. I mean, I was just like, it's really weird. I had back surgery, really major. I had 9 vertebrae all fused together, and it was just about a couple of months before the job. So
Right.
when I look at myself on camera, I think I just look emaciated. I lost all this weight, and it was kind of amazing that I was just walking around acting and stuff like that, but just right after the surgery. But that was my first job after the surgery.
Yeah.
I realize I keep knocking my table and the whole thing is shaking. I apologize for doing that.
Don't worry.
In terms of Michael Jackson, so my brother's an agent for choreographers, and he represents Kenny, and he represented Vince Paterson, who did Beat It, and the other guy, who was the other guy in Beat It?
Michael Peters.
Michael Peters, yeah. So Michael Peters and Vince Paterson. So I grew up because of my brother in the dance world. So for me, Michael Jackson's videos were, they were the bomb. They were the top of the top. I mean, and you see them recreated in the movie, amazingly. I mean, Thriller and Beat It. He was incredible. And so growing up in the 80s, I was obviously a fan of Michael's. I don't know who wasn't. I really don't. I mean, I was a Bowie. I would say Bowie was my guy.
Yeah.
But Michael Jackson was definitely, one of the kings in that, in that whole time. You couldn't help but just fall in love with the guy. He seemed like such a nice guy too. He didn't have any kind of weird, you never heard these, he was really nice to people. Everyone talked about how charming he was and how great he was to work with. And I just saw this thing that Iman had done where she was played Queen Nefertiti in one of his videos. Yeah, and she was just going on about how just amazing he was to everybody. So,
so cool. And for this role, what kind of guidance were you given? Were you given sides like last minute, or were you given time to kind of do some prep and research? How did that work?
The sides were exactly what I did in the scene. They didn't change anything except the director Antoine Fuqua was terrific, really amazing guy. And he would just come in. He had his little black baseball cap on. He was sort of a kind of quiet and spoke quietly, commandingly, and would just give me a note here or there. Very just try it this way, try it that way, and it was really strange because he directed off camera, at least in my scene. He was in I think it's some kind of a mobile unit or something where he was actually in a trailer or something directing. So at first he was there with me, and then he disappeared, and the AD, the assistant director, would come over and he talked to him and go, "He wants you to try this," So when I was done, they were moving on to the next scene, and I never even got to say thank you or goodbye to Antoine. Because he was like already on the next thing. So I just kind of like, am I done? Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Is that unusual, I imagine, for a big show like this? Yeah.
I find usually the director's there, so you can go up and say, thanks. But like I said, I don't even know where he was. I don't know if it was a block away or, in the next room. I have no idea. He just wasn't there. But when he was with me, it was he was very respectful and I was kind of, he's one of the greatest directors, I was just in awe that I was getting to be in this movie, but I didn't know for sure I was going to stay in it because, they had rewritten a bunch of stuff. I was one of the new scenes.
So that was for the reshoots?
Yeah. So I sort of got the impression, I don't know if this is just me, but I sort of got the impression that they had done a whole bunch of new scenes, and I didn't know if I was going to stay in or if they were just going to sort of pick the ones they liked. So like it wasn't until this fan, it was literally a fan messaged me on Facebook and said, "Hey, I'm a big fan of yours. Congratulations on Michael." And I was like, "What?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, I just saw you in an ad on Michael." I was like, "Oh my God." And then that's when I went to IMDb and said, "Oh good, I'm in Michael."
Right. So you're in it then.
Yeah, and so when I left, not saying goodbye to Antoine, I didn't know. I thought, oh, maybe he hated me. Maybe I'm not going to be in this, because
you just don't know how to feel.
Yeah, they were just on their way to the next thing, So
yeah, that's so interesting though, because I know there were like rumors going around about how in the reshoots he was like directing from like a separate van, but then other people saying like, oh no, he was there. There's like all these conflicting ideas. So
he's there at first. He's there at first, and then he disappeared. he's there at first to give you, I guess, sort of to shape you, and once you're doing what he likes, and he would do a little. We do a couple of improvs. Oh, maybe I do this or that, or I think I said relax or whatever. This whatever. He didn't mind. He encouraged me to just sort of say whatever was in my mind as I was playing the character. But then he disappeared, and then all the scenes we shot, he wasn't around.
Yeah, and so is the atmosphere then? Is it relaxed? Is it fine, or is it just a little bit more tense?
No, not at all. It was very relaxed. I saw Prince walking around. He was one of the producers, and no, it was incredibly well organized and relaxed, and it was a big budget, so we had really delicious catering and and everything. But yeah, I didn't feel at all. I mean, I rarely have felt. One time, when I was in the movie Ricochet with John Lithgow, I played his lawyer, and he plays a killer, and I go to I'm his lawyer, and I go to the parole hearing with him, and he's just like evil guy. Who's, by the way, he's the nicest guy in the world. This evil guy, and I'm just this bumbling lawyer, and he ends up killing me to escape. And at the time when I was shooting that. When I had come into the original reading, I was late, and there was Denzel Washington was in it. There's all these people, and I came to the reading late, and the producer Joel Silver, who's this big, big cigar smoking. I don't know if he smokes a cigar, but that kind of mogul type, was talking at the table, and Denzel Washington, everybody's around him, except for me because I come late, and I'm so embarrassed, and he's saying. So we're going to get this trailer out even before the movie's done. And out of nervousness, I raised my hand and said, "Can I be in the trailer?" And everybody looked at me like, and then they started laughing. But I guess it was my way to kind of break the tension that I was late, And so then when we're doing the sides, we're doing the reading. Everybody's going on the table doing the reading. And I had only read the scene once. And I didn't know that when I read the scene, I didn't know there was more to the scene until I was in the reading, and I was done with my little scene, and the movie was going on, and I'm looking back at my scene going, okay, that was okay. I could have done that better. Blah, blah. And then suddenly everybody stops reading, and I'm looking at my script, and I look up, and everybody's looking at me. And I'm like, what? And the casting person says, "You're in another scene." And I was like, what page are we on? You're million. So my point is, when we finally got to film my first scene, it was at a prison, like out in, I don't know, way far away. And Joel Silver was standing there behind the camera looking at me like, you better not screw up. And so my entire first scene, in my mind, I'm just going, I'm so nervous, I'm so nervous, I'm so nervous. Yeah. That's all I was thinking. But it looked good when I saw it on TV. But that was the only time I've ever felt nervous, tension on a set. And that's my own doing for being, dopey.
That's so good that the atmosphere on set kind of translates to the screen, and it's such an amazing final product, and like we said, Jaafar is amazing.
And Coleman Domingo is amazing, and Nia Long is amazing, and Miles Teller. Everybody is so good in this movie. I think Coleman Domingo has got to be just a superstar. I mean, he's so scary in this. He just inhabits a part so easily.
Yeah, totally. He transforms into it, doesn't he? As does Jaafar. And I mean, for Jaafar, you're his scene partner here. Could you kind of tell if, his first time acting, or would you have thought, he's a complete seasoned professional, or was he still kind of working things out?
To me, he looked completely relaxed. He looked, he did not look at all like he didn't know what he was doing. Like I said, his acting teacher worked with him on this part for 3 years, but when he was filming, he seemed really at home. And like I said, I think he must have been staying in character, because when I said, "What's your voice? What do you sound like?" And this is my real voice. I think he must have been like not doing that for the rest. So he must have been like he was kind of quiet, I think. And he kind of, when I don't think he talked a lot in between our takes. So that's why I didn't really know what he sounded like. But I think in general, I got the impression he sort of stayed in character all the time. So he did not seem like a new actor at all. He seemed like the most relaxed, professional actor I've ever worked with. He was as relaxed as John Lithgow, just seemed to
Awesome.
really know what he's doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And also remember, these were the reshoots, so they probably had filmed a year or something, till this point.
He'd had time to kind of, yeah.
Yeah, I think he was feeling pretty confident in the character and everything.
And so how long did it... Go ahead.
Oh, I can't imagine anybody else doing this part.
Oh, no, absolutely. Like, it's just something about that essence, isn't it? That he just kind of captures. I don't know how, but...
Yeah. And then, I don't know if you know this, but they, after my nose job, this is what I heard, that they digitally redid his nose for the rest of the movie.
I heard about that, yeah. I think, was it a mix of, like, CGI and, like, prosthetics then, I think?
I don't know, because I only saw him...
Yeah.
Before the transformation. So, but it looked pretty good, whatever they did, yeah.
Yeah. How long did it take to kind of shoot that segment you were in?
It was really fast, I gotta say. I probably, they always bring you in early to make sure you're there and signed everything and all that, and you got your wardrobe and everything. In fact, I'm trying to think. Okay, yeah, I think I went to wardrobe fitting, but it was so easy because I just had to wear, scrubs and a coat.
Yeah.
So I did the wardrobe fitting. I think it was out in Burbank, and then where are you in Ireland?
No, I'm in Wales in the UK. Yeah.
Oh, Wales. Okay. So I don't know if you know where Burbank is, but it's in LA.
LA, yeah.
And I went there, and it was very quick. And then when we shot the movie, it was my film, my scene. It was like they got me there early just to make sure, and then once they brought me into to the set, we just filmed it like maybe like in an hour or two. I think it was really fast. It wasn't like normally when I'm working on a set, it just takes all day to do one little scene because you're doing all the coverage of me close up, far, medium, and then the other guy and over my shoulder and all that stuff. I mean, for some reason this just seemed really smooth and quick. I was in and out, probably maybe maybe 6 hours or something.
Yeah. And then how long are you waiting, until you find out from that trailer that you're in the film?
Oh, well. Oh, you mean that I'm shooting?
Yeah, like from the shooting until the film. Yeah. I
didn't know about whether I was in the film or not.
Yeah, like how long did it take between shooting that film until its release? A whole year. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I filmed it literally, I think, a year ago.
Right.
And the whole year, I didn't know if I was going to be in the movie or not.
And you can't tell people?
What?
And you can't tell anyone about it, right?
I can't tell anyone. Yeah, we had an NDA. So nobody knows. I mean, none of my friends know. The people have called me and said, I didn't know you were Michael. I was like, yeah. Well, partly, I also didn't want to tell people because what if I wasn't in it in the end, I didn't want to tell people and then not be in it. So nobody knew. So I keep getting these texts and calls from people who are going, I just saw Michael. You're in Michael.
That's so nice to have that kind of reception and that surprise,
Well, I've always tried to live by, hope for the best, but expect the worst.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because if you expect the worst, you can only be, happy.
Yeah.
Or normal because you're expecting it. But if you expect the best and then you don't get it, you're just disappointed all the time. So.
Disappointed, yeah.
Yeah.
And so kind of reflect. Go ahead.
Being in the movie was just an extra cherry on top.
Yeah.
Because it was fun to film and everything like that. And
What was the highlight of it all for you?
I mean, I gotta say, probably the highlight was finding out I'm still in the movie.
Yeah.
And knowing that I'm in a movie that's doing phenomenally well in the biggest box office of a biopic ever is pretty exciting. But other than that, I would say the whole mystery of like not knowing what this movie is until like the day before, and then just sort of going, is this Michael? And then that was like, it was almost like I was always sort of, tiptoeing around the fact that, oh my God, this was a really big movie I could be in.
Yeah.
It's just kind of good. And then how easy it was to film was definitely a bright side. And then you just, like in everything, when you film something, it's like that far away, you just have to kind of put it in the back of your mind and then just, hope for the best, expect the worst.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I mean, is there anything from working on the film and seeing the film, anything new about Michael Jackson that you learned and you didn't know before?
Well, I mean, I guess from seeing it, I didn't realize that he was so under the thumb of his father that he needed to, I love the end of the movie. It's such a gratifying ending where he's like, finally gets away from his dad, and his dad's in that, what are you, thing. It's like it's so satisfying.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah. And then when the mother says, what she says at the end, it's such a good feeling. So I didn't quite know that was happening. I knew that he was overbearing and stuff, but I didn't know that he was that kind, that he was, and that, oh, by the way, the little kid is fantastic also.
Oh, yeah.
Little Michael. Wow. So yeah, I guess for me, the big surprise was, how what his relationship with his dad, and also the fact that he didn't have any friends,
Yeah.
And he had that. I never knew really that his Bubbles monkey was really his only friend, because he didn't have any other friends, and it was, and I mean he was such a genius. I don't know why he was such a genius. I mean, it seems like all the Jackson family were pretty amazing and talented, but he just seemed to be incredibly brilliant. I mean, the same way, like I talked about David Bowie. David Bowie was really brilliant too. Like he had something. He was really, really smart.
Something special. Yeah.
Yeah, and Michael just seems to have that thing, that genius quality about him.
Totally.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so, just to finish then, what advice would you give to somebody who might be wanting to break into the film industry?
Well, the most important thing is to get really good, because when you get really good, people can't ignore you. I really believe that, and it took me a long time to get good. Like I was saying, my acting was going against the big, character-y stuff that I had been doing as a magician and a mime and stuff, and so it was really hard. I still am, like, this show that I'm doing, my wife is directing me, and she's always saying, more real, take it down. And it's something I have to constantly work on. So I think acting is it's really hard, but I'm better every single day. I mean, I'm so, I feel like I've gotten pretty good, but it's taken me a really long time. And I just hung in there. And for me, I'm a Capricorn. So one of the traits is, you keep going. You just keep climbing up that hill no matter what. And my persistence is what basically probably is my best quality. I'll just keep going. I mean, this story that I wrote was about, working with Bowie, and I got him my idea, and I wanted to work with him ever since I was 13, and I made it happen. And I just kept going. Every kind of turn and I could take, I did. And I heard somebody say recently, life is luck. And the only control you have over life is that when you have something lucky happen to you, you got to ride that like it's a wave. Like, just be ready when something happens that's lucky, go for it. And that's really the only control you have over life. So I would say be ready, be really good, and also don't be afraid to fail, because as George Clooney said, you don't learn anything from your success. You only learn from your failures. So you just gotta keep failing, and you will eventually keep getting better, and you'll fail less, and you'll fail at bigger things, and then you do it again and you're better. And you have to be ready for that. And also get into a really good acting class. When I found Larry Moss, I had been in a play and I got fired from my play, and it was humiliating. And I thought, okay, I'm just gonna find the best acting teacher I can.
Yeah.
And I did. because I was so determined not to suck again. And so I would say that just keep going, keep persisting, get really good, and put yourself out there all the time. You do plays, and like I write my own shows. I've been writing my own shows ever since I was a little kid. When you do your own shows, you don't have to wait for auditions to come to you. You write your own and you put them up.
You can create it yourself.
Yeah, and then you're creating it. It feels great to create, I think, for me. Yeah.
Absolutely. That's such great advice. And thank you so much for your time, Albie. It's been a pleasure hearing, about your career and about what it was like on the Michael movie. So congratulations on the film.
Thank you so much for asking me to do this. It was really wonderful to talk to you.
No, of course. Thank you for your time. Take good care.
Bye. Take care. Bye.
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 How great was that? The wonderful Albie Selznick from the Michael movie. Here we go. Okay, let me get the comments back up here. What have we got? Got 75 people watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. The movie was a huge success, people are saying. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. What else have we got here? People talking about a director's cut. Antoine Fuqua, yeah. Thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate that. That means a lot. Thank you so much. Yeah, the fun doesn't stop yet. Let me get the schedule back up and we can look at what's coming up next. So there we go. We just interviewed Albie Selznick, who played Michael's plastic surgeon in the film. So up next is Lonnie Henderson, who's Jaafar's stand-in. That's really interesting to hear. He does everything Jaafar does. So he has a really unique insight into all of that and playing Michael, really. That's pre-recorded because unfortunately Lonnie can't be here today. So I've pre-recorded it for you, and then after that we'll have Michael's movie vocal coach Stephanie Spruill on here. And she also worked with Michael himself. She worked with Michael on Can You Feel It, Heartbreak Hotel, and Dancing Machine. So she got to work with Michael himself and then Jaafar and Giuliano on this film. And don't forget, the Michael Jackson merch giveaway winners will be announced at the end of the live stream. We're going to have Jonathan Downie from Michael Jackson Market join back, and he's going to announce the live winners. It's 5 winners, 5 different items, 1 item each. The movie poster, cup, IMAX tickets, Michael vinyl, and the MJ hat. Get ready. But first, an interview with Lonnie Henderson, Jaafar's stand-in on the movie. Thank you so much, everyone. Enjoy. Here we go. Let's do it. Thank you for tuning in. We got 70 people. Please keep sharing this on social media. So, Lonnie, for anyone who doesn't know you already, can you just introduce yourself and sort of summarize in a few sentences what your role on the Michael movie was?
Sure. My name is Lonnie Henderson. I am a Broadway actor, and I come to television and film through that medium of entertainment. And I moved to Los Angeles, California, did a couple of television shows, Glee, American Dreams, worked at Radio City Music Hall with the Rockettes, Lion King, Miss Saigon, Broadway. And I was introduced to the casting director for this project. And I was asked if I wanted to participate in the film. Quite naturally, I said yes. And if I wanted to be a stand-in. I wanted a role in the movie, of course.
Yeah.
But we all don't get to be in a Michael Jackson movie, maybe part 2. And so my role is I was a stand-in for Michael, Jermaine, Quincy, and for young Jackie.
Right. And what exactly is the role of a stand-in on a production like this?
Great question. The role of a stand-in on a major feature film or television show is to assist the crew, the production team, specifically the lighting and the director and the DP, with rehearsing the film, blocking the film, taking whatever direction that's needed, and relaying that to the actor. If, the director needs you to do that, any changes that the director makes in the film, as far as the blocking is concerned for that particular scene, you then can convey that information to the actor as well. If the director is busy doing something else and they say, okay, instead of picking up on the cup on this line, we're going to change it, and you're going to walk over to the sofa, then come back and pick up the cup, and then you'll say the line. So those type of changes we would then, transfer over to the celebrity, to the star, to the lead, so that they know what they're doing with the blocking. We are kind of what they call second team. Second team is basically responsible for everything you see on camera, as far as lighting, helping with the lighting and the blocking and the rehearsing of the scenes. We go through the dialogue. When you have a director like Antoine Fuqua, who comes in and he goes, okay, I want to see the scene. Let me see the scene. You have to act out the scene. You have to do the full scene. And so you read the sides, what they call sides, which is the script, but they call them sides because you don't have the full script in your hand. You just have that particular scene, or maybe like whatever's being shot that day. You'll have that in your hands. And so you block the scene out with the director, and they'll give you the staging. Your whole camera positions for camera angles, for camera setups, for lighting to come in, and for your grips and gaffers to come in and rig the scene, which means setting up lighting, C-stands, different, Licos or Fresnels, whatever the lighting is needed for that scene. You are basically on your marks while all of that's being done. And while the camera is in your face, and while they're focusing or racking focus, for the camera. So all of the pre-work that happens before the director brings the first team or A team or lead team or principal actors onto set, you create and set all of that up. Yeah. So when they come on set, after they've done hair and makeup and they've gone through their rehearsals and they, had their meal and they're ready to go, when they come on set, all they have to do is hit their mark. Sometimes they'll have a rehearsal, hit their mark, and they'll, have the stand-in chime in sometimes not, on different particulars of the blocking, and then they'll film it. That way, the lead actor is not exhausted, through the little tedious things, or exhausted by the tedious things, because it can be time consuming, to set up a shot properly, to get the right framing, to get the right lighting, create the right mood, to have the atmosphere, a haze or smoke, whatever is needed. All of that has to be adjusted. There's so many elements, and I could talk to you for hours about it. Right. But we are considered part of the crew, and meaning the stand-ins are considered part of the crew because you are in that building process of creating that shot. So when the actor, the celebrity steps on set, all they have to really do, get to their mark, director says action.
That's so interesting.
And the scene happens.
Yeah. And I mean, for the Michael film in particular, and playing, standing in for Michael, were you required to perform for that? Did you feel any kind of pressure on the stage in front of all these people watching?
That's a really good question. Standing on stage, or in a scene, whether it's in the studio, because sometimes, as you saw the movie, a lot of the scenes take place on location at the actual studios where we shot everything. And so you're standing at a mic in a real, recording studio, or either you're in their home at Havenhurst and you're in the bedroom, on the floor where Michael sat, or walking down the spiral staircase where Michael walked down to go to recording studio. Yeah. You're in the actual spaces. And yes, I was the answer. briefly, yes, I was required to perform. Stand-ins normally don't have to dance or sing or do any of those things because you're a stand-in. But with this movie being a musical movie in a way, I mean, well, I guess how can you do a Michael movie and not call it a musical movie? It was a musical movie, although it's very dramatic. And then they knew the director, Antoine Fuqua, and the DP, whom I worked with before, Dion Beebe. I worked with Dion on the Tony Bennett American Classic TV show. I was a dancer in that show. So they all knew that I could dance already. They all knew that I sing, you know, they all knew these things already. So we did have a dance double named Mikey, and I can't remember Mikey's last name right now, but Mikey was Jaafar's dance double. So during the large concert scenes, Mikey would come and do a lot of the blocking and setting with the dancing for the stage, because it was a large stage. It was an actual, you know, stadium size concert stage. So everything was kind of built to scale, you know, which was kind of interesting. You walk into a sound stage and there's this huge, like, you know, stage with all the lighting and the rigging and everything. So Mikey was rehearsed, just like Jaafar was rehearsed. And Mikey's a professional dancer. And Mikey did all the dancing and blocking for the camera, multiple takes for the camera to rehearse it until Jaafar came on. There was another stand-in who was Jaafar's main photography stand-in named Kobe Fry. And Kobe wasn't required to do any dancing, you know. Quite naturally, we all played around from time to time. And so when Kobe was standing in for Jaafar, they were using me as Jermaine. So I was standing in for Jermaine. When all the brothers were, you know, ever performing together, they would use us interchangeably. And Kobe, whenever he was absent and couldn't come to shoot for whatever reason that day, then I would sub for Kobe as Michael, as a Jaafar stand-in also. And then during reshoots, that's when they did ask me to do a lot of the dancing because Mikey wasn't able to make the reshoots. So they were like, wait a minute, Lonnie can dance. And they were like, Lonnie, do you know this blocking? And I'm like, of course I know this blocking. You know what I mean? I was like, I was waiting for this moment my entire life. Of course I know this blocking, you know? So I do the blocking, I do the staging, and it's like, it seemed, I don't know, but it seemed like no one knew that. And so everyone was like, oh my God, you know, everyone was so surprised that here we are a year later in reshoots, you know, they're like, Lonnie, when did you learn all that? I said, I'm a professional dancer. I've known this forever. You know, it's like I played Michael on a cruise ship.
Really?
Yeah, I played Michael on the Skyward cruise ship. It was my first professional cruise ship job. And I did a 9-month contract. And we did the Smooth Criminal number. And I was Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
So I had this
training
in my arsenal, you know. It's in my stable to do Michael, you know. So when I got booked and asked to be his stand-in, it was a complete dream come true, you know. And I wanted to dance in this movie so bad. I just never gave Rich and Tone a moment's break. I was always in their ears. Can I do Thriller? Can I be in Beat It? Can I, you know? And they were like, yeah, okay, let us work this out. I didn't get the chance or the opportunity, but I did not give them 2 minutes break. I was on their backs every single day. I know they hate me now.
But who wouldn't try for the opportunity, you know? And I mean, for the role of Michael, what sort of conversations did you have, you know, with maybe the filmmakers or with Jaafar about kind of approaching the role?
About approaching the role?
Yeah, as in maybe the way you moved or the way you sort of presented yourself while you were standing in for Michael.
Okay, well, Jaafar was well prepared, so there was not much I needed to say, you know, to Jaafar about the preparation or the movement or the choreography. I mean, he's a perfectionist. He's a professional. He's absolutely phenomenal. And I say that as a professional dancer because I watched him take after take after take after take, give like 120%. And I'm standing back there thinking, oh my God, this kid's an athlete. You know what I mean? Because he's given 120% each take. And so a lot of the things you see on film, you know, wasn't just one take and we move on. You know what I mean? There were multiple times he had to do these routines and multiple routines because half of the things we shot did not make the film. Yeah, a lot of what we shot did not make the film. We shot several concerts, full numbers.
Yeah.
And I think in the movie, we got to see maybe one full number and maybe like a montage of other things.
They were sort of cut together, weren't they?
Yes, so much footage was not used. And the same thing with Thriller. So much was not used in Thriller because it was kind of edited in a montagey way, which works well for the film because we have so much more to tell. So we can't just stay on one, you know, making a Thriller. But so much wasn't used. So I really didn't have to say much to Jaafar. My thing for Jaafar every morning was, you know, good morning. Hey, how are you? You know, with that $1 million smile. That was my thing for Jaafar because he has this magnetic $1 million smile that I can't imitate. And because as a stand-in, you do imitate and you repeat what the actor does on camera. So even though it may have been blocked a certain way, if the actor feels a natural inkling to do something more organic, they'll just do that. So as a stand-in, you have to watch the monitor each take. You have to go back to the monitor, be at the monitor by the time the director says action or first AD says action, and you have to watch the monitor like a hawk because if they change anything and the director keeps that change, you have to imitate that.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you can't get back in front of the camera when they say, okay, second team. So we go back up and we're in front of camera and they say, okay, let's start the scene again from the top. You can't go back and not know what those changes are. Because if you do, or if you miss those changes because you went to the bathroom or whatever, you could lose your job.
Is that serious?
It's serious. And it depends on the production. It depends on the first AD. Because again, you're part of the crew and it is your job. You're being paid great money to do this job and you're professional. So they are expecting professional work. So your job and your responsibility is when you step in front of the camera to know what the scene is about, what all the blocking is, where all your camera angles are, and where all of the points you have to hit, and at which point you're supposed to do X, Y, and Z. You know, if you're supposed to pick up the makeup pad, you know, after you looked in the camera, and maybe you shaking your head, and then you pick up the makeup pad, and you're tapping the nose where the sore is because you just had a nose job, you have to have all of that intricacy down.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? And if the actor decides, oh, I don't want to pick up the makeup compact, and he just goes, I'm going to pick up the sponge only, and he goes with the sponge and not with the compact, you can't come back in front of the camera with the compact.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Because then everyone that's watching the monitor, meaning your hair person, your makeup person, your director, your lighting, your gaffer, your everyone that's watching, costumers, everyone that's watching will then go, okay, wait a minute, did they change it back to the compact? You see what I'm saying? It confuses people. And then they go, oh, wait a minute, no, they didn't. He shouldn't have picked up the compact. The script supervisor also is going, okay, wait a minute. She's looking in her notes. No, you don't pick up the compact. Jaafar has changed that to just the sponge. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it becomes a thing. You know, so you really have to really be on your P's and Q's if you're standing in, especially for number 1, number 2, or number 3 on the call sheet. You know, meaning Jaafar, Coleman Domingo, or Nia Long. You have to be on your P's and Q's, you know?
Yeah.
So I've never had to really say anything to Jaafar because, you know, he's fantastic.
He knows what he's doing.
I've had to just watch him like a hawk,
Yeah.
you know, so that I could imitate, you know, everything that he would do. And the same with Kobe Fry, who was his main stand-in, and actually was his first stand-in job. So they asked me to help teach him how to be a stand-in. And it was amazing that right out of the gate, he books a major feature film standing in for number 1 on the call sheet.
Yeah.
That's a rarity. That is a rarity. Yeah. But yeah, we had a great time. And Jaafar, he didn't need me telling him anything. I mean, you know, I would share good greetings, you know, positive energy, because that's the thing you want on set every day. Lots of smiles, lots of love, lots of positive energy. And that's what I came with every day. And those were the conversations we had basically about, you know, how the day was just going to be great, how historical the day was, you know, because we were replicating and documenting history. And it was going to be a classic from now until eternity.
Absolutely. And what a great job you did. And I mean, you said just a minute ago that there was lots of scenes that you shot and didn't make the cut. What were maybe some of the songs or locations or things that you're like, oh, I wish people got to see that? You know what I mean?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Good question. Really good question. Some of the things that got cut that I wish people would have had the opportunity to see. And I'm getting a little emotional because this one particular day we did, it was, is it not Man in the Mirror? Is it called Human Nature? Is that the name of that nature?
Human Nature was in it, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay. There was a scene at the end where he does this spin at the end of the song. Because I don't know if the end of the song was in the movie.
Okay.
You can correct me if I'm wrong. I've seen it 3 times, but I'm trying to comb through my brain. At the end of the song, he does this spin and he drops to his knees. And he's huddled over, and it's an iconic moment in the tour.
Yeah.
And everything just stops, you know, and you can kind of just hear him breathing.
Right.
But because it's such an emotional song, and of course what it means, everyone on set, makeup and hair department, crew members, myself, literally faces drenched. All in tears. This was early on in shooting. I remember specifically it was I don't the date, but I know it's early January because it was one of the first things we shot, and we started like, you know, January 6th, January 8th, somewhere up in there, 2024. And it was the first time it hit me that this kid is embodying Michael organically, because I felt the chills. I felt the emotion. I was in complete tears, and I was looking around because I'm like, wait a minute, honey, why are you crying? I'm like, why are you up here so emotional? And so I'm looking around, am I the only one that's this emotional? So I'm looking around, I'm like, no, other people up in here crying too. You know what I mean? So that moment, and I don't know, and then, you know what I think happened? A lot of the audience clips that you saw in like a montage moment, those crying moments were probably from that number.
Right, yeah.
Does that make sense?
That makes sense, yeah.
So those numbers probably were from that number, but I felt the energy in that sound stage that day, at that moment, on that song, in those takes, because it happened multiple takes. It wasn't just one take. You know, he would have a moment, have a break, everybody would reset, you know, and then we would go again. But each time, it was the same effect, you know? of a lot of my tears I know came from not only what was happening and what Jaafar was giving off and the camera was catching, because I was at a monitor doing my job, standing at a monitor, and I could feel it coming through the monitor. But I think throughout the movie, Michael's energy was there throughout the movie. For me, I know I couldn't believe such an icon was no longer with us. And as I watched the screen and see this live action moment happening, all of that hit me at once, if that makes any sense.
Totally.
And I think the sadness of the fact that in reality, he's not here, you know, with us anymore. And he gave so much.
Take your time.
This man gave so much, and the movie is still giving, and he is still giving to so many people. And the way that you have this film, you have the musical, the Michael musical, you have the Michael Jackson one in Vegas, all of these people that are employed and involved with this one single man and what he created. You're sitting here having an interview about someone who's no longer here. He's giving to the both of us still. And I think that's amazing. And I think that's what touched me as I watched Jaafar do that number multiple times. And I think a lot of other people felt the same way. It's like we get the privilege and we have the honor to re-experience or recreate this history for the masses to see in the younger generation that wasn't around during his time, to really understand the majesty, you know, the magnitude of this man's existence. So
absolutely. I mean, I think that shows through the screen as well, right? You know, you can totally feel it. And yeah, like you said, that performance sounds incredible. Were there any other sort of key moments that you were like, oh, I wish that got into? You know, any other songs or anything that was just really fun to film? You know, did the film, you know, we ended at like Bad Tour, right? Did it go a lot further than that originally then?
Well, yeah, there were quite a few things that weren't shared in this particular film. I'm understanding and I'm hearing of a talk of a part 2. I don't know.
I hope
I
so.
don't have no legitimate information about that for sure, but that's what's in the ether, and everyone's talking about a part 2. I mean, it makes sense that there would have to be a part 2, simply because there's so much more to tell. You know, there's so much more to show. The span of this man's life, as you know and I know, it's enormous, and so much happened. You know, so many, you know, peaks and valleys, and all the things that happen with mega stars that, you know, we all would want to be privy to. A lot of those moments didn't make the film for, you know, multiple reasons. I'm sure. I know a lot of time was spent in Neverland, and a lot of great stuff was created, you know, there for the film that was they were unable to use. And a significant amount of time was spent there, you know, working on recreating some of those moments that the public kind of just heard about or saw around. And the film was going to attempt to share some of the intricacies of that. Yeah. And I think those moments were left out for, you know, legal purposes. And what other reasons there may have been that I'm not privy to, you know. Again, my lane is I'm a stand-in. You know what I mean? I'm not the attorney. I'm not the writer, you know. But so all the hearsay about why it did not make the film, you know, we all know what that is, kind of. It's out there. But I think that would have lended a different, a depth to the piece that could have given us a little more insight. Because quite naturally, we're all watching this film, enjoying these great performances, and wanting to know as much as we can know about this man who touched so many people. And that's one moment that, you know, they didn't share in this film. Maybe it'll be somewhere else in this process of the retelling of Michael's life and the sharing of that. And then there was one fun moment that again took lots of time to film, and we spent a lot of energy creating and replicating that history with Studio 54. That was such a fun, those nights spent at this in downtown LA, where we shot some of the iconic Studio 54 scenes. And, you know, having a lot of the iconic people there, those moments weren't shared in its entirety. I think they have a montage that happens, but we did so many scenes, and, you know, there were dialogue scenes that happened that I wish had made the film. And again, they may be saving that for another moment. So maybe I'm sharing too much, but I wish more of that had made the film. But again, the film could only be a certain amount of time. Absolutely. So, you know, they can't have every scene. It happens. It's a process of filmmaking. A lot of films usually overshoot and then they edit down, you know, they trim the fat off the script. But in my opinion, there was no fat. You know, everything was dynamic. Everything was need to know. Everything was pertinent, in my opinion. But who am I? Again, my lane is I'm a stand-in. You know what I mean? So
what an amazing film it ended up being. You know, it's truly incredible, and it's like dominating the box office. And I think we've just got like 2 minutes left before it kicks us off the call. Okay. So before we go, can you just give me maybe 3 words? How would you describe the overall experience of working on Michael, and what did you take from that in 3 words?
Majestic, otherworldly, fantastical.
I like that. Thank you so much for your time, Lonnie. I hate to cut it short, but thank you so much. It's been amazing hearing your stories. Where can people follow you on social media?
Hi, yeah. I do have social media, Instagram or Facebook, and I have a YouTube channel, Big Time Studios LLC, or Lonnie Henderson on Facebook, or Henderson Lonnie on Instagram. Yeah, and then there's an IMDb page too as well. So all of those spots.
Amazing, love. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. And yeah, let's keep our fingers crossed for part 2. But yeah, congratulations on the film. It's truly incredible.
I thank you so much for this moment, Mr. Red Jackson. I appreciate you, brother.
Thank you so much. Take care, Lonnie.
All right, bye.
And there you have it. That was Lonnie Henderson, Jaafar Jackson's stand-in on the film, and we're back live. We've got nearly 100 people watching right now, so thank you so much for being here. Can you hear me and can you see me good? How are we doing? What's in the comment section? People saying that seeing it in IMAX is worth it. Absolutely. Looking forward to seeing the film. For sure. Lonnie speaks from the heart. Yeah, great. What a great guy, right? So up next, we've got the wonderful Stephanie Spruill, who was the vocal coach for the film. And not only did she work with Jaafar and Giuliano, but she actually worked with Michael Jackson himself back in the 80s. So I can't wait to talk with her. So shall we please give a warm welcome to Stephanie Spruill to the channel. Hi Stephanie, how are you?
Hi, I'm blessed. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
How are you doing? Can you just give us a little introduction to who you are and what your role was on the Michael movie?
Okay, Stephanie Spruill here. I'm the vocal coach for Giuliano Valdi and also Jaafar and all of the Jacksons on the movie Michael biopic.
Right. And I mean, what an amazing project to be a part of.
Yes, yes.
And you actually worked with Michael Jackson himself, right?
Oh,
So
yeah.
can you tell me what it was like to meet him for the first time?
It's funny. I was in the bed and all of a sudden I get this phone call at 3:00 in the morning. And it says, "Hi, Stephanie." And I nobody else could speak like that but Michael Jackson. And I said, "Yes, Michael, how can I help you?" Because I was already previously hired to be the vocal contractor for the backgrounds, to put together the 45-person choir for the movie, not the movie, but for the record, Can You Feel It?
Wow.
So he says, "Stephanie, can you also make sure we have a large children's choir of every race, creed, and color?" And I said, "For sure. This is incredible." So I only had a day to do it in because Michael would get these epiphanies at 3:00 in the morning and he would call people who were at his frequency, to work with him. So he only worked with the best. So thank you, Michael, for choosing. So within a day and a half, I had the 45-person choir plus the children's choir, every race, creed, and color. We're in the studio. I'm directing the choir, and then I'm in the booth, the sound booth with Michael. And he said, "Stephanie, I love your soprano voice. Can you go out there so I can quadruple your voice on Can You Feel It?" So when you hear, "Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Can you feel it?" That's Stephanie Spruill, because he
Wow.
put my voice, sat it on top of the choir, so to hear that punch, because Michael was into frequencies, he was into tone, he was into sounds, he was a gift from God. That's all I have to say. So I thank you, Michael. Thank you for choosing.
Yeah. Wow.
And that's not the only song I have sung with Michael. I also sang the, on Heartbreak Hotel. That's me on Heartbreak Hotel, and singing the background on Heartbreak Hotel. And when they were with Motown back in the day, I played tambourine on Dancing Machine. And they did the play. It was on Cirque du Soleil and everything. So it's been an incredible ride, knowing, working alongside a genius like Michael Jackson. It was just a gift from God for me,
Totally.
Yeah, to work with him.
Wow. And that's kind of coming full circle now with the Michael movie.
Exactly, darling. It's divine intervention.
Divine intervention.
Divine intervention, dear heart. When I was working, when you hear Giuliano, because Giuliano Valdi, who plays the young Michael, I worked with him for 5 years. And I worked with him previously before he got the movie. His agent, his manager sent him to me, my home and my recording studio in Altadena. And I was working with him for the play, for the Broadway play. And then they said, "No, hold up. We have him for the movie." And of course, signing an NDA, I couldn't say a word. I was like,
Yeah.
I was getting young Valdi, Giuliano, ready to be Michael Jackson. When Graham King called me, he's the producer of Michael, the incredible Graham King. He said, "What can you bring to my film?" And I said, "Well, nobody can be Michael Jackson. However, I can bring the essence of Michael Jackson to your film." He says, "You're hired."
Wow.
And so from then on, for 4.5 years, I worked on the film. And so that it was incredible. And then when young Michael, who is Giuliano, he was on CNN, and they asked him, "How do you prepare for your being Michael Jackson as a kid.
Yeah.
And he's, well, I worked with Miss Stephanie Spruill, you know, and I said, yeah, give me a shout out, baby. And so I prepared him. That's what he said. I prepared him to be the young Michael. And the voice you hear in the recording studio when he's being, you know, auditioning for Berry Gordy, when he sings that song, that is Giuliano singing.
That's so all him?
Yes, that's really Giuliano.
Wow.
And then when I worked with Jaafar at the Havenhurst mansion compound in Encino, when I was in the recording studio that Michael built for himself, I swear I felt Michael's spirit in there. I said, Jaafar, I feel your uncle. In fact, you're looking like Michael right now. He said, thank you, Miss Stephanie. I mean, they all have that wonderful spirit, you know?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, Michael is looking over. He is really the executive producer of this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, along with his son, Prince, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, what a great job the film did of honoring Michael and his legacy, you know?
Yes,
How did your time spent with Michael and time spent working with him influence your approach to the project and how you kind of shaped and molded Giuliano and Jaafar?
Well, working with Michael, he only accepted excellence because he was excellence plus, you know. And it just was just a signature to show me that, Stephanie, what you're doing is accepted by the king of not just rock and roll, of music itself.
Yeah.
Because he just transcended music and dance, and it was about his movement, his hand movement, his eye movement. He could stand there and just a pose, strike a pose. He could strike a pose for 10 minutes and the people would go crazy. The ladies would be fainting. And this happened all over the world. So I learned that we are a frequency. Our voice is a frequency. And it's a high frequency when you choose to work on that realm. And working with him, it was just a frequency that I was on. And that it stayed with me. And it was meant to stay with me because I came with my own high frequency, because he doesn't let anybody near him less than. You see where I'm
and that's what made his work so great, right?
What made it so great. He was phenomenal, and he had only the best with him. And that's what I learned. Also, you asked me, what did I learn? Only have the best around you. You want somebody around you in your environment, like I say in my book, 17 Points to Longevity in Show Business, staying focused on your vision, not the vision somebody else has for you, but the vision that God put on your heart to come to fruition. You see? So God had put an incredible vision on Michael. And those are a few things that Michael would say. Be kind, you know, just be generous and give back. And that's what I'm doing. When Michael put on my heart, I started my School of Voice and Artist Development because I saw there was a paradigm shift in the industry. So that's when I wrote my book, 17 Points to Longevity in Show Business. I started my School of Voice and Artist Development, which is an international school. So Michael really ignited a lot in me.
Yeah, absolutely. And what an amazing opportunity to have this come full circle now. And just kind of technically, well, not just technically, but through the feeling as well. How did you go about coaching the actors to capture Michael's essence? You know, the sounds he makes and that percussive feeling he kind of has when he's singing.
Well, everything he did was like rhythm. You know, whatever he did, it was intentional. It was intentional. So it was about the undercurrent. So we would work a whole day on just so you can hit that exactly, the nuances underneath, the tone, the feeling, the soul he had when he just did it. You know, so that's how I worked with Giuliano. And of course, the tone in his voice and the soulfulness and the pitch and the breath control he had. And oh my goodness, you had to be flawless. So when you repetition, and that's what Michael would do as well. And I believe in repita, do it over and over and over again until it's perfection.
Yeah.
Nothing less than perfection. And that's the way I worked. And because the artists that I worked with, they were hard workers. They loved my work ethic. And my first principle is confidence. Don't leave home without it. And you have to come to that stage and that microphone. If you try to be Michael Jackson, you better have the confidence and focus on the confidence. Never lose your focus, which is my second principle in my school. So it's like those two things, confidence and focus, so you can do as best you can to be close to Michael Jackson. And my artists did very, very extremely well because Giuliano sounded like Michael. And the voice you hear on the film, that's Giuliano singing as the young Michael Jackson.
It's so amazing and so uncanny. You know, you'd think it's Michael, you know, you wouldn't know. And so how much of that kind of go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say his phrasing was just phenomenal. You know, it was otherworldly, you know. His phrasing, because it touched your soul, like his Earth song. I mean, at the end of that Earth song, I cry every time, you know, because he went to another place for the entire universe. He was talking to the entire universe when he wrote that song, when he wrote a lot of songs, you know. So go ahead. What were you going to say, Red?
Yeah, I mean, they have that feeling of Michael, both Giuliano and Jaafar. How much of that was kind of already there before you began working with them? Because I know a lot of people say that, especially Jaafar, you know, his natural voice sounds like Michael's anyway. So how much of that kind of, I guess the foundation was there already?
Well, you know, it's in their DNA. I also taught years ago LaToya, and I was saying, LaToya, all of you have that like wispy voice. And she said, oh, we got that from Grandpa, you know? And I said, okay, okay, I see you guys. So Jaafar being Jermaine's son and Michael's nephew, it's in his DNA. And then when I said confidence, then you really have to work hard on studying and all the preliminary work he had to do before we started shooting. He worked 2 years on learning how to act and sing and dance and all of that before Graham King had him on camera, way before he called him Rich and Tone, I'm pretty sure. He was the choreographers. You have to know how to dance. You have to prepare. Because Michael was also an athlete. He was an athlete, the things that he would do. And he studied all of the top artists, Gene Kelly, just everybody, James Brown, you know, all of the greats. And that's where you had to get to before you even bring in the top people to work with you, because you have to have that mindset. You have to have that confidence, you know. So the vocal coach, Stephanie Spruill, the acting coach for him is Angela Gibbs, and Giuliano's acting coach was Iona Jackson. And the dancing coaches, and they're not only coaches, they're choreographers. They're the brilliant Rich and Tone, because they've done every play, whether it's in Australia or in New Zealand, in Africa, in New York, or in London and Spain, in the United States. Rich and Tone did the choreography and hired to put it together. So you're working with people who have a high frequency. I have to say it's high frequency. Our work ethic is no other than the best. People I've worked with, from David Bowie to Elton John to Billy Idol to Donna Summer, beep beep, hey, toot toot. That's Miss Stephanie. Okay, Gino Vanelli, Placido Domingo. I did duets with Placido Domingo, Tom Petty, Quincy Jones. I did a lot of work with Quincy, Neil Diamond, Jeff Lorber, Najee. I've written a lot of hits for like Jeff Lorber, with Jeff Lorber for Najee. We wrote a hit for him and Nancy Wilson, jazz, Brenda Russell, the Carpenters.
Wow.
I worked with the Carpenters, Irene Cara, the What a Feeling. I won Academy Awards, how do I say, recognition with Irene for What a Feeling. And for people like I Will Survive, Gloria Gaynor, of course, Working 9 to 5. Our girl Dolly Parton, I sang background, I played tambourine.
Wow.
And the gospel runs, you hear at the end on 9 to 5, that's Stephanie Spruill. Okay, so all of this work that I've done for Mark Bolan from England. Yes, I was with T-Rex. Okay.
Yeah.
And
wow.
David Bowie burning down the house with a gasoline. That's Stephanie Spruill. And it ended up being in the movie Inglourious Bastards. So I was blessed to be able to work with so many greats like Aretha Franklin. Jump, jump, jump to it. Jump to it with Aretha Franklin. Luther Vandross called me for that gig. I did so many sessions with Luther Vandross. So
yeah,
all the things that I've done and toured the world with Julio Iglesias for 5.5 years. So I've performed on every continent. Okay. And it's just been an illustrious career I've had.
Oh yeah.
And to just be able to work, be at the White House on 3 separate occasions, working with 3 different administrations, and the Ed Sullivan Show back in the day when I was a little girl, all the TV shows, Working Vegas, all of the shows I've done around the world. It's just been a gift from God, just a gift from God. And full circle being with Michael Jackson.
Yeah. And I mean, the level's up here, right? Yeah.
And so they expect nothing less from Stephanie Spruill, because all of these people, like Billie Eilish, they would call me up themselves. I want you to do Money Money with me, or Keith Forsey, who's from England. All of Giorgio Moroder records. I did so many records all over the world, over 1,400 gold and platinum albums worldwide. And like I said, 4 Grammy participation records, Donna Summer, Dolly Parton, and I Will Survive, and also Elton John. And Ringo Starr. I worked with Ringo Starr, a Beatle.
Who haven't you worked with? I think the list will be shorter.
There you go. Who haven't I worked with? And also, John Legend, Mary J. Blige, Whitney Houston, Mariah Carey. Doing the Academy Awards, I've done at least 7 times. The Grammys, I've done several times, So I've been blessed in this industry we call show business. And you know why they hired me? To be the contractor on so many of the records, that I mentioned, like, for Gino Vanelli, I Just Want to Stop, and Donna Summer, all those.
Yeah.
I was a local contractor because I know business. That's why they call it show. For 2 hours on stage, the other 22 hours you're handling your business. So I'm a businesswoman. I'm an entertainer. I'm a singer. I'm a writer. I'm an author.
Totally.
To longevity and show business, staying focused on your vision.
Yeah. And what a legendary career, right? And then you've got this new challenge of working on the Michael movie.
Right.
And, helping Jaafar and Juliano sort of rise to this level.
There you go.
And how do you the practicalities of training them, is it mainly just Michael Jackson songs you're going with them? Are there certain songs you just do over and over, certain challenging ones? How do you break it down? Is it a lot of listening to Michael's original recordings?
Yeah, the things I go over many times are my exercises. It's all about my exercises because it gets your voice and your diaphragmatic breathing ready to challenging vocals like what Michael had. And you have to understand, Juliano was just a kid. Michael was just a kid. But Michael came here with a gift. The discipline that his father gave to them. I gotta give him his props, just the discipline of not having them out there with the gangs, because the area that they lived in was gang ridden.
Yeah.
You know, when we all grew up, and we grew up in the hood, you got to keep your kids. And he had 8, 9, the same. I grew up with 9, 6 boys and 3 girls, the same as Michael. There was a parallel with my upbringing as Michael's was, as far as being disciplined. That's very important. So he learned to be very, very disciplined. So in our workouts, our exercises that I gave them, my mantras that I also gave them, that Michael believed in mantras, thinking as you think, if a man, you are. You have to think positive, because the white noise will come in. That's where my focus comes in. You have to focus on the end game. And the end game was for Juliano, Jaafar, and all the Jacksons to be as close to the Jackson 5 as you could possibly become.
Absolutely. And you did such a good job, and so did the actors, of bringing that to life. It was absolutely uncanny. So congratulations on the film, honestly. What was it like seeing it and seeing that payoff after all this hard work?
Wow. Well, a lot of things that I saw were just phenomenal, because the opening section of the movie, you saw, Juliana or Michael looking out the window. He wanted to go outside and play with the kids.
Yeah.
However, fun fact, I'm on the sound stage in this huge hangar, which they made the house that Michael and his brothers grew up in Gary, Indiana.
Right.
And I was teaching the boys. Now everybody's standing there. Graham is standing there. The director, who the best director known to man right now, Antoine Fuqua. Okay, Antoine Fuqua. Say his name.
Antoine Fuqua.
Yes, and Rich and Tone were standing there, and I'm telling the boys, okay, engage your diaphragm, fill up those lungs to the fullest of your capacity. Okay, now sing the song, because the song was Big Boy. Big Boy, now fill up your lungs. And I'm telling them that. As I'm talking, here comes the Coleman Domingo, who plays Joe Jackson. He walks out of his trailer onto the set, and everybody, and he said, yeah, engage your diaphragm, fill up those lungs. Yeah, he was repeating what I was saying as the coach. And so I hope that made the film. I think when he says, fill up your lungs, I think that made the film.
Right. And that was you.
So all of the things that I teach, I saw it given back to me by the great Coleman Domingo, and the boys, executed everything that Miss Stephanie bestowed on them as their vocal coach. So I am immensely excited. I'm immensely touched. And it's like full circle. And it's also divine intervention.
That's right. That's right.
It was meant for Stephanie Spruill to be the vocal coach on this movie, the great masterpiece.
Michael. For sure. And now, just before we go, Stephanie, I saw this great photo of you with Elvis Presley. Tell us about that.
Yes, it's a story. It's in my book too. You guys got to get my book, 17 Points of Longevity. Now, I was singing with Tom Jones at Caesar's Palace. I was on stage, and everybody was talking about in the dressing room, Tom Jones is coming over. Elvis Presley is coming over to see the show, because Elvis was at the other hotel, the Sahara. So Elvis, that's where he lived for a long time, in the penthouse. So I said, oh my God, I got to get a picture, So in those days, honey, it was the Instamatic camera. I looked at my camera. I'm out of film. After I got off stage, I changed my clothes real quickly and ran to they used back in the day in the casinos, they used to have little drugstores and stuff like that. I said, please put some film. I can't do it. I'm too nervous. And I couldn't say Elvis Presley's here, because the whole casino would have ran behind me, right?
Yeah.
So I said, please put the film in my camera. Now I'm running back because I'm a runner too. I ran backstage. I get on stage. As soon as I go backstage, who do I confront? Elvis Presley. No, and this is the truth. This is Stephanie's story, and I'm sticking to it. Elvis Presley met me head on. And I said, oh my God, Elvis. And he said, yeah, how you doing? And I said, my God, he really does that, you know? And he was the finest man I've ever seen on this planet. The guy is just beautiful, tall, just beautiful. Anyway, so I said, Elvis, can I get a picture? And he said, hit me, Stephanie. See, in those days, it was during Kung Fu fighting, you know, Kung Fu.
Yeah.
So he wore a gi, and with his, because he had all 9, whatever, stripes. So he really did all his Kung Fu. And Red, his partner, he didn't go anywhere without Red. It's this guy, his handler. He had red hair, very fair. And he's standing there, right? And his other handlers. And he said, hit me. And so I practiced Kung Fu as well. That was part of my exercise. So he put his hands up. Now this is Elvis Presley backstage. And everybody is saying, do it, Stephanie. You'll never get this opportunity. I said, okay. So I said, pow, pow, and Elvis Presley's hands. And he says, now, let me do you. Put your hands up. I said, oh, no. Because if you miss and you go in between and you knock me out, and they say, how did you get that black eye? I says, well, Elvis Presley, we were playing Kung Fu. And they said, girl, Stephanie's gone. Admit her now. You know, she's not all there. So I said, no, I can't do it, Red, you do it. But I did Kung Fu with Elvis Presley. And so, of course, I got the pictures with Elvis Presley and the whole 9 yards. And I have pictures with Michael. And did you do your homework, baby? You have some pictures to show the audience?
Yeah, I do. I'm going to try and get them up here now. I'm just hoping they can still hear us when...
No, you know what? In my book...
Oh, there we go. That's you with Michael.
Yeah, with Michael. Yay.
You on the red carpet.
Yeah, me on the red carpet of Michael.
And with Elvis Presley.
With Elvis Presley. I was smiling like a Cheshire cat. I still had my makeup on for the show. I couldn't even take it off. I was so excited to be with that great, great artist.
Who wouldn't be? Yeah.
So I was blessed.
Yeah.
To be in the orbit of great human beings on the planet. It was for me, not anybody else. It was for Stephanie Spruill to experience those moments with the greatest of all time.
Well, Stephanie, your story and your work ethic and everything is so inspiring, and you have so much wisdom to offer. You're great yourself, so thank you for spending your time with us today.
Thank you. I want to ask you, is your name Red Jackson? Did you change your last name to Jackson because of Michael Jackson?
Well, that's what I go by online, because of Michael Jackson, yeah.
That's good. You're paying homage to a great. So blessings to you, my dear heart.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
Congratulations on the movie.
Thank you. Au revoir.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. And that was the wonderful Stephanie Spruill. How amazing is she, right? What did the comments say? You were you were definitely blessed, Stephanie, and you're still blessed. For sure. Wild story, yeah. Definitely was. Lots of people laughing. Tom Jones goes crazy. Yeah. Love her. She absolutely deserves to shout out her achievements, for sure. What a great Earth song is powerful, yeah. Absolutely. Long live the King of Pop. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. She seems like a dope person. What a career. Thank you so much for the love for Stephanie, guys. So we've got just over 70 viewers. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. It's been such a great live stream so far. So let's take a quick look at the schedule one last time before our final interview. So we've been going since 10:45 a.m. Eastern Time, and now it's 4 p.m. Eastern Time. So the deadline's over to enter the Michael Jackson Market free merch giveaway. So we've got one more interview left, and after that the winners will be announced. We've got 5 winners. They've all won 1 item each. It's one of these. So if you've entered, stay tuned, because in half hour's time it'll be announced and you'll find out that you're getting one of these shipped straight to you anywhere in the world. So thank you once again to Michael Jackson Market for sponsoring Red Jackson Dance for this live stream and for 2026. And for doing this giveaway for free for everybody watching. So let's just take a minute before this final interview, because this live stream's been such a ride so far. It's been wild. Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate everybody tuning in on this Saturday. And we've got a little link up here. If anybody's feeling kind enough to send a little tip, feel free. No pressure at all. I really appreciate everybody being here and even just sharing on social media, you know, subscribing, liking, viewing. All of that helps the channel so much. Even just since the Michael movie, the channel's grown loads. You know, there's been like a huge boom in kind of popularity for Michael and hearing stories about people who knew him and celebrating him. And so it's so good to see. So after this live stream, feel free to check out some of the videos on the channel. You know, for anybody new, I've got interviews on there with his dancers, choreographers, band members, bodyguards, people who worked at Neverland Ranch. All sorts, all different aspects and times of his life. So thank you for everybody who subscribed, liked the video and tuned in today. We're nearly 6 hours in. We've got one more interview left and then the giveaway announcement. What's in the comments here? Michael Mania, absolutely. Jonathan Downie will be back on in a half hour to announce the giveaway winners himself. Good luck everyone, and I'm sure he'll show the items too. I love to hear stories about Michael from so many different people. I'm so glad. I truly hope to win that hat. Chris Tucker better be in part 2. He visited the set, so we talked with some of the band members earlier, and they talked about that. Stephanie's amazing, right? Met Elvis and MJ. I know, like, she's met everybody. That's so cool. Will there be another live soon? Absolutely, yeah. We'll have to do something like this soon again. Let me know in the chat who you'd like to see on the channel next. I'll probably do a live stream or video interviewing people who worked with Michael himself. So any ideas, let me know. I'll do my very best to try and get people on here. Thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate it. Genuinely, that means a lot. And everything goes towards sort of improving all the setup and equipment here, so thank you. That means a lot. Thank you, Stephanie. Thanks for all the live. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it. 70 viewers. So we've got one more interview left, and let's get a few photos here to familiarize ourselves with our final guest for the day. Let me get it up on here. Let me see. Doesn't seem to be working here. That's okay. So our final guest is Žiga, and he was a dancer on the Beat It section of the Michael movie. I've got a little technical error here, so bear with me, guys. Comment below, what's been the highlight for you so far? You know, who's been the guest that's been the most interesting so far? Maybe one you've really particularly enjoyed. And in the meantime, I'm just going to try and fix this here. Bear with us. Looking forward to seeing all your comments down below. Got something on my screen I can't seem to get off here. Bear with. I'll get the comments up here as well so I can have a look at some of them. We got lots of hee-hees, that's so great. Red should interview Jaafar, thank you so much. I'd love to, you know, imagine. That would be so great. Let me see. Red, I hope you can get an interview with Javon from earlier back. That would be great, yeah, he was Michael's bodyguard, wasn't he? I did interview Bill Whitfield, who also worked with him at the same time. So that's on the channel if you'd like to check that out. Stephanie was one of the highlights. Yeah, awesome. The costume discussions. Yeah. Sheila was so interesting, wasn't she? Absolutely, absolutely. Let me just see if I can fix this here. Bear with me. Beat It. People are excited about Beat It. Yeah. Žiga was wonderful. Okay. There we go. Is that better? Are we good? Can you see me and hear me good right now? What's the comment say? Lonnie, yeah, he was great, sharing all about being a stand-in for Jaafar and what it was like, sort of performing as Michael with the cast and crew. Everybody awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. It's been great questions in the chat as well. I really appreciate it. I've asked all the ones I can. What else do we got? Every guest added something different. Yeah, that's what I wanted, really. Just to have all the different perspectives that we could, you know. Stephanie, yeah. Happy tuning back for the last interview. Yeah, this will be on here, you know, forever, really. You know, this is able to be played back. And so if you missed any sections, you can go back, because we've been going on for nearly 6 hours now. So you can head back and catch up on anything you missed. Lots of passion today. For sure, we got nearly 90 people now. So I think it's about time for the final interview with Žiga from Beat It section of Michael movie. And after that, we'll announce the giveaway winners, the 5 free items from the Michael movie. Shall we do it? I say we do it. Let me get the interview with Žiga up here. I had to pre-record it because he wasn't able to be here today, unfortunately, but enjoy it nonetheless. Žiga, I mean, you worked on the Michael movie, which must have been such an incredible experience. But before we get to talking about that, can we just go kind of back to the beginning? You know, what first inspired you to become a dancer?
Yeah, that's interesting. Back in the day when I started dancing, it's been now more than 20 years. It was, I would say, kind of like the heyday of MTV. And I used to watch a lot of the MTV and music videos. And at the time, I was just like a ordinary kid from the block. Like, I played soccer, I did karate. Dance was not really a thing, especially for boys. It was kind of frowned upon if like you danced. But me and my twin, I have a twin brother. We're called Easy Twins, look us up. And yeah, we were both like really inspired by the music videos of that era, more specifically Missy Elliott, Justin Timberlake, Usher. And I can still vividly remember Missy Elliott's Minutemen, I believe is the name of the song. And actually Rich and Tone, who were choreographing Michael, the movie, they were in that music video, and I can vividly remember them. They had their hair out, like long hair. They were right next to Missy, just doing their thing. And I was just like, wait, who are these guys? Like this looks so cool. And kind of after that, we got into dance. We were just like doing it for fun. And a couple of years passed, and we were like, wait, we really love doing this. We want to explore this more in depth. So we spent time traveling, trying to learn as much as we could. Because also at the time, our community back in Slovenia was just not as developed as it is now. And also YouTube was barely a thing. Instagram was not a thing at all.
Yeah.
So getting the right information was really like, you had to be there. So yeah, that was kind of like the beginnings.
That's so cool. And
Yeah.
was Michael Jackson a part of your life at all? You know, do you have any early memories of him and his music?
I think that I was never like the biggest fan of his work when I was a kid, but it was always present. I think that he left such a big like impression and imprint on everybody. Like you could almost not avoid it. And the more I got into dance, the more I realized how big of an influence he left in dance and how big of an influence dance was for him. So I think that once I got into my teenage years and later on, I would research him more and see what he's left for us and how much that has, you know, opened doors for the generations that I look up to and looked up to when I was younger. And I think that ever since then, like he was kind of like a constant, I'm not gonna say reminder, but just like a constant expression of greatness and what like true hard work, resilience, and I'd also say originality, and yeah, just he was an amazing performer, artist, and all in all. So yeah, he was always there.
Yeah, totally. And so then, booking the role for the Michael movie, can you just talk to me about how that happened? And did you know from the get-go that it was for the Michael Jackson film?
It actually happened quite like fast, because the thing is that the Beat It scene was a reshoot. They were doing a reshoot because they've learned something more about the backstory of it. They wanted to portray it in a more from what I've heard and from what I know, in a way that looks more like the music video, even though it is just a rehearsal scene.
Right.
And then they also wanted to typecast the dancers a bit more, so they would look more specifically like the dancers in the music video. So the way it happened, the assistant choreographer, Michael Wilson, I hope that I'm saying this correctly, that was his role. I know that he was an assistant choreographer, but I don't know if he was also an associate. But he reached out and he said that they're looking for people and that he suggested me, and if I can come and show face. And I thought that this is going to be a full-on audition with, a lot of dancers. We're going to have to do dancing and stuff. And I was always kind of like, I respect Rich and Tone so much, but at the same time, I have this like kind of, I'm almost a little intimidated by like the stories that you would hear and all of that. So it's like, wait, what is this going to be like? So I was trying to prep, go through the moves, whatever. But then I got into the audition. It was actually just me and another person. And I think Tone was in there, and he was just having like a nice little chat with us, explained what this is for, why they wanted to just kind of see us. They were like, hey, can you just stand over there? They took photos of us, had a little bit of an exchange of our background. And they were like, all right, cool, you can go now. So it was like the fastest, the easiest thing ever. So that's why I was a little confused. I felt like, wait, this is for Michael the movie? And I just walked in here and you basically just wanted to have a good look of me. And I think a lot, like now looking back in hindsight, I think a lot of it had to do with trusting the team. So in Rich and Tone's situation, they really trusted their assistants, like Michael and the others that were working with them. So I think that they trusted his opinion and the people that he brought in. And since he suggested me, they're like, okay, cool. We need to see him. Boom. What's my CV background? And I guess that was it. And then like a couple of days later, like, oh yeah, we want you for the role. And it was also like such a surreal experience because I portrayed Vincent Paterson, who was then such a big part of Michael's journey. Even though like that was Beat It was his first role as a dancer, then he later on became a choreographer that did Smooth Criminal, which is insane. And also he had a very fruitful career, still has. And yeah, it was just, I don't know, it was surreal. Like I'm still in awe.
I bet, yeah. But that's crazy though, that you kind of went in expecting this big audition and it was as simple as that.
That's what I said. Sometimes right place at the right time. I don't know, it feels a little almost too good to be true, because as dancers we go through so much training, through so much rejection, through so many rooms that you enter and you're barely noticed. But then sometimes it's actually those rooms and those people that you meet in those moments that open other doors that you did not expect would ever open for you. So I guess that's also the beauty of the thing.
Absolutely. And so you said the Beat It scene was a reshoot. Does that mean they'd already filmed Beat It and they were just doing it again in a totally different way?
Yes, correct. I don't know if this is... Wait, let me just wait for this person to pass. So I don't know if this is for me to say, the background of like how the initial shot or shooting went of Beat It. But from my understanding, they shot it as just a rehearsal. Everyone was kind of also in their 80s fit, so it had more of an aerobics feel. Like it didn't have that specific Beat It energy and look to
Yeah.
it. And I think that that was their main thing. And like I said, the other thing was the storyline. Because if you remember in the movie, before any dancing happened, there was a little battle happening between Bloods and Crips. And I believe that they wanted to portray that part even further because Michael did go to South LA and to East LA, and he got people from the street because he was
Right.
like, hey, I want you to come together for this. And then the stories that Sugar Pop was also in the music, not in the music video Beat It back in the 80s, but now in the movie, he is the popper that is playing. It's called Popping. Boom, boom, boom. Wait, will you have him on the show? Because if you will, then
No,
I don't want to say it.
not
Okay,
unfortunately.
okay,
I mean,
okay.
I wish, but yeah, he's
Okay.
great.
Because now I'm like, why am I talking about his story? Maybe he would be able to tell you. But anyway, like they really wanted to portray that Michael, like it meant a lot to Michael to have people who are the dance be a part of that. So in the real music video in Beat It, those are real gang members and real people from the streets. And Sugar Pop was saying, like back in the 80s when they shot it, that before Michael got there, it got a little intense on the shoot day, like, you know, because they're rival gangs.
Yeah.
But then when Michael got there, everyone had so much respect for him that they were all just like, you know, kind of were like, all right, Michael, let's do it. This is what you want to do. We're here for you, which I think is also such a nice kind of a bit of an evidence of how much his persona, his power, his creativity like reached through all levels of our society, and it touched everyone. So I think that's beautiful.
Yeah, for sure, and that shows through the film, absolutely. And for that kind of Beat It segment, how long did it take to shoot all of that? And like, would you run it from start to finish every time, or would you do small sections? You know, what was the practicalities like of shooting that?
Yeah. So for the Beat It scene, we had 2 shoot days. The first shoot day was basically just the battle and the interaction and Michael talking to us and talking to the gang members, which I really enjoyed. That part for me was because I was just there. I didn't really dance. We were just a part of that circle as dancers observing the gang members battling it out. And for me, it was just really special because the people that they had there, they really represent the culture of like popping, but also South California. And it was just an honor to be a part of it. And then the second day was our dance scene, the Beat It scene. So we spent our whole day, I think it was from maybe noon until past midnight, something like that. I don't really remember. But what I loved about it, they would always have 3 cameras positioned and obviously lights regarding to the shot. And we would just run pretty much like almost the entirety of the thing. Like, so it was just so it really felt like we were in the moment. It wasn't like, okay, you're gonna do 2 8 counts, or we're gonna do like a little thing here, we're gonna stop. Yeah. We just kept it running. And it felt so organic because we would go from Michael addressing us and explaining the movement into trying it, into like traveling across the floor to him then saying, okay, let's dance. And so it was just this continuous moment that just didn't stop. And I think that was very well done because it made us be more present. And even within our rehearsal process, Rich and told us that since this is a reshoot, and one thing that they thought they could have done better in the original shoot was that they taught the dancers too well. They made them clean. So in our rehearsals, they didn't really clean us. They were giving us a little notes and telling us about how Jaafar will approach us when what he might say, but they want us to react organically to it, and that we still might not have all the details, so that in the process, we're in rehearsal, you can kind of see and feel that.
Yeah.
And I think that was also a very good thing. And like I said, I really love the fact that we just ran the whole scene. So basically they had 3 cameras positioned. We would run it for a couple, I don't know, an hour, 2 hours. Then they would switch the cameras around. Again, we would do the whole thing. And yeah, it was a joy. Honestly, it was such a joy. I remember like just the feeling when we had like the backlights, we're ready, and Jaafar says, "Okay, guys, are you ready? We're gonna play the music now." And then the music goes on, and we just felt so right.
I bet it was loud as well, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, it was incredible. Also, like you could really feel how everybody cared about this project, like everybody involved. And then that makes you appreciate it more. Like I was pinching myself because normally, like, as a dancer, like I'm fortunate enough that I've done a bunch of jobs and I've been in certain rooms and positions that were amazing. And like you're around big people, but this felt different. This was just like, wait, like this is becoming history, and you could feel it around the set, and it was beautiful.
That's so cool, so amazing to hear. And I mean, having Jaafar Jackson as part of that, what was it like witnessing that and maybe interacting with him? Would the atmosphere on set change when he came on?
I think that the atmosphere definitely switched when he came on, especially once he stepped into the role, because he
Yeah.
was so good at it. We were always like, oh yeah, that's Michael. Like, I don't know, it's just also his story about the fact that he didn't really act before or dance, that he really, was hustling and grinding to get this role right and was working so hard, and it's so hard to really try to, emulate Michael. Like, there's something about learning the moves, but getting that flavor and that pocket of his was insane. And I have to say that the team has done an amazing job, and Jaafar has done an amazing job. And yeah, we all felt it on set, and he was so pleasant to work with. He was very chill and nice. And yeah, we just all enjoyed the experience.
Right. And so was Jaafar coming on, having learned everything and fully polished, or were you still kind of working some small things out while you were shooting it?
I think he was actually very well prepared with it. I think he would have little things that he would try to do differently, but it was mainly just, again, to keep it a bit more organic. But he knew what he was doing. It didn't feel you could tell that they've been shooting this for years now. I think it was 2 years. And so once we were doing the reshoots, he was like totally ready.
And so was Antoine Fuqua directing? What was that like?
You could see that his vision and his determination to do it right was always present. To me, it felt like he was just locked in the whole time. We didn't get to interact with him a lot, but from what we understood from what Rich and Tone said, like he was very pleased and happy with what he got from us and how we worked. And that day seemed like a very successful day. It seemed pretty like we caught a flow, like as if we were in the flow of things. He saw us, he understood, he was like, okay, cool, I love what I'm seeing. Like it wasn't a lot of back and forth in like figuring it out. But I think a lot of that, yes, I think like a lot of that also has to do that they really knew what they wanted with that scene since they decided to do a reshoot, so they had more time. Because I'm sure that in the process of making a movie, you're going from one thing to another, you're trying to make it work, and here they had a bit more time, and we just all got there and we did the thing.
Yeah, totally. And I've heard that some people have, like, there's rumors that Antoine was kind of, some people say he was directing on set, other people say he was kind of away, like, in a van with a monitor. What was that like? Were all the cast and crew and Antoine there, or was it kind of away at a monitor? How did that work?
For our scene, he was there. I mean, obviously, like, they had monitors and stuff, like, but he was always present. He was never too far away. It wasn't like one of those where he's in a van.
Yeah.
No. For the beaded scene, it wasn't like that.
He was there, yeah. And so, just kind of looking back, was there a particular highlight or just a really rewarding moment or something like that that stands out to you?
I mean, what was kind of, it's more of a personal thing that doesn't really have much to do with dance, but on our second day of shooting when we did the Beat It scene, it was actually my birthday. So it was a great
No way.
birthday present. Yeah, so
Yeah.
yeah, that was just really nice. And I didn't really want to say it or like, get any attention because of
Yeah.
that. But then at the end, when we all finished, Michael kind of pointed it out to everyone, and then everyone was like, "Hey, happy birthday!" Yada, yada, yada. And we kind of got a drink afterwards, like just not to celebrate me. I was just like, it was my birthday, but just like all of the dancers, Rich and Tone, just as like like we did this, and it just felt nice that it was on my birthday, and it's kind of like accumulation of a lot of things throughout the years as you work and you persevere in this industry that doesn't promise you anything. And I moved to LA. It's going to be 3 years now, and I've been fortunate that I worked a lot, and I worked in Europe before with my twin, and I've gotten to experience a lot of things. But something like that, just you can't really compare it to anything else, and it doesn't seem like a dance job anymore. It just becomes like a highlight, but like a real one. And it also feels like when I've received a lot of love from my friends and from people that I haven't spoken in for years, it almost felt as if I did it for all of them as well, from like people that are, still coming up, or people from smaller countries that are trying to find their way in the industry, or just all of us like underdogs, I would say. And it feels very rewarding knowing that even though I was a part of that, it felt like we were all a part of that. So that was kind of my highlight.
That's such a great one. That makes total sense. Yeah. And was there a certain thing that you took from the experience? Something you maybe learned that you would take with you on your future jobs?
I don't know. I always approach jobs with obviously we have to be professional and know what our role is and do it well. But at the end of the day, we're all human, and I think the human factor is very important. So the way we treat each other, and I will always pay attention to that. Like, to me, it doesn't really matter if you're a superstar or not, or if you're, just a water boy or whatever. Like, our interactions and the way we treat each other is very important. And I think that this project was one of those where like the treatment was really nice, but I feel like it had a lot to do with the fact that everybody was very committed to making this something special. And we knew that whoever was in that room deserved it. And you could feel it. You could feel the excitement. So yeah, I'll just, for future jobs, I mean, I feel like I've always kind of approached it like that. I just want to make sure that I step in the room prepared, but then at the same time with love and care and respect.
100%, yeah. And like you said, the amount of work that went into this. I mean, how much time was being spent, getting all the hair, the makeup, the costumes, everything right, and kind of matching that to the original video from the 80s?
Yeah, like I think that the costume department and the hair and makeup department really did an amazing job. Also, just for costumes, like finding all of those pieces, because we could really see, like when we were trying stuff out, because we had a couple of days where we had to come in for that. You could see they've been working on this, and they really found, like, I pretty much had the same, how do you call them, those little pins? How do you call them?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, like I pretty much had the same pins that Vincent had in the music video in the 80s. I'm like, how did you, how did you find it? How did you? So yeah, again, I feel like I'm sounding like a broken record, but you could feel that everyone is really putting their heart and soul into it, and they did their best, and they were the best. And yeah,
absolutely. And now, moving on from the Michael film, what are you working on currently, and what are your kind of future ambitions as a dancer?
Right now I'm on tour in China with with an artist called Jolin Tsai. She's an incredible performer. She's been in the industry for 20 years now. It's interesting how a lot of times, like if you come from the West, you will only hear and consider the artists from the West, not realizing that there's a whole world out there where people are working on projects on a very high level. And so is this one. The production team is from Australia, but operates in LA. All of the dancers are from LA. So they kind of came to LA to prep everything, and now we're on the road. They're treating us really well. The show is incredible. It's like it's a stadium tour, so it's a spectacle. But yeah, from here on out, I'm going back to LA when I'm done with this, and then I'll see what LA brings. I mean, I've always kind of put my heart first and my best foot forward, and I'm just trying to do my best and stay ready, train, stay fit, but also still like lead with love. Like I said, I think that that's very important. And I think that this project, that this movie, is kind of like wind in my sails and giving me like an extra push. I'm just seeing how much our work actually does matter, because I think the state of the world that we're in right now is a little discouraging and honestly just not pleasant. So sometimes I question myself, like, why am I doing what I'm doing? But when I can see that my work can bring joy and more than just that, I mean, sometimes it does feel like it's just escapism, but sometimes maybe that's what we need.
Absolutely,
So I'll see what happens when I'm back. But I'm keeping my eyes open, and yeah, I'm excited about the future.
For sure, yeah. And I think not only is escapism, but it inspires people as well. You know, when I was in the cinema, people were like dancing in their seats, you know, and just in awe of what was happening on screen. And so, you know, you did such an amazing job. So
thank
you for playing such a great part in bringing that to
Oh,
life
thank you.
for the fans.
Thank you. No, like I said, I'm really grateful that I got to be part of this, and this is history. And I think that an important fact is like also what you said, that inspires others. That brings me joy, but also purpose.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm grateful for it.
Well, thank you so much for your time. It's been such a pleasure hearing all about your experiences. And before we go, where can people follow you on social media?
On social media, you can follow me on Instagram at Žiga, Ziga.easytwins, EZTWINS. And then you can also just add Easy Twins if you want to also see what me and my twin are about. That's it. I don't have TikTok. I have YouTube. You can also look me up on YouTube, Easy Twins. But yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much again for your time, and best of luck with the tour. It must be fun to do something kind of on stage after having done the Michael movie, which is, you know, for screen. It's like a different type of thing there.
It's definitely a different thing. I think still live performances give you something that a studio cannot, you know, feeling the energy from thousands of people. So I do appreciate that part. But hey, if Michael 2 is coming out, please give me a call. I would love to be a part of that as well. So, but yeah, thanks for, me too. Thanks for having me, and all the best with the rest of your journey and everything else.
Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Have a good one.
You too. And there you have it. That was the interview with Žiga, who played Vincent Paterson in the Michael movie. Okay. There we go. Well, we've got 90 people here watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. You know, it's so amazing to see the support, because the channel just hit around now. Like, I've been doing it for 6 years now. And just seeing the amount of love for Michael Jackson and the stories from people who knew him and people who continue his legacy, it's so good to see. So thank you. We've got a donation here, which is so generous. I just don't know what to say. Just thank you so much. That's really kind of you. And yeah, all the donations go to improving the equipment and making the channel even better. You know, camera, microphone, things like that. So thank you so much for tuning in and for being so generous. I really appreciate that. Let's see what the chat is saying. Let's see. Became a member. Thank you so much. Watching the movie soon again. Awesome. After seeing these interviews, I'm going to be seeing the movie with a different eye. That's so good to hear. I think my goal was kind of to get all the different perspectives about how they created this film. So it's been fascinating to kind of help share and hear all these stories and find out how it was made, you know? Thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate it. Okay, so now for one of the most exciting parts of the live stream. We're 6.5 hours in. So I've been talking the whole time about this giveaway we've been doing for free from Michael Jackson Market. There's 5 items and there's 5 people who've been chosen throughout the day. Let's get Jonathan on here and he can tell us how many people entered and who won. Please welcome Jonathan back to the live stream.
Hey, Red, thanks for having me back on, and great day. Congratulations on a really successful live stream. I think you should be very proud of yourself.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. I really appreciate that, and I appreciate all your support. And for this free giveaway, you know, worldwide, it's so cool. Can you tell us how many people entered?
So we had over 200 submissions today on the online form, and then from 20 different countries around the world, which was super exciting. I think it's so cool to see people coming from all, I would say we had people from Brazil, Mexico, Canada, Belgium, Singapore, you name it. I mean, every time zone, it felt like people were watching from. It was great.
Yeah, and this is chosen at random too, right?
Yes, exactly. We have 5 names here now chosen at random. I have my list ready to go.
Okay,
should we get going?
Yeah, if you're ready, do you do one?
All right. So our first prize we're gonna be doing today is the vinyl record from Michael. I got one here to show you guys. So we're gonna be doing, and this one lucky winner is going to Brandon M from the USA. That's Brandon M. After this session here, I'll email all you guys and I'll get all your details and I'll get your prizes. So congratulations to Brandon. You just won a copy of Michael on vinyl.
Congratulations, Brendan. If you guys are here, if the winners are here, put something in the chat.
Yeah, if you're here in the chat, comment. Yes, definitely. Okay, so next up we have the IMAX ticket, the souvenir ticket, and this is going to Alina M from Greece. Alina from Greece. Congratulations to Alina.
There we go. Congratulations. Next up, we the third one.
We have the next prize is the poster, the Michael Jackson movie poster. That is going to Connor P from the USA. Congratulations to Connor.
Congratulations, Connor.
All right, we have one more now, and our next prize is this fun cup here, original movie cup, and this is going to our lucky winner here is Christian S from Germany. Christian from Germany. Congratulations, Christian.
Amazing.
And then last but not least, we have the Michael hat for the World Plaza hat. And that lucky winner is Harry L from the UK. Harry from the UK. Congratulations to all 5 of our lucky winners today.
5 lucky winners indeed. So where are they going to? We've got UK, US, Greece.
We got USA, Greece, Germany, and the UK. Yes.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, everybody. Let's see what's in the chat. Let's go. You liked and subscribed. Thank you so much. That's a lot of Michael Jackson soundtracks behind you, Jonathan.
I got a couple behind me, yeah.
Oh, somebody's here. Alina. Yes, I won. I can't believe it.
Congratulations.
Woohoo. Congratulations, everybody.
And I think she's winning the IMAX ticket. So, yeah, congratulations, Alina.
Amazing. So that'll be shipped out and you'll contact people via email, yeah?
Yes, I will email all you guys here shortly after the live stream ends, and I will get all your shipping addresses, and we'll get your prizes out next week.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for that giveaway, Jonathan. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for doing this, Red. It's been a really fun day.
Time
has flown by.
It has, hasn't it? What was your favourite interview throughout the day?
Honestly, I had so much fun chatting with Hector and Jenny. I mean, I met her
Yeah.
for the first time in Berlin. Her and I have been talking for so many years on Instagram, and just seeing her in the community, with so many photos of her and Michael. So it was so great, just meeting her for the first time in Berlin, and then connecting again today. And and Hector's the best. He's one of my buddies, and anytime we're together, we have a good time.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Jonathan. And where can people go to follow MJ Market and get some cool
Follow
MJ
me at
merch?
Michael Jackson Market. It's one word, Michael Jackson Market on Instagram, and we post every day. We have lots of new arrivals, and check us out. We still have some movie merch left in stock, but not much. So Harry Wallet's still there.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jonathan. Take care.
All right, guys. Take care. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So there we go. 5 lucky winners for the live stream from all over the world. Again, congratulations, Alina. Lots of people congratulating. Yes, me. You won. Congratulations. Which item did you win? Congratulations to all the winners. Amazing. So glad you won. The IMAX ticket's beautiful, right? Thank you for the giveaway. Amazing. That's all thanks to Michael Jackson Market. So yeah, what a live stream it's been, right? We're 6.5 hours in, and that's it for today. So thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. It's been incredible, having this sort of support and celebrating the Michael movie here today. Be sure to see the Michael Jackson movie again in cinemas before it leaves. And if there's anyone in particular you'd like me to interview on the channel, put it down in the comments below, or you can contact me on social media. I'm on Instagram at redjackson_MJ, Twitter redjacksondance, and here on YouTube redjacksondance, and Facebook is redjackson. You won the Michael movie hat, so cool, so happy for you. Next week it'll be shipped. Congratulations. Thank you everybody for tuning in. I think at one point we had like 100 people watching all at once, so thank you. And good news as well, the channel just hit over 8,000 subscribers thanks to the live stream today. So the more support means hopefully the better interviews I can create, really. So if there's anyone in particular you want to come on the channel, pop me a message here in the chat and I'll do everything I can. Yeah, let's keep watching the movie as long as it's there. Absolutely, absolutely. Here we go. Somebody's asking here, any movie jackets left, Jonathan? Jonathan, if you want to put a message in the chat, maybe. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, comment below what your favourite part was. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. So stay tuned. More interviews coming soon with people who worked with Michael Jackson, and they'll be sharing stories of what it was like collaborating with the King of Pop himself. Jonathan says no jackets left, but plenty of other crew merch. Awesome. But thank you again, everybody, for tuning in. It's been such a pleasure. Thank you for the support. And I'll see you next time, hopefully for part 2 of the Michael movie. We can do a live stream like this again. I've been talking with some cast and crew members who wanted to come on but couldn't make it today. So hopefully next time we could do something. Thank you for watching and enjoy the rest of your weekend, everybody. Take care. And please consider subscribing before you leave. Bye-bye.